Mic check. Mic check. 1 2. Mic check. 1 2. Mic check. 1 2 3 4. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Welcome to East Africa Arena East Africa Summit. Mic check. Mic check.
Mic check. Morning. Welcome to.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the East Africa Summit Tour, brought to you by AfricArena, powered by Startup Bootcamp. And she's holding my laptop. I would just like to give a shout out to the best AV team in Africa. You know, East Africa, not Africa. I mean, there are some other guys out there that I love a bit more. No, I'm joking.
Shalin. Hey.
Okay, before I was so rudely interrupted by this lady over here.
Okay.
I think these mics work. Okay,
Mic
good morning.
check.
We've got testing 1 2 1 2. Just want the screen, this beautiful screen to go up. Yo, testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah. Okay, testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. I would like to introduce you to Abel. Heaven knows who this guy is. He looks like James Bond. 007, you know, Contech. Con Digital. And then just give me a green color. Good morning and welcome to the AfricArena East Africa Summit, where we bring you the best startups. We create a marketplace for African founders to meet the most incredible and promising entrepreneurs. Okay, so all pitching startups, can you guys quickly come to the front of the stage? I just want to give you guys a tutorial on the clicker and then just run through your slides. So Pisidia, Zuru, Abel, Rumo Energy. Who else is still in the room? Can you guys come to the front quickly? Okay, so all the pitching startups here. Placidius. Wait, why are you walking away from me, bro? Agapua, come through, come through. Wait. So we're gonna go through the slides and then we're gonna just check how the clicker works and then you guys are just up to speed. Thank you for coming over. Especially you, Zuru. Check. All right. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. Wave at me. Let me just see that all of you have had a cup of coffee. You're doing well. I see you at the back over there. Nice. Well, you had your coffee? 2 of them, even. You're ready. I see you even have a third cup. I like it. It's good to see everyone over here. Okay, so we don't want to keep anyone waiting longer than they should. And we've got our panelists on, so I'm going to be very quick at inviting our panelists on stage. But before we do that, I just want to highlight a couple of things, usually as I need to do when we are at a venue like this. So the bathrooms, you go outside, turn to your left, and then walk down straight. You'll see a sign for the ladies on the left and the gents on the right. If this place catches fire, the equipment goes on flames, whatever, the exit's over there, and there's another exit that way where the stairs are. You can be able to jump out one of those two. Don't use the windows. We're 6 floors up. You won't survive. And we're going to do a couple of things a little bit different today. So you're going to be seeing that as we progress. We fixed that Mentimeter problem we had yesterday, so we're going to try that out now, or in a bit.
And if there's any suggestions, ideas, questions that you need, I'm your host. Please reach out and ask. We'd also propose that if you want to meet someone and talk to them, do that within the premise, so that if, specifically people with tags, because there are folk outside who don't know what's happening here. So if you go up to them and you're trying to network and they're not understanding where you're from, who are you, why are you talking to me, explain to them what this is about so that they know who you are. And LinkedIn is a friend in situations like these. All right, I think we're good. Yeah, I've given you time. You see me, I was good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start with our first panel this morning. I want to invite them on stage. I know two of them really well. Ali Hussein, Tafadhali Kuja hapa. This gentleman has been in this game for so long. I think if you don't know Ali, you've not been around. You are here from like days of Moses and Abraham. Have a seat. Yeah, just take a seat that you'd like. And Peter is going to be hosting this event with us. How are you doing, brother? It's good to see you. You're going to be the host, so choose a place to sit. Then we have, yes, there you go. You see, you knew you were supposed to be on this, didn't you? Yes, you get hugs. There you go. Sit down, take a seat over there. So they're discussing how to regulate fintech disruption, right? It's an important conversation to be able to have. And Kevin is our last man. There you go. I like the haircut, the hairstyle. Pick a seat anywhere. You can take that one. You want to take that one? There you go. So how do you regulate fintech disruption? Kenya is a very good place to be able to think about this. If you paid attention a couple of months ago, Flutterwave and Chippercash had been stopped from working. The license had been withdrawn. And then the new government checked in and that was changed. And the question then becomes, is it a political issue? Is it a regulations issue? Is it an activity issue? AML? What is it? And how do we get the regulation that works? Because it's a disrupting industry that's changing the way people live. Gentlemen, karibuni.
Hola, how you guys doing? Let's start with introductions. That way we know, and I am gonna start with Mr. Courier. He's the person we are here working for, right? As a startup, we are here to work for you. So please introduce yourself.
Morning, everyone. My name is Courier Kevin. I'm the co-founder and CTO at a company called Chapter. So what we do is we are basically a checkout and payments company. We build infrastructure to enable businesses to make payments and make payouts. And really glad to be here to speak about regulation for fintech. Yeah, thank you so much, Peter, for the invitation.
Thank you. And then I will go to Mr. Patrick. That is, so we've talked on the phone, but never in person. So nice to meet you, and happy to be here on panel with you.
Hello. Okay. So Patrick Meisberger, I'm a venture capital investor from Germany. So we have, since 8 years, we have a fintech fund called Luft Ventures. We're investing only in financial services technologies, insurance technologies, and the like. We're now in our third fund. It's a 300 million euro vehicle, and about a year and a half ago, we thought well, Europe is fun, US is fun, but there's more than just the typical areas to invest into. So we put an eye on Africa, and we since then try to build inroads into the African continent, and we are now in a position that we can invest at scale here on the continent, and we are willing to do so. We have done so far 3 investments. One is not official yet, but the first one was MFS Africa. The second one, we actually did an LP investment in Launch Africa, also to strengthen our network and to support this partnership. But again, more to come, and we are very eager to learn more about this country.
Welcome to our continent. And finally, my friend, and as you guys have had, the OG, you've been in this space for a while, and thank you for the constant. And Ali is not only a member of the ecosystem, but also a father to many of us. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today morning. So I wear many hats. So let me just say I'm an entrepreneur. I dabble in tech at the intersection of marketing. I do quite a lot of policy work and regulatory work. Some people like to call me an equal opportunity offender.
You are.
And but this ecosystem of ours, Kenya in particular, and Africa in general, requires a lot more voices than we actually willing to speak about. So lots of stuff. I'm really happy to be here today. So we'll be talking a lot on this particular issue. But today, I'm wearing my hat as chair of the Association of Fintechs in Kenya. About 100 plus members, still very nascent. But I also, in this capacity in the fintech ecosystem in Africa, I'm also an executive board member of the Africa Fintech Network, which is an umbrella body of about 35 national fintechs across Africa and growing. So, Peter, thanks.
So
I'm going to have this conversation.
First of all, I am not agreeing with you wearing one hat because I know you can wear both hats. So let's start with a very. So I'm gonna ask a question, and I'm gonna start with you, Ali. When it comes to fintech regulation, and I'm just sorry, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Peter Nguni. I am a farmer's kid. I grew up in this area milking cows. I got tired of that, so ran away to the United States for softer life. I ended up meeting a few guys in Austin, Texas, who were the original guys to exit from .com companies, fell in love with it. So I've been an operator, I've been a founder, and in the last 5 years, I've been an investor and supporter of early stage startups. So split my time between 50% advisory, 25% is we raise alongside companies that we support. And because companies are getting big, the last part of the last 25% of my life is spent lately on a lot of mergers and acquisitions, especially in the continent. But wearing my hat, and now I'm going to ask you to wear both hats, Ali. When I think about fintech regulation, most of the time I come into the space thinking the only thing I'm fighting against is money laundering, right? Like when you think about why a regulator would want to regulate, while there are a lot of reasons why there should be regulation, protecting the citizen, there should be regulation for privacy, all. But when you go into closed rooms, generally what's being regulated, in my opinion, is just it's a veil for anti-money laundering. Would you agree? Would you?
So, look, anti-money laundering, or AML as we call it, is just one component. Albeit an important one, but it's just one component. I think let's step back a bit first and appreciate one thing. I'm presuming most of us are techies here. Am I wrong in that presumption, in that assumption? So you understand what an ERP is, an enterprise resource planning software. If I ask one of you, what is the core of an ERP? What's the core of an ERP? Without that core, you can't have other modules, because that core these other modules feed into that core, which is finance. Am I correct in that an assumption? Or anybody, please raise your hand if you think I smoked something I shouldn't have smoked today morning. All right.
We agree.
Okay. So think of the economy as an ERP, and think as financial services as a core. Now, anywhere in the world, financial services is one of the most regulated entities or sections of the economy ever. Not in the US, not in Europe. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Patrick. Anywhere. So what makes us think Africa or Kenya is different? I want you to think about that. Secondly, when you think about fintech, please to not forget one thing. The tech doesn't come fast. The fin comes fast. And fintech is not new, guys. It's not new. Financial technology is not new. It's just that now VCs like my brother here, Patrick, are so gung-ho about it. And it's changing things. It's completely changing the landscape around the financial services. So, coming to the issue of regulation, because of that, we have a situation where we have a young, vibrant, innovative tech ecosystem that wants to break into this financial services. So it's financial services, guys. Let's not forget that. When you're doing payments and you're doing also, that's financial services. Now, I have a few things that I can say about this, but let me start on our side as entrepreneurs and as techies that we must understand. Two things I would like us to think about and take home and have this conversation continuously with ourselves and others who are not here. Number one, and I love to give this analogy every time so that it sinks in when we're talking about it. And this analogy is about walking into a restaurant. There are three things you're going to do in that restaurant as you walk in. One, you are a guest sitting at the table, eating lunch, breakfast, or dinner with others. That's one option that you have. Option number two, you are serving the guests who are coming into that restaurant to eat. Now, that option number one is the best. Number two is okay, but not the best, because you're serving other people and you're looking at what people are eating. You may get some leftovers as you move along. But if you are not part of these two, you are probably on the menu being eaten. And you don't want that. And this is what happens with us in the tech industry. We don't think policy and regulatory matters are important. We think that coding and creating the best products and customer journeys are the most important. Here's the problem. Your customer journey in financial services includes regulation. So if you don't plug that in, you have a problem. So that's one component of it. The other component that I really want us to think about. So when I talk about that issue about having a seat at the table, you must engage. And there's no excuse. We always talk about regulation, but we don't really appreciate how important or how disruptive that can be to our businesses. And we have seen in the last couple of weeks that the most disruptive issue is waking up in the morning and being told that you are conducting illegal business. Because that's what the Central Bank of Kenya has told the digital lenders who had not applied to be licensed. And you don't want to be that. And you don't want to fight with the government. We all know where that's going to end. So that for me is one of the most critical things we must discuss. The other point to wrap up is that I know that we always talk about, but I am a young techie. Where am I going to get the time to engage? Guys, the reason for an ecosystem is so that you get that support. Yeah. As we love to say in Nairobi, usikonde peke yako jameni. Yeah? Don't die on your own. Right? Talk to people, associations, engage, find solutions. There's no excuse for not engaging. I mean, best examples, and we'll talk about that as we go along.
Thank you. And now you can see why we call him our dad, because Patrick, as an investor, right? So MFS, for example, that's a really good example of what Ali's talking about. Like they came from, I've watched MFS come from nothing to pretty much to you, because you're the one who took the last.
It came in quite late.
Yeah,
The company
but
was already successful.
But you understand what I'm saying? We've seen them nascent, and they've probably done the things that they needed to do to get there. From an investor perspective, what are you looking at for a company that is in multiple jurisdictions, different regulations, and playing literally in different aspects of fintech? What are you trying to look for when you're doing the diligence for that company?
Yeah, so basically, having so diverse regulation is a chance, but it's first and foremost, it's a pain for the companies individually. On the other hand, it's a chance, because if you're the one cracking the problem of multiple regulations and adjusting to that and building bridges into different regulatory systems, then you might be successful. And I think MFS has managed that. So it's a two-folded sword. And as a consequence, if we are looking at companies like that, that's exactly what we need to see. If a company is very successful in one single market, and we realize this market for itself is good but not great, and there is at some point the prerequisite that they have to internationalize and go into other markets, we need to have an understanding and get a good feeling that they have a good chance to successfully also tackle the other markets. And of course, one of the limiting factors here is complex regulation. But again, that's one of the criteria really.
And I mean, for me, again, wearing the hat that is here and skeptical, and the person who's trying to cheat regulation, that's really important. What you're saying is that as a competitive advantage, and I'm talking to you, Mark. I have a few guys here who should be. As a competitive advantage, what you're saying is, while it is a pain, a few people have figured out how to do it well in several jurisdictions, and now they become leaders in that kind of, So I think that's something, especially from a Kenyan perspective, that we should really try and lean into the regulation part as a competitive advantage, Okay, I'm going to come to you, Mr. Courier. So, company is, let's say, under 2 years old, and you're entering the space. I want now for you to talk to us about the pain or the speed bumps that you think you're facing, especially being the person who's doing both the tech and the regulation.
Okay. Thank you, Peter. I think from startup space, what we've realized is so we are just about a year old, and so I think when we were beginning, we mostly focused on our customers, focused on the product, being able to create value. But now, once we got into product market fit, trying to scale, regulation comes in. So this last week and this week we've been speaking to the CDK, and I got to understand that, like as you mentioned, it's really important because it taps into the fiscal responsibility of Kenya and of the country. So there has to be you have to be very delicate with regard to that. For our company, we also handle merchant money, right? Even individual money. So you can imagine that's also very important. You have to be very careful. And also from a startup sense, from a product sense, we also need to be very, very delicate with how we handle such intricacies, right? But now, I think with the recent development, just to put out names there, Chipa Cash and Flutterwave, and then those the DCP, the digital credit providers were told you don't have a license and proceed. It's been a very vague space in the sense that what do you need to do? What do you need to do? 1, 2, 3. How do you go about it? But I think now it's becoming a bit better, and I like that you mentioned there's there's an association for fintech, right? So that would really help. Being able to break down, into simple terms. Because you can imagine right now, if someone finishes school and they want to code, they can get a tutorial on YouTube and begin, But if someone wants to get into, regulation and getting a license becomes really, really difficult. So you could say, democratizing the space, making resources very available, very approachable, from a legal sense as well. That would be, it would really help the space.
Ali, do you charge subscriptions for?
No.
I want to start taking.
No. So
I've been producing to your next.
So the association for now, membership is free. And we are also a startup. But, and it's actually, in some cases, in most cases, actually a thankless job. Because we are spending so much time to engage. But you know what they say, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. But Kevin, I would like to give you hope. And also a point of caution for all of us. I know we are all sort of brought up by this Kool-Aid about move fast and break things. And it's good. I think it's a good ethos. But I want you guys to temper it with this statement that I'm just about to make. Central bankers neither move fast nor do they break things. So how do we meet halfway? You must continue to drive your innovation. You must continue to test. You must continue to look at ways to growth hack this regulation thing. For example, partnering with banks. The association is currently working with certain partners. I'm not at liberty to mention those partners right now, but these are partners that are regulated, that are strong in the market. We are working on an open banking policy in conjunction with policymakers and regulators. And that will solve a lot of our problems. One of the things that we always forget when you talk about regulation is that policy comes before regulation. Hence my issue about having a seat at the table. You must be able to speak to policymakers. Having said that, one of the things I've started speaking with a lot of policymakers and regulators is simply this. This, as far as Africa is concerned, is the future. The tech ecosystem, the young people building stuff with so many roadblocks. How about we start turning this conversation? And instead of pushing these young people, we start saying, look, let's take the view that this is something that requires to be nurtured. The same way the agricultural sector, when I was growing up, used to have extension workers. So the extension worker, when they come to your father's farm or your mother's farm, they don't come with a kiboko. If you've not done this well, we hit you. No, they teach you how to do it. Now, not everybody is an MFS. Not everybody is a cheaper cash. Not everybody is a Flutterwave. And look, they're having problems that they are trying to resolve because of whatever issues they have been facing. So let us turn this and let us continuously have this conversation with regulators. I would really have hoped that my brother Nick Nesbitt was here today.
That's why I'm having you wear both hats. So,
yeah. Because Nick is very forward-thinking. Yeah. He's now the chairman of the Capital Markets Authority. And the Capital Markets Authority is probably one of the more forward-thinking regulators. Yes. His perspective would have been great. Yeah. But, I spoke with him before we started that he passes on.
We want to apologize for that. But I think we get to speak freer when the regulator is not on the panel. That's what.
But that's the thing, Peter. I think one of the problems that we face is that we fear that if we speak the truth, we will get hit back. Guys, I promise you one thing. Just speak your truth. It's your truth. I have been speaking my truth
for a long time.
I'm still here standing. I hope I'll still be able to walk out here today.
You will. Patrick, I want to ask that you become our father in a different way, right? So again, Africa is super young. There are things that we've not paid attention to well. And from someone who's coming from Europe, and I think Europe is the leader globally when it comes to privacy, when it comes to knowing your customer, when it comes to protection from a customer perspective. You know, like for me, there are a lot of things that because we are the nascent stage, every time we walk into a building like this, we leave our IDs and numbers at the bottom of the... There are so many ways that we are not protecting, we are not being good stewards. I just want you to talk to us about what that journey would look like and how we can be better as a community.
Yeah, I think there's one, first of all, I would like to say before, I think there's one common ground for everybody. I think we all agree certain regulation, especially in financial services, is absolutely necessary in life.
Yes.
Because fintech as well as incumbent banks are handling very precious personal data of their customers. They're handling money, wealth of their customers. So it has to be protected. And I think that's a common ground where incumbent banks, of course, but also fintechs are absolutely fine with to comply with it. The problem kicks in if regulators start tending to over-regulate. Imposing restrictions, for example, you need to have a license, for example, providing alternative lending. You need to have a license for whatever. That is the main problem, and we have seen that in Europe as well, where a lot of over-regulation came, and over-regulation, unfortunately, then, looking at the topic of this panel here, started to, let's say, make it more difficult to disrupt financial services for fintech. It's simply because if you have a startup and comply with every little bullshit, you're in trouble. You cannot keep up with that. And that was recognized at some point. And actually in Europe, there was one initiative, first of all, which is very important. It should be a blueprint here also, especially for the East African side, that European Union agreed we have to have a common rule set. So having a basic line of a common ground where everybody has, we subscribe to these rules, this should be the minimum regulation. And if you comply to that, you are not only eligible to do your business in Germany, you also can passport this license to France, to Denmark, wherever. Reason for that is every market is fairly sizable, but to build really global companies, they are all too small. Similar like here. So that's why they realized, okay, we have to unify. And the second thing which they did, we call it post-innovation. So the European Union decided about 20 years ago, we need to do something to, let's say, break up regulation and enable financial services, third-party players, fintechs, that time they were not called fintechs yet, but third-party providers to get access to infrastructure and data from incumbent banks. So they initiated something called PSD, Payment Services Directive, which had one aim, leveling the playing field, forcing banks to open up their data, access to customer data, and even actually allowing third-party providers accessing the infrastructure of banks, so initiating payments, for example, based from bank accounts. Still not done yet. Good path. PSD1 was done. PSD2 is still a little bit shaky. And these are very important initiatives in order to not only make sure that there's a certain minimum regulation available, but also to enable innovation and disruption from third parties like fintech.
Thank you. I think Ali, you had to leave, but you're still good. Okay.
But before he does, we're also going to do some questions.
Yes.
So
So that's what I wanted actually, is to actually throw it to. Yes, please respond, and then who's with the mic? We will take questions after. Okay, good.
So I think Patrick has raised a very, very important point. The PSD1 and PSD2 has been great for Europe. That's the reason why you're finding some of the most successful neobanks actually based in Europe. And that whole conversation has led to the whole conversation around neobanking. And you see that even some of the infrastructure fintechs in the US, like Blade, have a bigger market in Europe than in the US. Yes. Because the US is another convoluted regulatory chaos. It's complete chaos there. So I think that issue sort of dovetails into my conversation around why are we just leaving the responsibility to innovators? Why are policymakers and regulators meeting us halfway? This is a conversation that we must continue to have without fear of ever.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Questions, guys?
I know Ali and Philip need to leave, so yes, let's do some of those questions. I have one, so let's see if anybody here has as we go. Let me ask.
Start with yours so that
it's I also want to fintech, as you know. The funnel between, we have an idea, we've tested it, it shows promise with 30 people becoming 300 in less than 27 days. And then we build something a little bit more robust. And then we come out to CMA and we're like, we need the sandbox, which is in Kenya, for example, right? And we apply for that and we wait 6 months for a response. How do we, that's where the problem is. Because you see now what happens is, practical example, we apply for a catalyst fund, we apply for Techstars, we do all the things, we get to the final stage. And now it's time to start, getting into, let's look at your due diligence. Do you have regulation? Is always the ditch we will fall into. And so what happens is, and you saw this with Dash from Ghana, where they raised $2.8 million, and then the next week, both the Central Bank of Ghana, Central Bank of Kenya, and I think the Central Bank of Nigeria, they shut them down. Yes. So even if you have the money in the bank, and that 32 is not small money, the fear that you're going to get destroyed by one letter with the banner of the Central Bank of your country at the top is a thing that fintechs face. How do we fix that?
So, Tony, that issue of Dash was actually a very interesting one. And you hear different, varied opinions about that. Look, the facts of the matter, here are the facts. Dash raised $32 million. Probably one of the highest seed level funding ever in this continent. All right? So, why then did the Central Bank of Ghana shut them down? So, number one, the Central Bank of Ghana has a fiduciary responsibility to the financial services sector to ensure that the players who play in that space are, have ticked all the boxes from a policy and regulatory perspective. So mistake number one, Dash. You do not announce to the world that you are building the one API for Africa. Guys, just in case you are not sure, Africa is not a country. It's 54 countries, number one. So, making those high-sounding claims just annoys regulators. Okay? Building, move fast and break things, guys, does not work with central bankers especially. So that's lesson number one. On the flip side, if I was the Central Bank of Ghana governor and the guys in charge of fintech, I would call Dash. Okay? I'll call Dash in and tell them, guys, remember what I just told you about smoking something you didn't smoke in the morning?
Tuck in your chain.
Yeah, just take a chill pill. Here's how you do this. Meanwhile, we are going to work together to make sure that you are compliant. That's how I'll do things. But guys, guess what? I'm not a regulator.
I think Tony,
I'm not a regulator. The thing about to ensure that we do this again, we must take a multi-stakeholder approach. We must. Last but not least, guys, take my comment about having seat at the table very seriously. And let me start by going to the bottom. Each one of you has a vote. Each one of you here has a vote. Who have you voted in today? When was the last time you had a conversation with your MCA, leave alone your MP or governor? When was the last time? When has the tech ecosystem invited politicians, Sakaja, or whoever, to come, let them understand what we are doing? We think it's beneath us. Here's the problem about politics. Again, back to my analogies. Politics is like your operating system. Without your Android or iOS, you can't access your phone or your tablet or your computer. Why are we taking so much risk with our iOS? Let's organize. That's all I can say.
Patrick, you want to?
I think you asked a very clear, straight question, like what do we need to do in order to get regulation right and help us to be innovative and disruptive? I think, it's always the fish is thinking from its head. You have to walk to your government, and tell your prime minister, or you have to talk to your head of minister for economics. I don't know what the structure is here. Invite him and explain him, look, we're looking at it's not only about fintech, it's also about innovation in digital service overall. Literally 50-60% of all companies we are looking at have some kind of financial services component. If it's transportation, it's always a payment component with it. So do you, Mr. Prime Minister, do you want to have prospering and digitizing society and economy? Do you want to make this country grow and prosper? Do you want to help not only having 20% of the population have a bank account, you want to have 100% of the people having a bank account and being able to do savings, lending, and all these kind of things? Then you need to instruct your regulator to open up regulation and to have a straight and simple rules or a set of rules. That's how it should work. Talking to the regulator doesn't make sense from the perspective. At least in Germany, if you would walk to the regulator and you ask them, you have to change this and that, they would never do that because there's always a lobby coming from the banks, especially trying to suppress any kind of innovation. PSD2, PSD1 has been a nightmare in Europe, where the banks were pushing hard, very hard. It only happened because there was pressure really from the EU, from the national governments, and without that, nothing would have happened.
Back to the vote.
So I would say a third thing, and then I think I'm gonna come in between you two and say both paths, and I'm talking now to Korea and the young guys. The one thing that I've seen done well with the MX Spaces of this world, Safaricom, is they knew it was, and to you, right? So we are friends. I am telling you today, we know that the reality is going to be somewhere in between what they're saying. But the reality is you raised $32 million. The reason people like us are there is, I think the big failure was you raised $32 million. You announced to the world that, but if I look at your board, you don't have a single person who's ever dealt with compliance, no regulation. And you saw it happened, by the way, I keep saying this, globally. There's no company that has ever IPO'd that doesn't have flat-out problem. Uber, Airbnb, Saudi Aramco, like you will have to have grown-ups in the room if you want to get somewhere. So the first thing you do, any one of you guys, is say, okay, I am alone, but I need to find, like, who are the OGs that can knock on Sakaja's door and they can knock on CBK's door. Because there's no way you're going to be rolling in 50 countries without regulation. So figure out who are the people who are walking alongside you on this journey. And I would take, out of 32 million, I'll take 5 million, day one, and just put it towards governance and regulation.
And lobbying.
So,
Yes.
so, to just add on to that, I can't understand for the life of me how you can raise $32 million and have such gaps in your compliance.
Yeah.
I
It
can't.
says a lot about the due diligence of
Yes,
the people
yes.
who give you the money as well.
So, to my brother Patrick, with all due respect, maybe in Europe you don't need to talk to regulators. In Kenya, in Africa, that's a completely different conversation. We have to talk to regulators every day. We have a famous saying in Nairobi, vitu kwa ground is different. Things on the ground are completely different. The thing about what I would agree with you is that that conversation needs to change. The nature of that conversation needs to change. It needs to be less
I would say confrontational and more collaborative. I think which is what
less a glass half empty as opposed to a glass half full. When I'm sitting with my guy, my compliance guy, who's sitting with the regulators need to tone down some of the conversations.
Yes.
Then, with all due respect, we don't need to make public statements.
Exactly. Yes.
You have thousands of people who depend on those, on those organizations. Let us be circumspect on how we deal with this nascent, fragile ecosystem. And I say this without fear of it. Back to you.
Any questions as we
Let
as we
me
wind up?
just
Yes.
add. Let me just add on top of that. Yeah?
Let's make sure you get a microphone over there. Somebody else with a question, so we can close this. Yeah. Okay. So So there's one gentleman behind there, and then we can conclude.
In point, I think it's also very important for it to be collaborative, because what we've noticed is like there's so much innovation coming out, but then usually you find like regulation and policies are usually lagging so behind. So you can imagine with regards to PSPs, we've had Cellulant who's been there since 2003. We had Pesapal who's been there since maybe 2007. But they just got their PSP licenses this year. So it would be nice to have players in the industry to be able to bridge that gap. So that it becomes a discussion on, okay, we want to have this license for this reason. As a fintech, this is what we want to do, and as a regulator, this is what we want to do. How can we, marry
Bring that, collaboration again, sir.
All right, thank you. My name is Andrew Anjiro. I work with PricewaterhouseCoopers, largely doing mergers and acquisition. And I've had the privilege of working with, I think, Ali on the CTUK report on the status of the legal framework for fintechs in Kenya. And I think part of the conversation and findings from that report was really on the predictability as well as the certainty and complexity of various legislations, from when you look at Kenya. But I think I've also had the privilege of working with investors on one hand, and then with fintechs who are coming up and raising funds on the other hand. And as we look at making Kenya the preferred destination, when you look at the big four countries in Africa that are fighting for that number one slot, I think one issue which has not yet tilted in favor of Kenya is really the legislative framework and policies from a tax perspective. I think as much as then we are talking about the regulators from a legal perspective, I think the regulation of fintech from a tax perspective is equally not as friendly as it should be, even when you look at countries like Rwanda, which is not part of the Big Four, I think we are already getting another beating from Egypt as well. And I think my comment is, when an investor sitting in Germany or Europe or the US is looking at the four countries and is looking at the, where will I get more value for my money in terms of extraction? Where will I get, higher cash flows? I think, Kenya, we would ordinarily try to rank lower than the rest. I think, my question or my comment is, do we feel like we are playing the rightful role as a country and as members of the fintech society to try and influence the conversation on how we are taxed and how, our revenues, as much as we are growing, do we need a tax holiday for a couple of years? Is that conversation really happening, or have we resigned to fate and we are only looking at it now from a legal perspective and, looking at CMA and the rest? I think that's my comment.
So let me summarize. Great comment. Let me summarize this question. Ali, do we need and do we have a lobby group? Patrick, did a lobby group make a difference in Europe? I think that's basically what he's throwing at you. Patrick, go first, so we know how you managed to get the PS.
Of course, you always need to have lobby groups, otherwise it doesn't work. Again, I'm talking about big changes. Not, let's say, the little micro regulation. Of course, every company, every fintech company is responsible to have a good relationship with the regulator and work on a day-to-day basis. But if you want to change major things, like, for example, uniting with other countries, the regulation framework, for doing this kind of imposed innovation by implementing something similar like PSD2, you need to have really governmental backing. They have to understand what it can bring as value to the company. And that, of course, requires lobbying from any sources.
So please, Ali, close this up.
So there are certain things that I'm not at liberty to say because it may just unnecessarily.
Which is why you're on the panel. Just say them. Say them. Be bold.
Okay, as much as I'm bold, it may sort of affect detrimentally some of the things that we are working on. So to answer you in
a murky kind of way,
is that there is work being done.
Okay, that's fair.
There's a lot of work being done. What we need to do is talk more, engage more. And guys, for those of you who know me, I speak to everyone. It does not matter your station in life. I speak to everyone. I have a LinkedIn profile that is my engagement platform. I speak to everyone. If you have ideas, you have thoughts, you think I should not be smoking what I'm smoking every morning, please talk to me, because those things feed into some of the work that we are doing. I'm happy that he raised the issue on some of the work that we've done with PwC. In 2019, we did the first fintech policy guide note anywhere in Africa. How many of you even read that document? We are updating this now as we speak, and we'll be calling for conversations for you guys to feed into that document. Then we are going to take that guide note and we are going to seek audience with the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury, the professor.
All right.
Can I just say
Peter,
one
close it, because now we have
last thing? I know we have to go to a different guest. Thank you, by the way, for being part of this panel. I also, just to say this, and this I want a lot of the people who are innovators to hear. Like for me, I'm taking bets on companies that will not be East African companies, right? The reason MFS is in your deck, in your portfolio, is because it is a Pan-African company, not just an East African company. Like from an East African perspective, that's something that Kenya has always, or our ecosystem has always lagged behind. Like a Nigerian company will get here before we get there. Like we no longer are looking at any of the people we're working with as a Kenyan company, or you're either gonna be global, work at global standards, so build a global team, or not, right? So we have to start home and do what we need to do at home, but But in 24 months, you need to start knowing how you're going somewhere. So that if, for example, God forbid, you're shut down in Kenya, your company is not dead, you have other places to be. So, Changamkeni.
Listen to that. Gentlemen, ladies, let's give these good people a hand. Thank you so much, all of you, for coming through. I appreciate all of you. Please, karibuni chini. Let's sit down. And get the mics over there. Say hello. Somebody has left a bag. There's a bag. I don't know whose bag that is. All right then. So we're going to have fireside chat real quick. Innovating and investing in sustainable tech as a mitigator for long-term inflation. So Philip and Ronald coming on stage real quick. So we have Philip Kirfokov, he was here yesterday, Startup Bootcamp, Afitech. We have Philip Gasatura from Rwanda, we just met this morning, Catapult Ventures. And we have Ronald Mugaiga, EcoMac. Gentlemen, take seats. The chairs are not very well arranged. Yeah, actually, no, they're great. They're actually really good. So we can see the screen and the photo.
Are you going to stand?
I am not going to stand. I'm going to go over here on the side.
We need one more chair.
One more chair, I think. Yeah. I'm the one more person.
Are we just chatting amongst ourselves?
You can chat amongst yourselves, but I'll be here so that you don't stay here for 2 days.
Love it.
Thank you so much. All right then, there you go. Okay, innovating and investing in sustainable tech as a mitigator of long-term inflation. That's a tough conversation, especially now. We've looked at what's happening to the pound. We're looking at the dollar. We're seeing how the whole world generally is being beaten up by the situation economically. So as we start this conversation, I want us to do a couple of things. Let's take 1 minute to introduce ourselves, and then let's jump into the conversation of what, first of all, is innovating as far as long-term inflation is concerned. And then let's talk about investing in sustainable tech as a mitigator of that problem. Does that work? Yeah, it's good?
That works. Brilliant.
Ronald, you want to go first?
Thank you so much. My name is Ronald Mugeiga. I'm the CEO and founder of ICMAC Tech Brands. ICMAC is a social enterprise that recycles plastic waste in cities and communities into construction bricks.
Thank you, Ronald.
Philip Kirchhoff with Startup Bootcamp AfricTech. And actually, we're very honored to have EcoMac as one of our portfolio companies that came through the last cohort. We are a Pan-African accelerator program looking for incredible startups. And of course, climate tech is one of the ones that's most exciting for us and most relevant for this conversation.
I have so many questions to ask about that climate tech buzzword that we are not very clear about. Other Philip, let's talk.
Hi, Philip, originally from Uganda, but I stay in Rwanda. So to all my Kenyan friends, I want to apologize on behalf of what's going on the other side. He was promoted, don't worry. But I'm here with Catapult Africa, and it's a Norwegian venture capital fund based in Oslo, focused mainly on climate and ocean, but here in Africa, ag and climate, and I'll speak to that one as well. And we got about 100 companies that we invested in, and excited to be here in the continent. So I've been here the last 2 days and really excited to hear what we're seeing here today.
Nice. My name is Tony. I am from Kenya. Very annoyed at the Ugandans because you saw what they did. For those who have no context, the President Museveni's son talked about how he's going to invade Nairobi and in 2 weeks capture the city. We found that fun because it's on Twitter. So we're like, okay, cool. Okay, this is our crazy brother on the side here. Let's talk about the innovation, that the angle of innovation on long-term inflation. Just innovation. Let's not talk about the companies and what they do, but let's talk about what can we do to innovate when it comes to long-term inflation. Period. Remove the tech, remove the climate change, just innovation and long-term inflation. How can we do it? And I just want to caveat that by saying when cryptocurrency became popular post 2008, that was one of the biggest, I think, logical drivers for most people, because unlike gold, mortgages, housing, real estate, crypto seemed to be outside the fiat system altogether. It was extremely volatile. A lot of people have been losing and lost, but a lot more people won, and especially in the battle for a positive, I would say, brand for crypto versus the dollar. So talk about innovation and long-term inflation alone. Then we get into what is sustainable tech. Philip, let's start with you.
Well, I'll start by saying it's no longer a fad. I think today, since 2018, asset managers around the world have moved from 23 trillion US dollars to 50 trillion US dollars under management that are now focused on ESG. So it is moving that direction. This bus left. But I think in terms of what you innovate, I think when you talk about innovation to, particularly in the inflation to the average man on the ground is, look, my bread that used to cost 100 bobs is now 150 bobs, right? Yeah. That is the basic of it. And I think yesterday we were speaking with Philip is what goes into that bread, from your supply chain to your cost of goods to your financing, everything that goes in. Is there a space to innovate within there? And I think there's an opportunity just to reduce those kind of costs. And we're seeing a lot of that. But I still do believe there is a big challenge because there is a huge cost to doing that right now. And we haven't yet seen too many managers on the continent focus on that because it takes a while. So I think there is that opportunity there.
Sure. So I think inflation is more of an economic concept, and I certainly would be far outside of my depth talking about that. But what's clear from a trends perspective is that, especially when you look at things like food, fashion, transport, everything, that up until now, the carbon impact of these consumer behaviors and corporate activity has not been priced in. So, a particular topic that's very near and dear to me, but is very unpopular in Africa is meat consumption. And we know that, that historically that meat consumption is a huge contributor to climate change and carbon footprint. But especially in the U.S., the cost of that is not priced into the meat, right? So when consumers pay at the till, they're not paying for the carbon impact of that. But more and more, we're recognizing in a lot of the Kyoto protocols in Paris that pricing is going to start being put into the cost of the goods, right? And indirectly it is already, but more directly it will be. So, when you look at food, or if you look at, transportation and saying, well, petrol has a carbon footprint, that's going to start getting priced in, then things that don't have that would be cheaper. Yeah. And so from an economic perspective, the cost, the indirect cost on the planet is going to start to be something that becomes felt by consumers. And so as we talk about long-term sustainable tech, it's things that can focus on, we know that that's where the trend is going. So if you want to be on the innovative side, you start to find things that are what are the businesses that are going to thrive when some of those costs start to get priced in? And if you can be in that space, so whether it's on the food side and alternative proteins or plant-based, or if it's on the alternative energy or alternative construction, which Ronald is going to talk about, if you're in that space, then there's no doubt that you're on the winning side, right? And that's what we're really excited about. As we say, we scout, skill, and scale. So we're looking to discover the companies that have those ideas that are at the early stages of that, help them to skill up, and then ultimately to scale their solutions across the continent and really be a net exporter outside of Africa.
So as I come to you, Ronald, let me just say this, let me just throw this in there, Philip, just biggest spanner in the works for you. If the cost, and you're right, cattle are one of the greatest polluters of the world. They probably beat aviation and shipping combined. It's unbelievable. Yet the people in Africa and developing nations in general rely on them not just for food, but for complete livelihoods. Like if you take their cattle away, you might as well take them to the slaughterhouse as well, because they have no way to get around it. So if the costs of meat, if the costs of, for example, just standardized subsistence farming goods, and the cost of petrol is put into into that subsistence farmer's consumer profile, chances are they'll get poorer than they already are. And we're not talking a bit poorer, or it's in degrees of magnitude that we don't understand right now. So I'd love to hear your response to a question like that. But Ronald, talk to us about what you think innovation versus long-term inflation looks like generally.
Yeah, talking in innovator perspective, I would ask one question: are there policies to support us? Right. Yeah, because right from the beginning, when you start buying raw materials, the factory taking the goods to the customer, we need to have policies that really can support us. Maybe this could be in terms of reducing taxes, because if you buy your raw materials at a very high price, then this means we are really going to as well sell our products at a very high price. And this really affects the chain, and yeah, so I think
the scale of the business, because you talked about search, skill, and scale, was it? Yeah, so that's the scale challenge. Now let's talk about climate. And let's talk about what is that? When we talk about a sustainable, and again, we're going to come back this way, we talk about sustainable tech. What is that, starting with you?
yeah, sustainable tech this is where you come up with a technology that can really sustain itself. A technology that can employ people, it can bring in money, generate revenues, and as well as scale using the revenues that you get. So, looking at this, we look at a technology whereby you're looking at support communities as well as being able to create more opportunities in using limited resources that you have. Yeah.
Startup Bootcamp, Architect.
Yeah, and I just want to bolt on to one of the things that excites us most about Ecomac. So every brick that they make has 1 kilogram of plastic, and this is and the dirty secret about plastic is that when you recycle it, it's actually worse than because you have to burn it, melt it down, make a new bottle, right? But of course, you don't want to just throw it away. So both options are bad.
Yeah.
What they're able to do now is take that and put it into a brick that's going to be a house or a school or a hospital, and it's going to last for 100+ years. And it's not, so they're truly removing it out of the system, which is and putting it into something that has long-term value, right?
So like it's a repurpose
it's a repurpose, right?
Yeah.
And that's far better than just actually trying to make another bottle out of it, right? So it's hard when you're saying, okay, but now we have to buy all the bottles from these people, from these collectors who make it. So what they've done that's been extraordinarily, inspirational to us is they figured out a way to say, well, who has the responsibility and the cost to remove this? Coca-Cola, the water companies, these guys. Now they're able to go to those guys and say to them, you guys are responsible for taking this out of the weeds. You put it in, you created this thing, you've got to deal with it. And they're finding innovative partnerships where those companies are giving the raw materials to Ecomac to make the bricks.
Is that right?
Which brings down the cost of the bricks, which makes it much more inexpensive for people to go and build homes. So you see this virtuous circle. And when we think like innovative tech, it's more than just the tech, it's the business model itself around that. And so that's something that's really amazing that these guys are doing. And when we're looking out for startups that are in the space, we're saying, don't think about just the product itself. Think about the whole value proposition that's going to make this work and make the whole thing sustainable.
A complete circular economy of sorts. So what's happening now, and I actually want to hear this from you, Philip, is you're finding companies that were predominantly not inclusive to any sustainable tech, circular economy vibes, starting to change their business model to do it. But they're not sold into the vision. Is that what we want?
I think not being sold in the vision is a big question, because right now the question we'll ask is the pain deep enough? Is the market big enough? For instance, what Ronald is doing, a construction company saying, look, we need to move 180 degrees around to take this on. But we're not seeing that because it's not yet their pain. Over in Europe and the US, you've had now, they've got incentives. I actually got to find out about this Inflation Act, where in the US, it's about $370 billion US. In Europe, there are a lot of policies that are coming that are forcing these things. Here on the continent, we're not yet there, right? And so it's only companies that have roots in Europe or the US that are sort of having sort of take from headquarters, go down.
Yeah.
But your average company here, that's not their thinking. It is lower cost at all costs. At all costs.
That's it.
And so the pain is not deep enough because the fear of passing this on to consumers here, what he talked about, if people who consume meat having to price in the cost of carbon, we're not going to eat it, right?
No.
You're going to kill it. So here we don't have that yet, where it is, the pain is not deep enough here, and there are alternatives, right? I think one of the things that showed us a huge a way to go is this COVID thing, both COVID as well as the recent, the ongoing Russia-Ukraine crisis. When you all of a sudden wake up and figure out that, wait a minute, 90% of Africa's wheat
grain comes from
from outside.
That's insane.
Now, that to me is moving towards what are local solutions that we can use here. We're still not there because now, as soon as we got the vaccination, I can now sit here. Coming to Nairobi a year ago, it was mask, vaccination, tests, and all that stuff. Now that I can sit with Tony, we're back to importing from China. We're back to all our supply chains have been switched on again. So we're not yet, the pain's not deep enough, and the market is not yet scaled enough.
So then how, and to your point of policy, and how I don't even know, and this is my personal opinion, so I could be wrong, and I want to hear what you think. I don't think the pain was deep enough in the US or in Europe for the companies to opt in. I think governments drove that conversation. And so is it then now, to your question, a point of pain, or is it a point of policy? And how do we push it in a continent that is aware? Practical example to what you just said. So the president on Monday had his his proposed cabinet secretary or minister of agriculture start unbanning GMO that we previously had banned in Kenya for the longest time. And the previous, I would even say, minister of agriculture 10, 12 years ago, came out on the television set, on the news, and said, this is the worst mistake we could ever make, because GMO tends to be self-sustaining in that you get wheat from a company we shall not name, you plant the wheat, the first grain hoard is amazing, and then it doesn't replenish itself. And then it is blown by the wind into somebody else's farm, and then it starts growing in that person's farm. And then it starts messing up because it takes more nutrients than it should. And then in 5, 10, 15, 20 years, we have a completely depleted soil system because it's taking more nutrients than it's basically a human being on steroids. The first 5 years, you look amazing, and then the last 5 years, you look like you came back from the dead. You know, it's a switch. So when you're talking about investing in sustainable tech, and that starts getting confused with GMO, especially because it's a top-down approach, how do we make it so that this sustainable tech is not steroids? Because that's what we're seeing now. We're seeing a lot of steroids. How do we make it so that it's not steroids?
Yeah, so look, as I said, so much of it is business model innovation as well as just the tech itself. But there's, even before you have government regulation and some of the ones you're talking about, these political decisions, are just sometimes incomprehensible. But, the largest investor in the US in meat alternatives is a company called Tyson Foods. Tyson Foods is also currently the largest producer of meat in the world, right? I'll use a different word, but in a polite setting. So but they see it. They have a responsibility to their shareholders to say that, hey, the day will come when we don't do chicken anymore, or we do far less chicken than we currently do. And they already see it dropping. So they see the writing on the wall. And their responsibility to their shareholders to say, well, what's next? We have to disrupt ourselves. We have to innovate. And so they're investing in all of the meat alternatives, right? And some of those are plant-based, some of those are lab-grown. There's a whole slew of other stuff. Even in Africa now, we start to see in South Africa, there's a couple of these, technology companies and innovation companies that are really working on these alternative meats. It doesn't solve the economic problem which you were describing. That's going to be something where we have to also work on that business model. What do we replace those farmers, those sharecroppers, their livelihoods? How do you replace that? And that is something that needs to be addressed. But when we look at the adoption of bricks, and you're like, okay, if cost is the driving factor, cool. How do you make your brick cheaper? And you can find the company willing to give you a large amount of the input. He can make them cheaper. So he can actually drive adoption and conversion on the basis of cost as a first start. And then you hope that people are like super excited to say, hey, I've got a green building, maybe, at some point, he's looking at like, can we carbon offset, this building and you get credits for that? Like maybe there's models around that. But at a starting point, when lab grown meat is cheaper than the beef you're going to buy or the steak you're going to buy, people will eat it.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, it tastes the same and it's cheaper. Boom, I'm in.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
But
now we'll have to figure out the rest of the economy that used to be reliant on the meat to sustain.
Look,
themselves.
in the U.S., candidly, I don't care, right? In Africa, it's a very different thing. But in the U.S., there's no sharecropping farmers out there. There's no happy cows wandering in fields. It's all mass scale commercial, right? So that is just an abomination that needs to stop. But Africa is a very different story. Here it is. Like you said, it is generations. It's actually the wealth of. In Kenya in particular, the Maasai, the national herds. This is a fundamental part of the economy.
And the
so
as well,
it's an entirely different cultural consideration.
So to you now, when we talk about what he's just mentioned, there's a cultural attachment to things, right? Let's talk about houses and how you're especially what you're doing with bricks at Ecomac, and the plastic. Basically, Africa has been a dumping ground for the longest time for plastic. Do you see us changing our cultural behavior and moving from cutting down trees and taking mud pits and putting them on our homes, or using cement, which is also a big polluter, and moving to plastic-infused brick building for our properties and our skyscrapers? Do you see that happening in the future?
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge with this now is people's perception of culture. Yeah, because there are so many questions about this technology that come on. It's going to change, but it's going to take us years because we need to push on. We need to get so many voices. It couldn't be only me at Ecomac, but we need to have so many voices, like many young people coming up and pushing. Like I said, we still need to have policies. We still need to have government support us. Come out and say we need to change from these solutions, let's say using cement because it's polluting the environment. Let's turn and use green businesses like green brick. So when the government really comes out, it really has a voice. And if you look at the African setting, people always hear more their leaders. Yeah. So if we could have like such a voice, it really needs voices. But the brief is, there is change.
I actually read this morning, Kenya is currently 92% of its energy is renewable.
Yeah.
And the push, there was an announcement today saying they're going to be 100% by 2030.
Yeah.
And so, Kenya on the continent, there's plenty of other countries. The one I live in is one of them where it's saying, hey, we want to develop more, less sustainability. They're pushing for, more fossil fuels. Kenya is at the forefront.
Yeah.
Kenya, and from sustainability on the energy side.
Yeah.
So it naturally follows that you say, hey, in the built world, in the built economy, that you could also be a leader.
Yeah.
And that somewhat comes in policy, but it also just comes in adoption. If a consumer demand is there to say, hey, I would love to be able to put on the side of my building, on the entrance of my building, that this was built with plastic, right? 70% of the stuff you see in the walls here is all plastic.
Building.
That's an incredible story.
Yeah.
So some people will do it for PR value, right? And if you nominalize, if the cost is the same, okay, for the same dollar, you can get a 70% plastic brick versus an unsustainable brick.
Right.
Of course, take it, right?
Is it unfair, Philip, for Europe to tell Africa to start changing when, practical example, it's called Nordstrom, right? Nordstrom, the pipe. Yes. What's the pipe called? It's Nordstrom pipe. One was down last week, 2 is down now, right? So it's going to be a very tough winter. What's Germany doing? Let's start up all those coal mines again. Let's make it happen. And yes, this is strenuous circumstances. Things are really tough. But then, in general, for us, no one has ever come to heat our homes when it's raining. We're the ones. Pakistan, a third of the country is underwater now. Like, is it unfair for developed nations that have had 400 years of all the innovation that they've had, and sometimes at the expense of African countries using colonization, to build themselves where they are, to now to look at Africa and be like, you need to be sustainable, cop this, cop that. Is it unfair?
The unfairness of it, I wouldn't be a judge, but certainly I think there are merits to it. What's happening right now in Europe, that to me is more risk lack of risk mitigation, right? No one saw this coming, right? They're all moving that direction. But I think when you look at the emitters, Africa is one of the least emitters, right? We were not there. And so again, that's to the point of why emit. I think there's also over in Uganda the whole raging debate about ECOP, the pipeline that's happening right now. But that said, I think for much of Europe, they have at least the regulation and the incentive. When, again, not Europe, but over in the US, when you put $370 billion to moving people to buy electric vehicles, to reduce your fuel bills. Look, Ruto came out the other day and said, look, government, we are broke. Other people have kitty bags, right, where they can dip into or they can at least print. We can't here. And so here it is looking at what can we contextualize for ourselves here. I'll give an example here, and I like what this is here. It's not just around tech, it's innovating and investing.
For long-term.
Long term.
Yeah.
Now that is not necessarily software. There's also the hardware side of things, which is to the point what Ronald is talking about. I'll give the example over in Rwanda. Several years ago, they just came out right and said no more plastics, right? It was painful. It still is painful, right? Because plastic is still the cheapest, most hygienic way of taking what I produce from me to you, right? Yeah. It still is.
Yeah.
The alternatives are there, right? There's cellulose-based, all this kind of stuff, but that is 5 times the cost of the product.
Yeah, correct.
Again, my consumers here are not going to have that. So I think there's still space there when you look at from the built area to the in our space as well. It's in the FMCG. So when I look at back to your question around what Europe is doing, of course it is. They're one of the biggest polluters, and now they're having to fire up all those. But it does have an impact here. Again, we have COP27 coming up very soon. Yeah. And I'm hoping some of what is on the ground here can. It's difficult for them. Of course, the last couple of years they've been saying, "Look, we'll pay for it we'll pay for the developing world not to go down that route." But hey, you've seen it hasn't happened.
We saw with those COVID vaccines how it went. I don't know if they'll pay us for stuff.
After seeing what happened in COVID, there is not a leader in African continent that with their weight in gold that's going to believe that.
Ooh, yeah, Philip.
I think that the issue is that there's I'll take a step back and just say the perspective that we try to encourage is this is the opportunity. We are at a transformative moment, right? It is truly a watershed moment, and Africa has an inherent advantage in this concept of leapfrog. Like we were the leaders in the world in jumping into 4G and 5G mobile much faster than the rest of the world because not so much 5G, but 4G was in many parts of Africa, the very first mobile services that came online were 3G, 4G, right? Yeah. And so we
leapfrogged something.
We leapfrogged because we didn't have to come from a huge infrastructure of installed copper lines everywhere and whatever. It was like, hey, we just jumped straight into the next thing. So because we already have this vast, tracts of land, the idea of running cables and trying to do traditional power across that doesn't make sense. Yeah. Localized microgrids make sense. Solar powered, wind powered, thermal powered makes sense. And we can actually, we're the environment where you're not having to replace a legacy system. In many cases, there is no energy solution there. So use that to our advantage, right? Take the opportunity to go and build something in places where the market is demanding it, where there's a high need for it. And that's why we see innovative business models like pay-as-you-go for electricity on little solar, micro entrepreneurs, out in rural parts of Africa. That's an awesome opportunity. Hot swappable, batteries in motos. That's an awesome opportunity. That you can see that people can, establish, microgrids or distributed mesh networks of power all across the continent. Yeah. Like we can be the leader. Yeah. And that's really the mindset. It's like, yes. Okay, should anybody be telling us to do it? No, of course not. But whether they should or they shouldn't, we can make a lot of money.
So it's a narrative that needs to change.
We can be at the forefront.
Yeah, like we can start something instead of following something.
And we can be the dominant players. Yeah. I mean, M-Pesa, was really just a business model and a brand wrapped around a practice that was already in place here. I mean, just individuals solving, the need to be able to get money or airtime out to their rural parts. They solved that themselves,
M-Pesa came along, but it was like 10 years later that Tim Cook stood on the stage at CES and said, hey, at Apple, we've invented, mobile money or Apple Pay. Hey, you can, now you can take your phone and look at this, cool, you can like swipe it around and there's all this expensive, and kind of you're looking at it like, man, we've been doing this for like 15 years. Yeah, we do it on SMS. We have USSD, like we don't need a $1,000 phone and all this tech. But Africa didn't take that narrative. They didn't tell the story. They didn't go out and say, hey, we've invented something super cool. The rest of the world, you guys should get on board. Look how awesome this is. It just doesn't happen. So we can do that with energy. We can do that with some of these sustainable technologies and say, look, we're solving this problem in a way that's better than what you guys are doing, and we want to export it to you.
Questions? Does anyone have something they want to ask that we could be able to wrap it up with? No? I see yes, there's one there. Let's go. What is the role of the carbon credit market in this conversation?
Yeah, so for those who don't know, just basically, most of the countries have now signed on to these commitments and saying, hey, we're going to meet certain targets, and globally we have to hit these targets. And a lot of companies now are also doing the same thing. So if you're an airline, you can't run your planes today on something that's not producing a lot of carbon, right? So you're above your limit. So the way to offset that is you go out to someone who's planting trees and say, hey, your field or your farm out there, you're taking carbon out of the thing, but you're below your threshold. So that difference between where you are and what you're allowed to do is considered a credit. And there's now a marketplace where you can go and buy and sell those credits. So if you are underneath the thresholds, then you can get paid by people that are over the threshold. And it nets out to zero, right? And that's how the targets are. So cool companies, we have another company in our portfolio that's called Power Stove. They make cook stoves, and they went out and they said in Africa, and cook stoves are a great thing, but they use a clean burning pellet. And they're like, hey, so a family of 4 using our cook stove over the course of a year is far less carbon putting into the atmosphere than people that are cooking over an open fire or charcoal briquettes, etc. So they got a carbon offset. So now the cook stove, they can sell for $8, but they can get $10 per year over a 5-year lifespan. That's a $50 carbon credit that they get paid by the marketplace, by some airline out there, by some other company, is paying this company $50 for every stove that only costs them $8 to produce. Right? That's an entirely new business model.
Isn't that just cheating?
It's phenomenal.
But isn't it cheating?
No, it's not cheating at all.
It's not cheating?
No. Because look, there's no. The point is that the atmosphere doesn't care where the carbon is coming from, right? So if there's one airline that's producing too much, but there's a forest that's producing less, and the net result is that globally we're reducing it, that's just economic value.
So as long as the forest remains foresty, so you can't touch the forest. This is a good question, because
if I could,
let me. In fact, I'm coming to you quickly. Calm down, because you see what's happening with the Amazon. Did you see what's happened with the Amazon? I was watching Richard Quest, and he asked the question which I'm going to ask you now. Isn't it community hijack by corporates? Because if, for example, using this example of yours that you have given, that is really wise, the Brazilian government sells the Amazon carbon credits to whatever, whether it's World Bank or WTA, whatever. If it offers it up for, I think they're doing it for auction, so you can be able to purchase a percentage of that, and they're putting it out like an IPO. Then that means that the local folk living next to the Amazon are legally not allowed to get in there and do what they have culturally been doing, whether it's gathering what's fallen down, or do, I think they call it intricate farming or something, where you find a little space in the Amazon and you do some farming. And so that's basically said, you locals who live and rely on this ecosystem have been banned because a corporate company somewhere is paying for this forest to be able to offload carbon credit. Now you can go.
If I may, the carbon market, I think, is one of the biggest opportunities going into the future, right? Because it's a problem that is not going to go away. We are cooking, right? Whatever you want to say, whether you're in Pakistan or whatever, it's happening. And the opportunity to then be able to, yes, it does look like a, a community hijacking, but it's also an opportunity for them, right, to earn a living. Again, if there's states and governments trickles down, that is, and that's Now, that's not for me to say. The principle is it was supposed to, right? But I think the opportunity for those who have land to be able to say, look, we'll offset this one. And one of the companies I was mentioned to Philip yesterday that in one that's looking at is similar, where they're doing more geospatial. They can count your number of trees on your using space technology, your trees on your farm, and say, okay, we'll model and say this takes up so much carbon, therefore we can sell it onto to the Amazon airlines, right? And that's using some technology there, fancy technology. But I think it is an opportunity because you're not going to stop flying, right? But you can stop cutting your trees and benefit as an offset. So someone can receive that as a dividend, right? So that opportunity is there. And it's not going away. And I think that to me is a place where Africa can play. My biggest issue is the complexity in getting to the Amazons. Understanding is a huge unknown. Not many companies know what that is, because when you look at the UN, first of all, from the Kyoto Protocols, now there's the Paris Agreement, they finally agreed that one. There's how do you get the different persons that need to be able to certify that this is valid capture of this. We don't yet have within governments that infrastructure. Right. And I think that's an opportunity for guys like PwC and others to say, look, this is how we're going to help the states be able to validate that. In the US, I think Versa. There's Vera out in the
American.
Yes, American Registry of Carbon. So we don't have one on the African continent as well. So these are kind of opportunities to be able to validate. Someone needs to be able to validate that, yes. The other issue was if I sell my carbon to Amazon, I should not be able to sell it to Shell BP. And now let's talk of Shell. I think one of the things I saw, I think 2 years ago, one of the Dutch courts fined Shell.
For Niger?
No, not for Niger, for the, again, around this carbon. And when they computed it, for Shell and Exxon, those are the two biggest ones, there's not enough carbon credit to go around. So I think in getting... Globally.
Huh.
There's not
enough. And that's why there's such an opportunity. So to go back to this Amazon, the problem was that prior to this scenario, the forests were being cut down because the forests have no value in and of themselves. I mean, we all conceptually agree to the value. Yes, it's really important, but until you can put a price tag on a dollar value. So big companies were coming in and cutting down the forest to make fields for cattle to sell beef and hamburgers to U.S. consumers.
Which have a dollar value.
Right, which has a dollar value. The only way you're going to stop that is not like outrage and protest and, hey, please don't do this, and our kids and blah, blah, blah. The only way to stop it is to say there's more value in leaving that tree standing than to cut it down for your hamburger, right? And that's
dollar value versus dollar value.
Yeah, and so those communities, absolutely, this is not a perfect solution. They're being, perhaps disadvantaged. But previously they were losing the forest anyway.
Yeah.
So they're not, they're small victims, but globally the victim is all of us. Yeah. And until you can provide a economic value to reduce your carbon, right? To plant the tree, to make a clean cook stove, to make a clean brick. He's not going to do, nobody's going to be doing it if they can't sell the products, right? For all the goodness and the greenwashing and the let's all be, sing kumbaya, there has to be an economic incentive. And that's what the carbon markets do, is they provide to say, hey, Shell needs to buy more than all of the current carbon credits in the world. So, hey, it's a really good business. There's more demand than there is supply. So go and figure out a way to carbon credit your product.
Yeah.
And if you can do that, then boom, you've got an additional interesting, innovative business model. He can make bricks that are cool. If he can also add a carbon credit, bonus on top of that, even cooler.
It's cooler,
right?
And it's cheaper, and it does overcome long-term inflation.
If you remember back in the day when your parents used to tell you money doesn't grow on trees.
Now it does. Nah, that's good.
Yeah,
I saw that. Yeah.
Maybe to add something is,
yes or no?
We still have a very huge opportunity, and I think bringing on carbon credits is really nice for us. If you move around, you find so many trees have been cut down for firewood, for making buildings,
for charcoal.
Yeah, but if you now, and so many people have big farmlands where they do the other activities like grazing. So if you come, we still have young people could come on and say, hey, if you use 10 acres of your land, plant trees on it, you're going to be selling your carbon credit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're still now going to see the green Africa with it. see, because people are no longer going to cut their trees for firewood, and people are all, as well going to be turning to green solutions like green bricks.
I can't wait to see a carbon credit market. You know, like the way you have Binance or Binance for crypto. Can't wait to see something like that that's globally adopted. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big shout out to the gents and the conversation. Thank you so much, Philip, and Ronald. That was fantastic. Cool. Well done. Thank you. All right then. Where's Nathaniel? Where's the name? Yes. Are we good for? Can we snack? Can we snack? Or do we watch pictures? What do we do? We snack? We snack a bit? Ladies and gentlemen, let's snack a bit. For how much time do we have? No, we don't snack. We don't snack. We're not snacking. What are we doing? We had the fast track. I like that. Yes, we had the fast track. I saw them over here this morning checking out their pitches. It was actually really good. These guys have something really cool. The Startup Bootcamp fast track is really nice. I saw their pitch decks. I want to invest, but I'm currently raising money, so I don't have money to invest. But you know, but yes, this is actually quite cool. So we're gonna do the fast track right now. Clicker is over here. Who has the clicker? I saw it. I saw the click. Voila, the clicker. You want to come? Is your mic working? Is it working? Yeah. Yes.
It works.
Let's actually take mine. Mine is nicer than yours. Let's go.
Okay. Hi. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. So, SBC Fast Track. This is how we're going to do it today. We have 3 startups that will be pitching today. And like yesterday, they're all going to pitch for 3 minutes. And then we will get a chance to ask them questions for 2 minutes. And then the snacking would start shortly afterwards. And for the startups, the founders, and the mentors, you could grab a cup of coffee, whatever else you need, and then head down to the 5th floor where the exchange and the mentor sessions would happen. So without further ado, let's get started. First startup, Pakia.
Hello everyone. I am Wilson, the founder of Pakia. Imagine you have a neighbor. Your neighbor has a problem. And you as well, you have a problem. But what you don't know is that your neighbor holds the solution to your problem. And you also hold the solution to your neighbor's problem. This is not just a story. This is a story of 2 people, Catherine and David. Catherine is a farmer. Catherine hopes every day to transport her goods and her bananas from Meru every day to Nairobi. But Catherine finds it hard every day to locate a truck. When she locates a truck, the truck she locates, she's usually desperate and she's usually overcharged. David, on the other hand, every day parks his truck on the road in all the towns, waiting for a customer to come on foot and look for him. When David gets a cargo as the day goes by, the cargo owner usually offers another charge to David. David has no option since he's desperate. He takes up the job. Pakia has come up with a solution. We have developed a logistics system whereby we have linked the customer, that is Catherine and David. Out there are so many Catherines and Davids, so many people with cargo to be carried and no access to trucks. There are so many owners and so many truck drivers waiting for customers to come on foot and wait for them. Pakia has solved this problem. Our application, we have developed our application and we have developed a business model. Our application works in this way. As Catherine, you register, you request, you choose the location, and you request a truck. The nearest driver to you accepts the task, has the right to accept the truck or reject. Once they accept the task, they come up and pick the cargo, and they deliver on time. They receive their payment on delivery. So you will be asking yourself how we are different. We have been able to give the driver the power to accept or reject a job. We have been able to give the customer the ability to request for a truck or a pickup from any location at any given time, at any given place. So what's our market? We are aiming to get 2 million drivers, and we are hoping to be able to access 10 million customers by the end of 2024. We are hoping to tap in 25% of the market value of logistics in Kenya. You'll be asking yourself how we are going to earn this. Our business model is very simple. We earn 10% commission from each transaction. So, the team behind Pakia is this, everyone with experience of over 6 years. These are our target trucks, and we are hoping we can be able to onboard all of them. Pakia started, we did our first test on April, and we launched this month, October 2022, this year. We are hoping to be able to raise $1 million for marketing, for upscaling, and for improving technology. If you invest in us, you will be able to enjoy that. We are hoping to be the most logistic, to be able to be the most reliable logistics company in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I just wanted to understand a little bit more about your target customer, the person who wants to ship the goods. Are you aiming for more enterprises or kind of more individuals that need to, kind of move goods there?
Yes.
And then talk to your go-to-market to how you onboard them onto the platform.
Yes, we are hoping to our target customers are manufacturing customers, farmers, and we are hoping also our target customers are manufacturing customers and farmers, and also individuals from anybody in any location can be able to request to use our service. When we are onboarding our drivers, we have built a portal whereby we have given the owner the ability to upload their vehicles, and they can be able to know how much their truck is earning at any given time.
Thank you. I actually had a question on traction, but I guess I don't have enough time. The next startup would be Zuru.
Thank you very much. Otini Rawlings is my name, the CEO and co-founder of Zuru. Zuru is basically a peer-to-peer car rental marketplace which connects travelers to local car owners. Because you realize that vehicles are normally parked around 20 hours per day. They're just doing nothing. They're just in the parking. So we want to put them onto the road to the people who really need to use those vehicles in exchange for money to the owners of the vehicle. So the main problem that we are solving, first of all, is fraud, online fraud. There are guys who try to go to Google to hire a car. So you call someone to be able to hire a car to you, and then he tells you to send a deposit to him, and then he switches off his phone. So he disappears completely. So the biggest problem is fraud. And then the next issue is to be able to put the 3 million vehicles into proper use, because the guys who can drive are about 12 million, at least in Kenya. So the solution is we build an escrow account to be able to secure your money when you pay, and then the car owner gets a message that this guy has paid, so he's serious. And then we build a marketplace to make sure that these two people can actually meet. So you can see the vehicles available for hire in your neighborhood, at least 20 kilometers radius. So we've done 1,500 trips. A trip gives us a commission of around $10 average. So the market potential in Kenya is around 500 million, and the real market is Africa, 25 billion. So how does it work? You install our app, you search your location where you live, and then you can see the neighbors who are hiring out their vehicles. So you can be able to pick the vehicle that you want to use and then be able to hire. We take 10% commission for every transaction. We have other revenue models like insurance and all that. So our main competitors is Gigi. Gigi is also called buyer beware. That means they don't take responsibility for you, the risk that you take. And then the taxi is expensive if you travel like 40 kilometers distance and above. It becomes expensive for you. Buses are not flexible enough to take you to the exact place where you want to go. And in Kenya, they waste a lot of time. So our partners, Safaricom is hosting our app on their M-Pesa super app in the next 2 weeks. So we are working with with the Bolt and other players in the market to be able to give them the vehicles. They have got drivers, but they don't have enough vehicles. So we have an insurance partner, the most difficult part of it. So we have done what? We've put together a strong team of 2 technical developers and a business person with experience in insurance, car hire, and sales. So we've built the apps, the website, and the apps. They're working well. We fixed the insurance challenge, the main problem in the house. We've done a pilot and have 2 customers. So fundraising is currently underway, like right now. So we have these guys who are benefiting from our platform. They're listing their cars on our platform to get money. So this is the team, the developers and me over there. We are looking for 150,000 to be in exchange for 15% of the company to be able to help us to market and do customer service, and then operations, technology, and co-working and legal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start with the first question this time around. Somewhere along the page, you did say you earned $10 per ride, and I wanted to confirm if it was per ride or per transaction. Which obviously should be...
Okay, a ride and a transaction is the same thing actually, because when they pay you per ride. So it just says something.
So my question actually is it a ride in the sense of Uber ride?
No, it's self-drive.
Per hire, per car hire.
Oh, per hire.
Okay. Yeah. Questions?
What's been the appetite? Because if I have bought myself a very brand new car, the risk is, hey, Ujama, if he goes and knocks my car, it's not just the cost of repair, it's the time that I now have to spend, right? So I would rather keep it in my garage on the road. Or what's been the appetite for uptake of this kind of thing?
Basically, there's the number of people who want to list out the vehicle are so many that at times we don't have the customers to be able to give those people. So, of course, there are people who have bought their favorite car and they wouldn't want to hire it. Yeah, but many people, they don't have that very expensive car, and they just have one average kind of car. So they would want to get money from it, and especially the days when we had the pandemic, the guys who work from home. So they will prefer to get an extra coin from that car as opposed to parking it in the parking lot. Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. Okay, the third and final startup for today is Radava. Let's give it up for her. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Josephine Adeti. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Radava Mercantile. We are linking agriculture to the financial markets. Due to inefficient markets, over 250 million smallholder farmers in sub-Saharan Africa fail to market their produce and manage price risk effectively. As a result, their working capitals keep shrinking and shrinking, threatening their livelihoods as well as food security. So this problem was very clear to us when we interacted with Neema. Neema is a maize farmer from Sibanga village in Western Kenya. When we met Neema, she was on her way from the market. So we got curious and asked her, Neema, how much is a bag of maize? How much are you selling it? She said, $22. We were shocked because just before the harvest season, the same bag of maize was retailing at $54. And from simple calculations, you can clearly see that Neema lost over 100% of her potential income due to market inefficiencies. And to be more specific, price fluctuations. So in order to help Neema to get better return on her investment, we first provide Neema with access to efficient and well-equipped warehouses where Neema can bring her produce until it can keep her produce until it fetches a better price. We also give her the ability to use her agricultural produce as a collateral for accessing loans, support she needs immediate finance. We provide her with real-time market information and also help her to sell her produce to a good market. We have a product which is double-sided. We are housing on one end, linking to agricultural commodity exchange markets on the other end. It works exactly like the foreign exchange market and the stock market, but instead of trading in shares, you invest in agricultural commodities. And in this way, you are helping farmers to connect them to a global marketplace. This is how it works. Smallholder farmers like Neema bring their produce to a warehouse during the harvest season until they can fetch a better price. We issue them with a blockchain-backed electronic receipt, which can be used as a collateral for them to access loans, suppose they need immediate finance. And also the same receipts can be traded and transferred from one person to the next, just like you transfer a title deed from one person to the next. And the market opportunity for this is big. Across Africa, there's $2.1 billion demand of agricultural produce like grains and cereals. In East Africa, it's $10 billion, and in Kenya specifically, it stands at $500 million, which is the annual demand for grains and cereals. And we make our money from transaction fees, where we charge 5% commission for every commodity transacted and 10% commission of the off-takers. We have been in the markets for less than a year, and in the past 6 months, we have transacted 230 plus tons of white maize, and we have serviced 650 smallholder farmers, created 45 jobs in the process, and generated a revenue of $14,608. We have competitors like Comex, Afex, Gisoko, but we are better than them because our platform is democratized, enabling even the lowest income earners to participate. This is our amazing team that is responsible for this. I am the CTO with a tech background, and we have the CEO and the CEO, and our investment task is $600,000 so that we can invest in the tech, marketing, and development so we can serve over 10,000 smallholder farmers and generate revenue of $120,000 monthly. Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you so much for that. I'd just like to understand your go-to-market for both the smallholder farmers and for the buyers on your place.
The question was your go-to-market strategy, both for your smallholder farmers and the buyers in the marketplace. Remember, you don't have time. So 10
seconds. We connect them to the marketplace sales. So we help them to sell the agricultural produce through our marketing exchange, Radava Mercantile. So they bring their produce to our warehouse during the harvest season, because if they sell it at that time, they're going to incur a loss when they consider other factors of production, the investment that they made. So we link them to off-takers who can purchase the receipt from our warehouse, so they transfer their ownership to the off-takers at a better price for them. That's to connect them to the market.
Okay, that's it for today. Just a few final words. One of the goals of the fast track events and the fast tracks that we do is really to, like I said yesterday, stimulate the ecosystem. And so if you're here and you have, because I noticed there's a gentleman at the back who wanted to ask a question, and you are welcome to join us at the 5th floor. And if you're here, you have questions for them, or you think that there's an introduction that you could make for them to take their business to the next level, please join us. Because ultimately, it's about the founders, it's about the startups, and everything we can do to help them grow is absolutely welcome. So thank you all. I know we're all aiming to go over there and get some snacks, so I guess the time's now. Remember, get a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, and then head downstairs to the 5th floor. Thank you all.
Mic check, mic check. Is it okay?
believe in love right now, raise your hands up high. Feel the love generation covering the world with love. Come on.
Yes. All right, all right, all right. Okay, so as we settle in, I have a question. Bro, put me up over here. As we settle in, I have a question. It's an important one. Give me a minute. Let me have a minute of your time. This is a serious situation. Check me. No, it's okay. Yeah. That's okay. Yeah, it's okay. All right, so this is my current situation. Philip, I'm in trouble here. I need some help. I have two containers. One is 4 liters in size. One is 5 liters in size. I'm waiting to see how many I get. And I need 3 liters. Who can help me? All right, let's do it again. No, I'm gonna tell you after lunch. All right, let's put down the music and let's play a little story. Okay, let's pull out our phones, please. Everyone pull out their phones. I want you to get onto a website and do my thing over here. Let's go to menti.com. We tried this yesterday, it failed. Some of you may know the answers. Menti.com, and this is the code. Let's put out our phones. Let's go on menti.com. And put your phone. I'm waiting to see. There's going to be a number over here. It's going to start. Let's see if there's anyone who's shown up. Go to the next screen. Go next. Let's see how many people are there. There's one person. The fox is first. Then there's a bear, a truck, a tiger. We have 4 people. I'm waiting for like 30. Let's go, people. It is menti.com. And the number is 47935491. How you're adding. There's somebody who's engaged over here. There's a rose. There's a cat. There's a football player, a ship. Let's go. There are 10 people. I'm waiting for 30. Come on. Be focused. Let's do it. You can't tell me you have a feature phone and you can't do this. Put yourself over there. I see you. Do you see yourself, first of all? On your phone, you should just see the image of what you are. Is that correct? Maybe. Maybe not. Is that what you're seeing? Maybe. Penguin, are you seeing yourself? Are you also seeing other people? Let's keep going. We have 20 people, 10 to go. I'm going to sit down and laugh at you. Because you might be wrong. Okay. 22 people, 23, 24, no, 22. This is the person who was playing my emotions yesterday. They'd log in and they'd log out. Then they log in, then they log out. 25, 30. 5 more people, then we go. I love the one who's in love at the top. These are the people who are lucky in this life. When it's raining, they have someone. The rest of us, we have our computers. 25 people. Let's start with 25. Okay. The game is pretty simple. You're going to see a question, and then you're going to have a very short time to respond to the question, and then we're going to see who wins. And then at the end of that, you get some points if you're doing well. We have 27 people. Let's go next. Question number 1. Look at your phone. Don't look at me. Look at your phone. Which of the following is not in the big 5? Put the answer. It's not 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. And the answers are here. Let us see who knows what they know. Oh my God. People, 16 of you are smart, 7 and 6, 15 of you are tourists. You need to go outside, take a trip. The cheetah is not one of the big 5. Surely, lion, yes. Leopard, yes. Rhino, yes. Buffalo, yes. What's the last one? It's the elephant in the room. That's the one. So now you know. Let's see the points. Next. Let's see who's doing well. Who was number 1 with their thumb? Who's quick on the money? The results are, and the current winner of this situation is, if your internet has failed me, my heart will break. This is where people get hypertension, right here. Can we see the results then? Voila! No, wait, one more time. If this doesn't work, we're just going to go to the next thing. It's not working? Yesterday it failed, then we wasted 15 minutes waiting for it. It's not working. There we go. And then it didn't even come. We're not going to spend any more time. You should have finished. What's wrong? Peng is first, Sis, Jill. Okay, so you're kind of doing, all of you have like a point to do. This is like Kenyans running against Kenyans. This is kind of the same thing. All right, if the second one doesn't load as fast, then we're just going to skip this and go to the next thing. Let's go to the next one. Question 2 of 5. Okay, real quick. Answer fast to get more points. You know how it works. Which is Kenya's most popular car make? Nissan, Toyota, Peugeot, Subaru, and Land Rover. 3, 2, 1. This is pretty obvious. I expect no failures. If you fail, you leave the conference. What are these Nissan Subaru people doing? 2 people shouldn't be here. What is wrong? It is Toyota. Everywhere you go, it's it's super popular. Yeah, the leaderboard has returned. Has there been a change? Kind of, not really, not. It's the same. Peng is up there with Sis and Jill. Mokami, Sis, what happened? Is she one of those who said Nissan? This is where we start getting people. It's good to see that next one. Let's see. Question 3 of 5. It's pretty straightforward. Let's press enter to start. Again, this internet, eh? I have. What's wrong? Sissy have. Both of you. Was it the merger that confused people? Let's go. Press next, press enter. I heard you tap with force. She's tapping. Can you see her? Can you see the enter button? It's going blue there. Click enter. Internet. Press once. Press 1. Okay. Question 3. Now you've highlighted the text. Nathaniel, if I just pass time, tell me, Tony, there it is. Which is the most important thing in a Kenyan household today? Unga is flour, maize meal. Sabuni is soap. Mkate is bread. Airtime is airtime. Dawa is medicine. You didn't hear me the first time, drop. Let's see what you think. 14 of you got it right, and 11 of you got it wrong. It is not maize meal, it is airtime. I'm also stressed by this. I'm quite concerned. It's quite interesting, eh? Most people believe in airtime than anything. Have things changed at the top? Let us see. Peng's still up there. Mokami's still up there. But Peng was so quick on the money. And he put his name so we know who he is. He's at the back over there. Okay, not much has changed. But we're doing well. Next one, 4 5. This one's interesting. I like this one. Answer fast to get more points. We have one more question to go. After. What is wrong with this picture? Look at that image really well. Look at it. Look at it. And then answer the question. You got 10 seconds, 8 seconds, 6 seconds, 3. What's wrong with that image? Let's see how many of you get it. This is how you know those who have eyes. Time's up. The date, there's nothing like June 31st. The computer is off. What could possibly, you see, this is a techie. This is a techie they never shut, they don't even understand the power button on a computer, what it's for. The date over there is 31st June, doesn't exist. Okay, let's see who's winning. Has it changed? This is the heart-wrenching loading results section. This is how we should be getting answers to our exams in school. Did you get into university or will you be a cobbler? This is how you know. Loading results, we're waiting. Who's number 1? Let's see. Peng is at the lead. No, he jumped it. Now we don't know. She jumped it. She pressed enter so many times. There we go. Has Peng been removed from the top? Is Mokami over there right next? No, it's the same ish. It's kind of the same. It's dropped at the bottom. Peng is the Kenyan marathon runner at the front. All right then. the last question. Pay attention to this. It's another picture question before we start. Picture question. All right. I don't know if it's loading results for the question. I can see you're stressed from here. You're really sweating over there next to that computer. I understand. This is the last question. Let's do it before we start the next FMCO, guys. If you're on that, prepare yourself. Question. Look. Did you click next? Did you? Yes. Question 5 of 5. Press enter. And this is the last one. Look at your phone. How many colors are in the picture? Yes. If you're colorblind, we apologize for not being fair. How many colors in the picture? Are there 3 colors, green, white, and red? 4 colors, green, white, red, and pink? 3 colors, green, white, and pink? 4 colors, green, white, red, and black. How many colors are there? There are 3 colors. Just go back to that image. Go back to the image. This is where you see people are saying, no, I'm going to call my lawyers. Who's winning? First, let's see who won. It's the same. It's the same. Let's give Peng a hand. Come on now. It's like you knew it. Let's go back to that picture before we start as we get everyone from FMCO to come up. Let's go back to that picture real quick. If you pay attention, I want you to calm down so you don't get me outside and start saying I'm a liar. Go back. Did you go back one time? Just click on show me the whatever, the non-presentation. Just show me like the deck. So you come over here and you press cancel. Am I here? No, here. There's a box. No, the next one. I'm sorry. This minute is on me. As the host, I apologize. Press here. So you remove the presentation. Yes. Now put the other presentation, which has the slide deck. I know I'm eating into 2 minutes of your time. I just want to calm you down before we start. Because it's important. I see people annoyed. Bring it. Do we have it? It's lost. FMCO presentation, where you guys? All right. Which is going to be the first one? You ready? Let's put his slide deck on board. I'll show you guys over lunchtime why there are 3 colors and not 4.
All right. Morning, everybody. How are we all doing? Oh, wow, you don't sound good. No, I know.
Give yourself the hand, by the way, for such a good job with that. Clap for yourself. That was actually quite nice. I appreciate that. Very, very good.
Great. So my name is Roper. To those of you who have not met me yet, maybe you met me through email. But anyway, I'm here to stand on behalf of our partners, FMO. So FMO is the Dutch Development Bank. And today we are going to be running a pitch track that they are sponsoring. So the FMO Ventures program is going to be supporting 7 startups who are working within the agri-tech, fintech, and energy tech space in Ghana, Morocco, and Tanzania. So since we're in East Africa, we are hosting all the Tanzanian startups for that. So all the startups are going to be part of the Africa Rise program, which will enable them to get access to things like AWS credits, to masterclasses, mentorship support, and also the finalists will get to join us in Cape Town, in beautiful Cape Town in November. So yes, fantastic. All the best to the startups.
Nice. I want to come. Can I come? On a host. All right. So the rules are simple. 5 minutes, then 3 minutes of questions. All right. At about 4 minutes, 50 seconds, I'll tell you 10 seconds to go. And then at 5 minutes, I will shut you down. Rumo Energy is first. Here you go, good sir. That's you.
4 people die every hour in Tanzania due to household air pollution from dim kerosene and firewood. We have a mission to eradicate dim kerosene to save lives. Good afternoon. My name is Harry Marco. I'm a co-founder and CIF of Rumo Energy. 75% of rural area in Tanzania, they don't have access to electricity. And learning environment at home is difficult. Interesting story is this. The alternative energy is available in the market. The challenge is the distribution. What we do, we created this eco-distribution to ensure that the grassroots have access to alternative energy. How we do, we customize the product to be affordable and to reach the basic need, which is lighting and charging mobile phones. Also, we integrate community agents in the distribution process to own the process to ensure the product is accessible within the village. Also, we support acquisition so that we can empower these people to access the product by giving them a flexible payment plan. Yes. Our business model is simple. We just pay $0.2 per day, and then use solar lamp, and then charge all family mobile phone. You save $0.2 a day. In 5 years, our plan is to give access to over 1 million households and bring positive economic, financial, and environmental impacts. So far, we have distributed 350 lamps and reached over 1,400 households in Tanzania, Dodoma. Over 30 million of Tanzanians don't have access to electricity, but our focus in the period of 5 years, we want to give access to only 1 million households. Our competitor use pay-as-you-go model, but we have introduced a subscription model, which is a cash-based. Pay-as-you-go is a loan-based model. We believe that in the village people, they pay cash for energy, they pay cash to charge their mobile phone. So it is a model that ensures that there is no default. Right now, our competitor are facing default because people in the village or in rural areas cannot pay a loan for 3 years. Definitely, they will default. But they can pay cash and access that service because they just switch from paying to vendors or from buying kerosene to use the solar lamp. Our plan is to raise 250,000 by 2022, and we are planning to use this money to reach over 10,000 homes, and we want to improve our product by integrating IoT software and the GPRS to track our products. Also want to improve our management system. Within a year, we believe with our model, we can generate double of this income and reach more people. Yeah, we have a team that are committed. We understand our market. We have relevant education. We have relevant experience. We've been working with big solar companies. These are our competitors like Jaza, Washa, and the regulator, TANESCO. So we understand what people they need, and we have developed a model based on the pain that they are facing our society right now. Yeah, we have partners that have supported us so far. We have Deep Price that support us with grants, and also we have right now we are partner with partners that we are in the pipelines, and we are right now engaging with BBL to test the solar stoves if really can address the cooking need in the village. Also, we have partners who have supported us with programs like Capital Department, ANZ Entrepreneur, Leap Africa, and the AfricArena today have staged us here to share our mission and just invite you to partner with us to save lives. We believe solar energy is the solution for rural areas because the confidence of rural areas to be electrified is almost uncertain. Yeah, I say that because myself, I got the electricity over 10 years. One, I was living near the main supply. So the people who are ordinary, the confidence is not so much.
You have 20 seconds to go. Our judges, Tafadhali, if you have any questions, please do ask. Thank you so much for your presentation. Well done.
Thank you for your presentation. So my question is just to understand your model, right? You said it's a subscription model. So basically you are leasing out these lamps to the users, is that correct?
Yes, we are leasing this lamp. You just see, come, pay $0.2, just take a lamp, use, and charge, and then we count your usage.
Okay, and then so who manages maintenance of the products and
we manage ourselves in partnership with entrepreneurs in the village. We train them, and we have a technical team that if there is anything that they go and the entrepreneur they call us, and then we go and check and then address it.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes. Thank you for your presentation. Would like to understand your marketing strategy as well as your current challenges.
Okay. As I said, our marketing strategy is to identify the right entrepreneurs in the village. That is, once you train and give them with kits for solar lamps, they are the one who go to end users. Because this is the basic needs. People, it's easy for them to switch from buying what? Kerosene, or going to the vendor to charge, because assuming the family will have 3 phones, mobile phone, and right now, in average per day, you charge $0.1 per day for one phone, and there is a queue to charge phone in the village. So once you give a choice, the household, they just come to choose to take the solar lamp, which provide all these services with only $0.2 a day. So it's not about marketing. This is a basic thing. Don't even market. Even now with this video, you don't market. Once you identify the right entrepreneur in the village, they just distribute.
The challenges.
Of course, the challenge we're facing now is the capital, because there is high need, and also the technology. That's why we are planning to integrate IoT so that we can track the solar within different regions in Tanzania. And also we need to upgrade the application to track the model. As you see, our model that you subscribe, but you need to count the number of subscription. When you reach 350 days, we release that solar lamp to the household. And just it continue to come to our hubs to charge that is solar lamp and other maintenance.
I have a question on this. Are you financing this off your balance sheet? Because in the pay-as-you-go model, is at least a way that they will pay something upfront, as well as they have the ability to switch on or switch off, which you say doesn't work because of the micro needs. How are you catering for your default or having this out for, I think you said 350 days? After 350 days, it becomes their property.
Yeah, as I said, of course, our model, first of all, is cash, as I said. And because we integrate people within the area, that's why we have avoided the problem of default. Because if I know this is Juma is a shop, and I know all the people live in that village, so it is easy to work in with integrity, and then the default is less. Even now, we don't have any default.
That's a big deal. You have no defaulters. Is it because you're in Tanzania? Because Tanzanian people are good. Oh, it's cash. Okay, I see. Kenyans. Well, thank you very much. Let's give him a hand. Well done. That was fantastic. Rumo Energy. Thank you for both of those. Yes, I needed them. Up next, we are going to be having. This is where you click my team. Ha! Oh, he needs. Okay. So as he was saying earlier, no. Let's go quickly. Okay, down. There you are. Very nice. Yeah, I agree. Oh, I liked this presentation. It was very good. Then he comes. See, walk slowly. No struggles. No struggles. Come through. Yes. Yes. Very good. Come on stage. Come on stage. You ready? So you have 5 minutes for presentation, 2 minutes for questions. Here's your microphone, and this is one that you press to go next. You may begin, good sir.
Hi, my name is Placidius Rechungura, and I'm the founder of Agripoa. Agripoa is an agri-tech company based in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. I would like to start by giving some statistics facing African agriculture. It is stated that Africa spends more than 40 billion USD every year to import food from outside Africa. And this is ridiculous because in Africa we have got enough land that can support agriculture without even putting some other additives. But our agriculture has stayed dominant for centuries because of some challenges which I'll mention. Now, taking an example of Anna, she's the poultry farmer based in Dar es Salaam, and she loses more than 30% of her produce every month because of a lack of better information and also lack of experts. The ratio of experts in Africa is almost 1 to 1,000 farmers, which is now the farmers are getting the challenges to getting an advisory from the experts. Now, the other challenge which is being faced by this farmer is connection to finance and insurance under this climate change so that there can be the increase in productivity. Now, this is where Agripoa comes in. Agripoa is the farm management software which helps farmers to plan, monitor, and analyze farm activities easily. We connect farmers with experts. We also connect farmers with insurance and banking and banks for for credit, and also we connect. And also we connect the farmers with experts. Now the way it works is very simple. A farmer through our app takes. We started with poultry farmers, where the farmer takes a poultry picture by scanning the poultry features. Then the app analyzes the poultry features by using artificial intelligence and gives the prescription that maybe this poultry are suffering from maybe Salmonella or Newcastle, and yet it advises the type of medication to be used. We have currently worked with 3,700 farmers in Dar es Salaam, and we have registered 32 farm experts and insurance companies, which are Jubilee and Reliance Insurance. Why do we work with experts? Because through our farmers now, through the app, farmers can enter the app and start chatting with any online farmer, any online experts for their advisory. The market size is promising in Africa. We have got more than 500 million smallholder farmers, and out of that, 309 million have subscribed in mobile phones. Now, this is another advantage whereby when we use mobile phone technology to disseminate information to these farmers, and also maybe give insurance cover through the mobile platform, it can be very easy for us to reach more farmers. Our business model is B2C, and we currently expect to get money from the monthly subscription, commission from the insurance, and commission from any transactions done through the system. Our competitions, other systems and other competitors are just helping the farmers to give them information. But for us, we just help the farmers to record their farm data and use the farm data to analyze and give them the report and also advisory through their data. We have currently worked over 8 months, and we have managed to get the traction of 25,000 USD. And a month over month, the users have been increasing to us by 20% every month. We have raised funds from Seedstars, which is 30,000 USD, and got grants from Virgo and AI4D, which is 13,000 USD. Our request is 300,000 USD. We expect to use this amount of money to expand our services to other regions in Tanzania, and also with a milestone of getting 50,000 users within 6 months.
You have 15 seconds to go.
Yes, our team is comprised of me having an experience in more than 8 years in banking and insurance industry, Mr. Kevin, a full stack programmer, and Flora, who is a veterinary officer. Thank you.
Well done, right on time. Very good. All right, our judges, $300,000. What comes to mind?
You showed a picture of the app being able to scan the droppings. Now, my grandmother is a farmer, but she's got a feature phone, that doesn't have this kind of phone. So how do you get this kind of technology into the hands of most farmers?
Okay. Actually, we have built 2 platforms. One is a USSD, and the other is the smartphone. This app. Now, I've been getting this question from different experts, that why do we use smartphones while most of the smallholder farmers are using feature phones. Now, in order for us to help farmers, we must use smartphones, because now how do you get data? How will you know that maybe this farmer is farming in a certain area and is maybe spending a certain amount to buy maybe farm inputs, whatever? We have to use smartphones, and that especially ever since we are using artificial intelligence, we need to use smartphones to detect the disease. You can't use feature phone. But for the case of feature phone, we are working with Jubilee Insurance, whereby we give any farmer who is in need of booking for the insurance cover, they can book through USSD.
All right.
Yeah.
You solved your problem, not the farmer problem. So you just said that they need smartphones. but they don't have smartphones. So how long does it take to get this into their hands? That's the gap that we haven't done.
Actually, it is understood that we cannot, in business, you should have your target customers, right? It is not that, it is not important to help every farmer in the world or in Africa. So, and the big challenge is with this smartphone, it can be very easy for me to get revenues because these farmers can pay. But when I come to an investor like you, saying that I've just made a USSD platform to help farmers, how do I get revenues? Well, you need numbers. Yeah, but I should start with this, get numbers from the farmers. When they scan, they pay, I get money. Then when I get money, then I can extend to other services now.
I would have done that different, but okay, let's go.
Quick question around sort of your revenue model. So you mentioned the revenue that you've made. Which of the models is actually driving that revenue, and where exactly and how exactly are you making the money?
Yeah, with 20 seconds, please give us a quick summary.
Through subscription and commission from insurance. We help these poultry farmers to pay for the insurance cover. We get 15% of commission from the premium paid. Currently, no, we don't get revenues from the advisory.
Thank you very much, Agrippa. We are very, very grateful for your time, and give him a hand for his input on that one. Based out of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and now we've got one more here. I saw the T-shirt. Ah, there he is. I like it. Are you ready? You land? You know? It's DMA, right? Yes, DMA. There it is.
I have a disclaimer here. my slide transition is a bit off. Anyway, my name is Rob. I'm the CEO and co-founder of DMA. We are based out of Tanzania. I am a farmer. I graduated from being a smallholder farmer to a commercial farmer. So I understand why we have to do this. Okay. Okay, so basically what we did is to create, okay. So we created services that are ecosystem encompassing. What does that mean? It means we are dealing with businesses, we are dealing with businesses, we are dealing with farmers. That's the only way we can make farmers commercial. All the smallholder farmer stories that you hear are because no one is taking care of their business side. We all go and extract from them. Okay? By moving forward, their productivity, resilience through climate change issues, making sure that they get the right inputs, they get the correct education that allows them to grow, financial services, and the markets. This might be not news for all of you here, but basically we came up with Vida Loco. Vida Loco is Village Digital Agent, but it also means life. We think farmers are the most important people in this world, okay? And we created, sorry, it's not so visible there. That's the VidaCore platform, which is a data platform. And we also have VidaSoko, which is a marketplace. We have Vida Extension Services, and we have Vida Pesa. So this is the whole ecosystem of solutions that actually serve the farmers. This is the before and after of where we enter the market, okay? And in here you can see the siloed approach doesn't really work. We believe that the ecosystem approach is the one that will bring value to businesses and value to the farmers at the same time. Our business model really is about working with farmers, making sure they earn more money whilst we earn more money through markups of their produce and their inputs. And we also get money from businesses as well. Anyway, we have already had 19 businesses that we support, and international buyers as well as local buyers. We have, through that, had input orders worth $1 million. There's a story to that. And we managed to supply 300K, okay, in dollars. We have 70,000 farmers on our platform, and we also, if you see in the red, that value is lost value because we don't have enough money to actually go out there and supply, fulfill the demand. So we have a lot of partners. We've worked with NGOs, we've worked with banks, we've worked with Tony, Liner Finance, we've worked with all sorts of providers who we position as our partners because we want to serve the farmers adequately, but also we want them to have a win-win with us. We think we have a lot of sustainable development goals that we capture whilst we are doing this. Market size for Tanzania is 10 million farmers, dedicated farmers. And basically, our model is to work with agronomists and mobile village agents. This is our team.
10 seconds to go.
And this is what we are raising. We have already spent.
There you are. I saw you trying to sneak it in there. No. All right.
Okay, we are raising 1.5 million. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Well done. Well done. Well done. Okay. Do you have questions?
I'm just not quite clear on in terms of your solution. I realize the value chain approach.
Yeah.
But can you maybe just speak a little bit more to sort of how you're actually executing,
Okay.
even your revenues, like where are they coming from in that entire value?
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Good question. Okay, so we work with farmers using agents on the ground. The agents have the relationship with the farmers directly, and these farmers are in groups. Those groups then are our farmer producer organizations. We supply them with inputs, and they buy them off of us, and we also offtake the produce. Within that, we are training the farmers as well through our agronomists to be able to have that productivity and be able to to sell more on the market. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the challenge is basically start from how do you deal with farmers that are not actually technologically savvy. Okay. So that challenge, we fixed it with the agent, and the agent actually has one of our devices like this one. It's a very simple Android device, and it has the solutions on it. Yeah. There's a question at the back.
How do you handle the logistics between the produce and the cold chain?
Excellent. So we work with partners for that. First of all, we have a distribution channel for inputs through agro dealers, who we give a system as well. And we also, from the off-taking side, we have partners that off-take for us. And we also have the buyers who are also coming to collect. Yeah.
Is it on? Both of them are on? This is mine. Mine I know works.
I had a question on the what you for the off-takers? You said you had a loss of about 700,000. Is that what you can't fulfill?
Yeah, that's what we can fulfill. Yeah.
And are you doing anything? Well, what's the biggest challenge there? Because there's a lot in the value chain. If you got $1, where would that go in this entire value chain that then uplifts? What would be kind of
exactly? Yeah. So very good question. I think this is answered by debt financing for those inputs. For us to buy the inputs, we have to have money, right? So we put that money in the buying and also off-taking.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Well done. Let's give him a hand.
Thank you.
Very, very nicely done. Give me my microphone, which works, and my clicker thing. Thank you. Very, very nice. Okay. Voila. Yes. All right then. I'm going to ask folk to put chairs for me over here. Where are my muscle people? Yes, these are my muscle guys, the gym goers. They carry seats for me. They do that work. So we've all seen electric mobility really improve. Yesterday we had Sima. We had really cool things going on in Kenya. We had an electric bus that's currently, I just saw on LinkedIn, done I think 90,000 kilometers. I don't know if it's one bus, all the buses. I'm not sure how that works. But the conversation around electric mobility should be and is and can be done so much better in Africa and so much more in East Africa. I think we've got a pretty decent urban railroad situation. And so it's worth doing. So we should have the conversation about it, and that's exactly what we're going to have in this discussion. There's going to be 4 gentlemen over here and 1 madam. 3 gentlemen over here and 1 madam. I'm going to start with Diane. Please come on stage, and we're going to put her nice and square on this seat. This is your microphone. Check mic. There you go. Thank you very much. Have a seat right there. We're going to have Abel Barreto. I saw Abel from Nova Star. He's here. Beta Wilcliffe, you are there. I saw Wycliffe earlier today. Did I not? Yeah? Where's he? He just stepped out? All right, he's coming back. And we're going to have, I love this. Where's Jason? Because he was here yesterday with so much steam. There he is. Good, sir. The red seat is your seat. And it's good. Abel, you ready? Or shall we wait for Beta to come in? Yeah. Yes. So a few minutes. So you want to start without him? No? Shall we wait? All right, let's wait. Let's wait for him to come. He's just stepped out to the gents. As the music plays, we can start with introductions. Why don't you do that so that we don't take too much time? Jason, you want to do an introduction as we wait for Beta to come? Yeah?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
So my name is Jason. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Team Abuda. We focus on the electrification of motor taxis in Kenya and in other countries where these guys are situated.
Hi everyone, my name is Diane. I'm an associate at AfricArena. We're a VC fund based in Nairobi. We invest all over Sub-Saharan Africa in the sectors of energy, clean mobility, access to internet, and low carbon tech.
Hi, my name is Beta from Goodwill Investments. We invest across impact sectors of mobility, agriculture, financial inclusion, and healthcare primarily. Investing across Sub-Saharan Africa with offices in Nigeria, Nairobi here, and Cape Town in South Africa.
And my name is Abel Barreto, so I'm an Associate Investment Director at Luft Ventures. We make investments across East Africa and West Africa. We've made 2 electric mobility investments, so 1 in Nigeria and 1 in Kenya. And yeah, looking forward to this discussion.
Okay, thanks. So the discussion of today is about the future of electric mobility. And because it's a very wide topic, and all over Sub-Saharan Africa and Africa, we see different solutions popping out. I think we will focus on the 2-wheelers because we have only 20 minutes for this session, if the panelists approve. And I wanted to start with a question, which is about the batteries and the motorbikes and the ownership. So do you think those are assets that should be owned by individuals, or they should be owned on a community basis, like share within a community of users? And I don't know who wants to start.
Yeah, I can give a couple of words on that. So first, there is a need to differentiate the motorcycles and the batteries. Motorcycles on this market, petrol motorbikes, traditionally, they are most of the time owned by the motor taxi riders, they prefer to be entrepreneurs and to own their own asset. So I believe like in the field of electric mobility, it would be exactly the same. And we see like companies like what Umogo and other asset financiers coming onto the field to finance these electric motorcycles for riders. So motorcycles are owned by individuals. And then when you look at the batteries, this is a very different topic. But if you want to sell the batteries to the individuals, then the cost of it gets much higher. And then like you have to do trade-off of the quality of the bike, quality of the batteries. So we are more in a model, I believe, where the batteries will be owned by companies and mutualized and shared in a fleet for the riders. But I would say I will take on this.
Okay, thank you. And do you have different views on that?
I think I agree by and large, because when you think about bikes and e-bikes, cost is a big factor when it comes to e-bikes, right? So essentially what you're trying to do is to lower the barrier to entry. And the only way you can lower the barrier to entry is to have shared infrastructure, right? So I see a situation where to have the batteries being owned in a communal way, is to put it that way, and where the users of the bike can be able to plug into that particular format is in my view what as a start could be a good way to increase adoption of e-bikes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think I agree with Beta and Wycliffe on Beta and Jason on this. But I think if you look at models that have worked across the world, especially Gogoro, I think is one of the leading success cases in Asia. You'll find that, like the battery is essentially owned by Gogoro, and then the bikes are sold to individuals without the battery. So essentially it goes swapping the battery, and it's been able to scale to, I think, over 500,000 people owning those. And it's become pretty much like a battery platform where you could have an Gogoro bike that you can use the battery from Gogoro, for example. And that helps, adoption and helps the cost to come down.
Okay, thank you. But actually, as we are speaking of batteries, and if we assume that the batteries are not owned by individuals, then there would be all the question about the charging or the swapping. And we see also different models here, like some would prefer to charge at a third charging station, some would prefer to charge at home, some would prefer to swap. What do you think is the future here?
And I would say that we are completely convinced that swapping will take over on the continent, and for these specific usages, there are good reasons for that. Basically, in terms of cost efficiency, it's already like more interesting even to do swapping than to do charging with battery owned by riders, for example. The marginal cost of swapping due to the additional batteries that will need to be on the network and operated as fleet is not so high. Like maybe you can mutualize battery between an additional battery between 3 riders or 4 riders. So in the end, like the additional cost of it is not so high, but the benefit that you will get out of it is tremendous. You can't have the same value proposition with charging, saying no charging time, no rank anxiety. If you look at markets, you were talking about Gogoro, I think that's a good example. Gogoro is operating in Taiwan on the market, now in other countries, on markets where it's individual driven, not commercial driven. And people have the choice between charging and swapping. And in this model where people have very limited constraint of kilometers per day, still people prefer swapping. They took over maybe like 80-90% of the market of Taiwan two-wheelers for the last couple of years. So we say, if we are looking at here, like Kenya in particular, where the usage that is extremely constrained with a lot of kilometers a day, swapping will be definitely the better solution than charging.
Yeah, I think for the two-wheeler space, I think battery swapping will be, I guess, essential or the way to go. But I think in other spaces, like, in the electric bus space, I think the batteries are larger, so you can actually swap like a 500 kilo battery on a regular. And so I think in those cases, for four-wheelers or three-wheelers, I think it's going to be a charging network. But then for the two-wheelers, I think it's a small battery that you can swap, and I think that's the most efficient way to go with that space.
But what if the technology of the battery like improves to the point that the battery gets cheap enough for the people to own them? Do you think they will still be interested by swapping?
That would be done by you.
Now, typically, like, even if the batteries can charge faster, the question would be the same. It will be in the end, like, riders sometimes they do, most of the time they do 100 kilometers in average in Kenya and most of this commercial research. But once in a while they do 150 kilometers and sometimes 200 kilometers. And doing that only for commercial research. Even if you have a battery that charges faster or that is cheaper to operate, still you are in this constraint of saying if you want unlimited autonomy range for your usage, then you need swapping. And for these guys, it's so important to make sure that they are not like limited in their activities, because if they miss 1 or 2 delivery orders or 2 trips with passengers because they are charging, then all the benefits that you are taking out of switching to electric mobility, cost of fuel is cheaper, and then will be eliminated. So,
yeah, I mean, I think when we talk about battery swapping, I think we're talking more about the urban consumer, right? So someone in urban areas who's using like an electric bike, and where you can set up a dense battery swapping stations that, I think in some cases I've seen where there's a battery swapping station in like within a kilometer of where you live. But I think if you take this to a rural setting, right? So it's going to be very difficult to set up a dense, battery swapping infrastructure. And so I think in those cases, it might force players to obviously do the charging so that someone can just charge their own battery at home and use it during the day. So I think probably the business models will change based on whether you're operating in an urban area or like in a rural area.
But I also think, that technology is going to be incremental in terms of how batteries evolve and how they're used by motorbikes as well. Because if you look at maybe 2 or 3 years ago, you had, shorter ranges. Now you're seeing batteries that are fast interoperable and batteries that have long ranges. And maybe you'd have that increase over time. And so the question of new business models coming on board, whether they are driven by even cars and now having more charging spots, would be a case in the future. So I think from a technology standpoint, I guess we're going to see a change in that and an incremental improvement in how you look at both the bikes and both how you look at the charging as well.
Great, thanks. That's interesting. Yes, I guess the technology, as you said, will drive the future of the usage of battery. Also, because I want to do the parallel actually with some models that we have seen like in Europe or in the US with shared cars or shared bicycles or shared scooters. And like the fact that when it's used in urban area, I think it has always been like very challenging for those companies to operate a fleet and to ensure that their asset stays in a good state. And how do you see that with batteries, at least in the near future, if we're still thinking about swapping?
You mean on the durability of the battery in a shared network like that?
Right.
I think the constraints that are applied to batteries compared to the constraints that are applied to shared bicycles, for example, and other markets are very different. But when you use, I can compare with, for example, Paris, where we have like doing shared bicycles, and indeed, like most of the bicycles, they end up in very poor conditions because people use them in ways not actually like the way that you plan. I think, like in the case of batteries for the electric mobility sector in Kenya for the riders, the question is slightly different because batteries is box, like protection even, and then there is still this this approach of saying we need to make sure that the battery is used for whatever it has been planned for. This is very important. This is why, for example, in our company we have like a complete monitoring system for the battery to ensure that the battery is not used for example, like powering things that is not supposed to power, or like that always like used in safe conditions. If it's used into non-safe conditions, that would degrade the battery. We have the capacity to remotely switch off the battery to ensure that we have integration, like integrity of the battery. So this is an important point actually for the development.
Okay, thank you. Anything to add on the batteries, or can we move to another question? Actually, still on batteries. I remember 5 years ago, I was at a conference in Geneva, and someone on the panel mentioned the idea of the electric cars being also a future solution to power houses with the battery. When you go back home, you can power your house. And I thought the idea was quite interesting. I've never seen it working really in practicality, but do you think batteries could be used as assets to power other things than motorbikes, other devices?
Yeah, I think I've seen, especially in rural areas, right? So I think that could be a model that works, because I think I've seen a company called Mobile Power, I think in Sierra Leone or West Africa, that actually does that. So you essentially can rent a battery that you can use for powering your bike, as well as powering your lights or fridges or fans in the house. And if you think of it like, batteries are very expensive, and if you're able to derive as much utilization from those batteries as possible, then it could make the business model work, so that during the day you're using it for mobility or for making money, and then at night you're using it to power your house or power appliances within your house. So I think in some cases, I think it would make sense to do that, though I haven't seen them here in East Africa as much.
Yeah, actually, I completely agree. I think this is a super interesting approach of electric mobility, also in connection with other systems. So first, it's much easier to do that, technically speaking, with batteries of bikes. Like batteries they are movable. Car is not battery needs to be next to your car, or to have like the whole electrical. But your battery you just take it down, put it in the motor, and then you have this with electricity. So indeed, for urban areas, I don't see that much happening in the future. I think like there will be a lot of questions on the follow and all these things. But in rural areas, actually, 100% agree. Like there's like huge potential for powering other devices, and then even like these kind of movable batteries that can play a role, as you were saying, like for mini grids, for example. You can have extensions of mini grids because households are not connected to the mini grids. You have always like that mile connection that you can say. Peripheral houses will be connected to the mini grid through this movable battery. And then what you do in the end with this is that you can have like a collective use of energy, use of energy in the household, and like improve drastically even the economics of the mini grid, which is now the biggest issue of the sector. So in the end, there will be like the models which are around like selling the electricity for the household, but even the business models of supporting these developers to have a mini grid that's even better in terms of opportunity investment for super interesting.
Yeah, and actually I wanted to know if that rings a bell in terms of parallel with other sectors. I'm thinking about solar home system, but for the investors here, what do you think as a success story or non-success story of solar home system we can learn if that becomes one of the application of those batteries?
Maybe from a business model perspective first, I see a lot of parallels with how mobility is shaping up and the way solar home systems are shaped up. So you have companies that are doing everything. So they are sort of vertically integrated. They are assembling all the way to financing and selling. And that was very similar to solar home systems years back. And what we saw later on was now companies focusing on a particular value chain. So whether it's assembly, whether it's financing, whatever part of the value chain, they find competencies in. And I think with mobility and how it's happening right now, you still have companies that most companies have less than 100 bikes. So still really trying to figure out the battery, the charging, the assembly, figuring out all those things. And it's important to do that right now so that you have a better understanding of where your competencies are. But how we think it's going to evolve is you're going to see now companies focusing on certain value chains and being specialists in certain aspects of that mobility as it accelerates, as technology improves, as costs become lower, as financing becomes available, and there's more understanding across that. Then you're going to find Jason just focusing on one aspect of the e-mobility where he has competencies, and I think that's how we see opportunities coming from that. So whether it's battery swapping, whether it's assembly, whether it's just financing of e-bikes alone, and that's what we are waiting to see as an investor, which part will really come out on top to make sense for us.
Yeah, I do agree on this. So when I was doing research on the EV space last year, so I ended up talking to most of the players in the two-wheeler, I guess four-wheeler electric mobility space. And one of the challenges I had with a lot of these business models was obviously they had to do everything. Obviously, have to do everything in terms of either redesigning some of the bikes, assembling, the prototypes at the beginning, trying to do a bit of the financing for the bikes. But I think what has happened over the last 12 months is it's become a lot clearer what you guys should be focusing on. I'd say it's team mobility and all the other players in the space. And a lot of the asset financing, for example, players have also started to look into the EV mobility space. So like What to Credit, for example, has partnered with AfricArena and Ampersand, and M-Corp has partnered with Opibus and Rome to do the financing of the bikes. So that takes out the challenge of financing the bikes, because obviously they have the capital and capabilities to do the financing part of it. And then you've also seen a few players partnering with OEMs to do the design and the assembling of this. And then on the charging infrastructure and battery swapping, you've seen a lot of collaborations between EV players and, let's say, Rubis or Total Energies to set up this battery swapping station or charging stations in the petrol stations that you see around the country. And so my question actually to players in that space is usually what's going to be a moat if, for example, someone else is doing the financing aspect of it, or someone else is doing the charging infrastructure, because obviously they already have the real estate and could easily just roll out charging infrastructure. And then on the design, obviously, Bajaj, Hero, and all these other guys, they can easily switch to just making the electric bikes themselves. So I usually just ask, what's your moat? And probably that's a question to you, Mary. So to you.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good question. Actually, I completely relate to what you were saying before. There is more and more synergies. Even at Sima, when we started, we believed that we had to. There was no sector. You build a market from scratch. You say nobody's doing assembly, nobody's doing nobody's doing asset financing, nobody's doing whatever. So you start and you feel like, okay, I have to do everything, and then you understand first from this investors, this is not possible. Don't do that. And actually that's true, and this is where we have good interaction with this. We learn from that, and we say actually that's true. If you want to do everything, it's not first. So we stop thinking about doing bikes, for example, at Tima. It doesn't make sense. Say we prefer working with a top tier 1 company doing bikes. I want to target the African market. We work together to tailor the bike to the ground, super important step though. And then we develop the market together. That's one of the things, like asset financiers, you mentioned it, fuel station company, you mentioned it. And what we see now as Tima is saying where do we have our specific added value? You asked the question, that's clearly the question that we had to ask ourselves. We have now companies coming from even West Africa coming to us, say guys, we want to set up an electric mobility company. We have everything ready. We have even capital to start. We have logistics in asset financing, ride hailing. We have knowledge of the market, but we don't have knowledge of batteries. We don't have knowledge of battery fleet management. And this is where we decided to come in and say we can support with them. So this kind of synergies that you were mentioning, this is definitely what is happening, and I'm sure over the coming years, this is what will increase in the market. This is the only way to reach that big number.
Thank you. And I have another question. It's on the different business models. So we mentioned a lot about swapping, which I believe is more B2C. But there's also some B2B models that are popping up. Which one do you believe in? B2C or B2B when it comes for electric mobility for two-wheelers?
Yeah, so some of the models I looked at was obviously the B2B and just B2C or B2B2C. But I think in the interim, the B2B models will be the way to go, because obviously you want to collaborate with someone who is forward thinking, right? A company that probably wants to reduce their cost, like a Glovo, let's say Jumia, for example, and they can get you obviously the they can get the drivers or their drivers to adopt the technology sooner than, let's say, trying to convince an individual biker, for example, to change from their ICE bike to an EV bike. And so that is pretty much like the start. But I think for you to get to scale, I think it's going to be a B2C model, like the way Gogoro has done in Taiwan and some of those Southeast Asian countries. So I think B2B is pretty much like the interim stage before you get to B2C for scale.
Yeah, I think motorbikes have not become an aspirational item yet, especially in these parts of the world, right? So I agree with Abel that in the interim you will see that businesses see the value in having e-bikes to reduce costs and so on and so forth, before individuals see the need to actually own bikes and kind of have that aspirational aspect of owning a bike. It's still not yet that level where I now would say I want to own a motorbike, and so I have that need to go and acquire one and find that it's cool to own an e-bike yet. So I go for more B2B models in the interim.
Okay. But when I was thinking about B2C, because when I was thinking about, when I was mentioning B2C was more the idea that actually all the Boda drivers, at least that we see in Nairobi, they are individuals. It's quite informal sector. Even though it's their job, their day job, that was more like what I was thinking when I say B2C.
Yeah, even if you look at how Boda drivers acquire their motorbikes, there's usually a very informal, let me call it a circle, for lack of a better word, in how they acquire their bikes. Very few of them actually just, go and purchase those bikes by themselves. They have a very organized way in which they're able to acquire those bikes, which, they have arrangement with financial institutions or groups within themselves in which they can be able to find financing to acquire those bikes. So if I look at it from that perspective, I still see a small B model embedded in how they acquire the bikes.
Yeah, that's the point. Actually, we have like a bit of diverging view. That I think, like, really the tool that is the most valued in it. It's we could think it's the businesses, but actually like being in this field since 2 years, I feel like the most of people like come to me and say like, I want to make a motorcycle, I need one because it's not sustainable anymore. It's not company. Company will increase margin, but that's nice to have. Like a rider will be able to live decently. That's a must have. And so this is why these guys are coming to us and say, I want my motorcycle. And so this is why also it would say the end consumer, the one that will buy your motorcycles, will always be like, most of the cases will be like the individual riders, whatever. But even like if we look at the market, in Europe, it would be like 90% of the commercial bikes or 99% of the commercial bikes are used by individual riders. There's very few fleet companies. You are talking about Uber or this kind of companies, now the others. I think these guys have a clear, I would say, stake into like supporting the development of the sector. But when Uber says like we want to deploy how many thousands of motorcycles on the ground, they're even not buying one motorcycle. So those are good partners to support the marketing, the communication, and the gain from it. Maybe they will adapt their business model based on the motorcycles, which is good. But in the end, the real person that's the customer, this is like the rider. But if we take the broad perspective of the sector, this doesn't mean that we will all do B2C. And in the end, like even at Sima, we are more gearing towards B2B because there's like so much space for cooperation and each company taking like this part of the value chain, as we're saying, that there will be like a large pool of B2B contracts that will all be geared towards like the B2C service. That's more or less how we see it.
Thank you. And I think one of the questions we can ask as well is about the different regulations that we see on the motorbikes and the motorbike sector. In some cities, in some neighborhoods, motorbikes are forbidden for questions of noise pollution and also security. Do you think electric mobility could change that? And do you think that the policies could evolve?
I hope so. No, I think it's important. Like the main reason is that these guys, they can have a critical role also in downtown, like in the cities, because this is where you have the most of activity. You have the couriers delivery. You have like any kind of a passenger transportation. This is where it's the busiest place in any kind of city. We have been banned in cities like Lagos, for example, for issues of indeed like pollution and chaos that they were generating. That's a true point. I think there is need for regulation to ensure that riders they follow the traffic laws, for example, in these areas. But what I strongly believe is that if you have electric motorbike coming into these centers, you are able, like, first to limit the pollution, limit the noise pollution, limit the exhaust fumes that are unhealthy and all the things. But that's something that is clearly possible with electricity, and that is, but could be a wish from government. So I strongly believe the regulation should evolve.
I think, I mean, regulation will continuously evolve. We've seen that in Lagos, we've seen it in Nairobi, we see it in Kigali. And it's around, you know, the environment as cities become bigger and there's more concern about the health and safety of people living in that city. So you have noise pollution, you have all the other, you know, sorts of pollution that are brought about by motorbikes, and also security. Still a big issue, and there's a debate whether the noise is good for security or it's bad. You know, when somebody comes and steals from you and the bike is very silent, you know, or rather you'd prefer the noise. You know, there's lots of debate around that. You know, so if you look at the context, these are things that are still going to sort of evolve from a regulatory standpoint as cities continue to grow. Actually,
yeah, and I believe, I think from what I've seen over the last, let's say, 2 years, I think the regulatory environment is going to favor electric mobility companies, especially the two-wheeler companies. We've seen in Rwanda where the government is trying to transition all the ICE bikes into electric bikes by I don't know, I think 2025. And here in Kenya, the new government also had specific mention of the electric mobility space in terms of creating an enabling environment for players to I guess, get more bikes here through obviously tax incentives and other friendly regulations. So I think, especially in East Africa, we're going to see a lot more movement towards encouraging more people to use electric bikes or electric buses in that case.
Okay. Actually, on the security point, I had like an idea, but I don't know if it's a bit like a bit too much like Big Brother kind of view. But because the electric motorbikes are all connected, the battery, you can track them. Would that be like a way to reduce criminality from motorbikes riders?
That's a big question, frankly. The question is like, it's technically possible, but is it not a bit like saying Big Brother of like looking at like whatever they are doing every day and then collaborating and sharing this data for security purposes? The question is like, do we want to go this way? This is like technically possible, but is it like something that we should decide as a society to share the data with everyone? Say like, if you miss something, then you would be punished. I don't know. That's an open question.
Yeah, and actually, I've seen a case where one of our portfolio companies in Nigeria that was impacted by the ban in Lagos. So actually, they tried to flip that by going to the government and saying, we can provide you with a system where you can track all the bikes, right? So that you're able to monitor. If there's an incident, you can always follow and say, okay, you were here, and they can figure out and disable the bike in that case. And so that has really taken off with a few of the state governments in Nigeria, where they pay you to provide the platform, and for you to be registered actually to operate a motorbike in one of the states, you actually have to sign up and install the application, which helps with security and also making sure that you can monitor like these bike riders.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Any questions to them about, because I was going to ask a couple of questions, but I think the battery situation is a good one. And I think Uber also, when you get a loan from, I think it's CBA or Stanbic for the car, which is in partnership with Uber, they do track the vehicle, just in case it's stolen or you get into an accident. So what's the difference between a bike and a car? But again, it's a cyclical argument, because privacy versus ownership versus cost implications. But thank you so much, all of you. I'm very grateful. Peter, thank you so much. Diane, thank you so much. Abel, thank you. And definitely, I really appreciate your point of view on especially because I think STEAM is going to become, as I said, I think a unicorn. Me, I've got. If I had money, I'd just be like, take my money, because I know it's got electric. I mean, electric mobility is obvious, right? You saw what Tesla has done. Now there's a whole flurry of cars coming out because you just needed one person to prove the case. Sadly, Elon Musk was the guy. Let's give them a hand for all the things they've said. Let's appreciate them. It is now lunch. We're going to try and make sure we're tight on time. So it's lunch and networking. Have fun doing that. We're going to give you 30 minutes to eat and then come back. And so we can be able to get on to the next program, Tech for Good Challenge. See you all after lunch. Let's play some music. And have a good afternoon, everyone.
Come find me in the night. We both know when it's right. Babe, I can ease your mind, but I want it my way. So meet me in the crowd. Everything is so loud. Your mind is running wild, but we'll do it my way. Love is a feeling, and you can quench this fire. No. So give me when I want it, baby. 'Cause I got what you need. Just give it to me, oh, give it to me now. Just give it to me, oh, give it to me now. Just give it to me, oh, give it to me now. Just give it to me, oh, give it to me now. Slow dancing in the night, yeah. I wake you up inside. I want you close and tight. Yeah, I want it my way. Love is a feeling, and you can quench this fire. No. So give me when I want it, baby. 'Cause I got what you need. Oh, just give it to me, oh, give it to me now. Just give it to me, oh, give it to me now. Just give it to me, oh, give it to me now. Just give it to me, oh, give it to me now. Just give it to me, oh, give it to me. So many many questions that I wanna ask, but I can't find the reasons why. You always find a small excuse to leave. What's your excuse to make me cry? My love was lost when you came and took it all. My mind says stop, but my heart is screaming out. Don't go, just leave, no say, with me, I'm incomplete. I got mixed emotions, can't make my mind up. Just leave, no say, with me, I'm incomplete. I got mixed emotions, can't make my mind up. How can I love you when you're not around? How can I let you let me down, down, down? How can I long for you feeling so small? Love should be everything or not at all. My love was lost when you came and took it all. My mind says stop, but my heart is. Come find me in the night. We both know when it's right. Babe, I can ease your mind, but I want it my way. Come meet me in the crowd. Everything is allowed. Your mind is running wild, but we'll do it my way. Love is a feeling, and you can quench this fire, no, no. So give me when I want it, baby, 'cause I got what you need. Just give it to me, oh give it to me now. Just give it to me, oh give it to me now. Just give it to me, oh give it to me now. Just give it to me, oh give it to me now. Slow dancing in the night, yeah. I wake you up inside. I want you close and tight. Yeah, I want it my way. Yeah. Love is a feeling. Oh, so give me when I want it, baby. 'Cause I got.
Iko na hiyo feedback. Unasikia hiyo kitu? Unasikia hiyo unasikia humming? Unasikia?
Give it to me. many questions that I wanna ask, but I can find the reasons why. You always find a small excuse to leave. What's your excuse to make me cry? My love was lost when you came and took it all. My mind says stop, but my heart is screaming out. Don't go, just leave, no stay with me. I'm incomplete. I got mixed emotions, can't make my mind up. Just leave, no stay with me. I'm incomplete. I got mixed emotions, can't make my mind up. How can I love you when you're not around? How can I let you let me down, down, down? How can I long for you feeling so small? Love should be everything or not at all. My love was lost when you came and took it all. My mind says stop, but my heart is screaming out. Don't go, just leave, no stay with me. I'm incomplete. I got mixed emotions, can't make my mind up. Just leave, no stay with me. I'm incomplete. I got mixed emotions, can't make my mind up. I got mixed emotions, can't make my mind up. If you're thinking about leaving, let me know. If you're thinking that you don't wanna hurt me, going, I'm getting bored. 'Cause I can find another, so don't hold me back. You're not allowed to spend my time, 'cause that is what you came here for. Oh, this is what we gonna do. You never come clean and you never come through. Take your shit and don't come back. Looking so surprised how you could do me like that. You want all up to you. Give me some space, I don't care what you do. Give me that, my money too. 'Cause I'm going out tonight. I'm leaving you behind. I'm gonna leave it all, yeah. I won't let it get into my mind, no, no, no. He thinks he can, 'cause he's a man, but he is just a boy, no. Won't let it steal away my shine, no. I know you're thinking about me from time to time. Before you do anything stupid, think before you speak your mind. 'Cause I am on a roll, yeah. So don't hold me back. You're not allowed to spend my time, 'cause that is what you came here for, right? Oh, yeah. This is what we gonna do. Oh, you never come clean and you never come through, yeah. And don't come back. Oh, you're looking so surprised how you could do me like that. I love to you. We lost all ambition, worldly acclaim. With us, nothing moves forward, it just stays the same. Think you know the answer, but you're playing a game. Thought we stay together, but you don't feel the same, right? I've been thinking about you, if you think about me, are we thinking this through? If we're not meant to be, and you're not against me, tell me what shall we do? Didn't think you'd leave without a trace. Go find some courage and just say it to my face. Say it to my face. Are we lost? Are we not? Are we real? Are we turning to dust? Do you feel what I feel? Have we changed so damn much? Can we heal? You're not saying a word. Oh, it feels so unreal. We lost all ambition, but worthy acclaim. With us, nothing moves forward. It just stays the same. Think you know the answer, but you're playing a game. Thought we would be together, but you don't feel the same, right? I've been thinking about you, think about me. Are we thinking this through? If we're not meant to be, and you're doubting in me, tell me what should we do? Didn't think you'd leave without a trace. Go find some courage and just say it to my face. Say it to my face. Think about me. Are we thinking this through? Are we thinking this through? If you're not against me, tell me what should we do? Didn't think you'd leave without a trace. Go find some courage and just go find some courage. Say it to my face. Say it to my face. Oh, I got to know. Are we lost? Are we not? Are we real? Have we changed so damn much? 'Cause I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about me. I've been thinking this through. Tell me what should we do? Didn't think you'd leave without a trace. Go find some courage and say it to my face. Think about me. Are we thinking this through? Thinking that we know meant to be. Are we thinking that? Tell me what should we do? Didn't think you'd leave without a trace. Without a trace. Find some courage. Go find some courage. Say it to my face. I see you in my thoughts and in my dreams. When I'm awake, you're almost next to me. When we're apart, I'm longing for your face. I need you here, I'm feeling out of place. My heart is yours, I'm giving it to you. No matter what, I always will be true. Next time you're here, I'll never let you go. You're everything I ever need and more. So let's flesh attend to flesh, come alive. The earth is crying sweet. Take whatever that you want, you are free. The moonlight's whispering. Flesh and flesh. Take whatever that you want. Flesh and flesh. Sing your pretty words into my ear, knowing exactly what I wanna hear. For one night only, naked in your arms. inside of you trying to break through, able to tell the truth. No one else can see you like I do. All you ever do is say how far you wanna go. Baby, I can tell it's just for show. Every line designed to let me know. You know you're already accepted. To me, you're always picture perfect. You think you're gonna be rejected. Just say you're in love, 'cause so am I. So am I. Say that you are. So am I. Say that you love me. So am I. Say that you are. So am I. Say that you love me. When we are together, you're afraid to hold my hand, trying to understand. What if this doesn't go as planned? So you don't know what it means to be loyal and kind. I know that you're not blind. Tell me what is really on your mind. You know you're already accepted. To me, you're always picture perfect. You think you're gonna be rejected. Just say you're in love, 'cause so am I. So am I. Say that you are. So am I. Say that you love me. So am I. Say that you are. So am I. Say that you love me. I see them pulling your strings, and you might be seeing things. Yeah. You know I'm real and I'm here. Who cares in a few years? You know you're already accepted. To me, you're always picture perfect. You think you're gonna be rejected. Just say you're in love, 'cause so am I. So am I. Say that you are. So am I. So am I. Say that you love me. So am I. Say that you are. So am I. So am I. Say that you love me. So am I. So am I. You're always searching for a better thing. Wanna replace me? I'm in a place that I've never been. It's worse and lonely. Can someone tell me they see good in me? There's good in me. 'Cause I got doubts, I got doubts, I got doubts, yeah. Sometimes I wanna risk it all. Since you left me, struggle, baby, I see pain. 'Cause I got nothing. Can someone tell me they see good in me? There's good in me. 'Cause I got doubts, I got doubts, I got doubts, yeah. Ooh, isn't it strange we turn to strangers? You've erased all your pictures on your phone. Ooh, your final words on a piece of paper. it all, I just wanna sin. Stay lost in daydreams. And I never wanna have to fear since you left me. Can someone tell me there's a good in me? There's good in me. Cause I got doubts, I got doubts, I got doubts, yeah. Thinking that nobody can keep me safe. Who's gonna want me? I drink and smoke just to numb the pain of being lonely. Can someone tell me there's a good in me? There's good in me. Cause I got doubts, I got doubts, I got doubts, yeah. Ooh, isn't it strange we turn to strangers? You've erased all your pictures on your phone. Ooh, your final words on a piece of paper. I don't love you anymore. Tell me that's good in me. Cause I got doubts, yeah. Tell me that's good in me. Cause I got doubts, yeah. Tell me that's good in me. Cause I got doubts, yeah. Tell me that's good in me, yeah, yeah. Cause I got doubts,
I remember getting locked up in myself. That thing of loving was for everybody else. Lost and lonely, having hurt too many times. Gave up on hoping, thought I'd never get it right. It's all because of you. It's all because I have to tell you, baby, there's nothing more I need than you. It's you. There is no greater meaning. Nobody I can hear them thinking out loud, loud. Simple people acting so proud, proud. I hear them talking, talking, talking about us. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can hear them thinking out loud. One might think it's obvious. Please don't spill your mind when you don't have a clue. Hey, they don't know about us, babe. They don't know about us. They can think what they want, baby, but they don't know one thing. Even if they did have a glimpse of our truth, they wouldn't know about us. No, they wouldn't know about us. They keep wishing that I'd fall in line, but you and me, babe, we're one of a kind. One might think it's obvious. Please don't spill your mind when you don't have a clue. Hey, they don't know about us, babe. They don't know about us. They can think what they want, baby, but they don't know one thing. Even if they did have a glimpse of our truth, they wouldn't know about us. No, they wouldn't know about us. They don't know about us. They don't get it, babe, living in a cruel world. It's a rare thing to do just what we do, love. Hold your head high and do it by your own terms. They don't get it, babe, no, they don't get it, babe. They don't know about us, babe. They don't know about us. They can think what they want, baby, but they don't know one thing. Even if they did have a glimpse of our truth, they wouldn't know about us. No, they wouldn't know about us. They don't know about I'll be missing you, love. Yeah, I'll be missing you, love. And the good times that we had, I'll be missing you, love. I'll be missing you and your love, your love, your love. When I think of you and the two of us together, it felt so good for so long. It was you and me forever. Now you walk away, maybe for the better. So tell me something true. Will you miss my love? Will you miss my love? All the good times that we had. Will you miss my love? Will you miss me and my love, my love, my love? When I see you again. I wanna show you how I love you. You were my one true friend, and I cherish every moment I got to spend with you. I have so much inside of me. I wanna tell you something true. I've been missing you, love. I've been missing you, love. All the good times that we had. I've been missing you, love. I've been missing you and your love, your love, your love. I don't wanna waste your time. I don't wanna change your mind. Are you better off alone? Girl, you stole my heart, and I'm losing you. I'm losing you. Oh.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Son of Music. Hey, what's up, guys? This is Sano Music.
All right. I know some of you have just gotten your food. I get that. But I'm going to invite you all to come back. Let's begin. It's 2 p.m. Give me a screen over here. Does the screen go on? So we can be able to start. We're going to start in 2 minutes. So 2 minutes, I'll be back. All right. Okay. Have you had a good meal? You enjoyed your meal? Karaoke. Hello, man. You see, whenever you see a gentleman in a blue jacket, this guy has got many stories. Look at him over there at the corner saying things. Look, let's all look so he can look and then know we're looking at him. Look at him. Look at him. Let's see. Does he notice? He has not noticed, not yet. Look, it's you we're talking about, Karaoke, over there at the back. There, now he sat down, nice and calm. I hope all of you are doing well. Was lunch nice? I know some of you are still eating lunch. I can see you people. It's fine, I understand. I see people walking with the wine glasses, wishing there was wine in the glass. That's for later, I understand. Now we're going to begin, and we're going to start with, very quickly, the Saint-Gobain Nova Open Innovation Challenge. We've got the microphone over there. Very good for the sponsor. And I want to invite Nathaniel to come and do his thing. Stand on stage, bro. And you have the moment.
So hi, ladies and gentlemen. You probably know me as the guy who never sits down and walks around. So I'm Nathaniel, the ecosystem lead at AfricArena. And today I'm standing here on behalf of our sponsors or Open Innovation Challenge done by Saint-Gobain. So Saint-Gobain has partnered with AfricArena to focus on startups on circular economy, procurement, last mile delivery, and e-logistics. So we're looking for startups. We've started our search in North Africa. We're currently looking at East Africa. We've got 3 incredible startups, EcoMac, Gen Z, and then Con Digital, both representing Ethiopia, Kenya, and then also Uganda. Love you, Ronald. So what's going to happen now is we're going to have 3 startups back to back. They will pitch 5 minutes with a 3-minute Q&A. And then I would also like to introduce the judges for this Open Innovation Challenge. So, Peter.
Thanks, Guy. My name is Peter. I'm from Workstyle Africa. I handle the sales department. Nice to meet everyone.
Hi, my name is Diane. I work for AfricCapital, VC fund based in Nairobi. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jerry Ndomo. I represent Seedstars Africa Ventures.
You represent loudly?
Seedstars Africa Ventures.
Seedstars Africa Ventures. You're saying that quietly. Yeah, everybody wants to get to know you. Okay, fine. And we're going to start with M Gen Z. You've got 5 minutes. I am going to be quick on the money. When 5 minutes are done, they're done. Then you have 3 minutes of Q&A. This is your clicker and this is your mic. So, Smama Apaju, I know it's a thing. You can look at that screen over there.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michael Mohato, and I'm founder and CEO. First question, before I tell you the name of the business, I believe all of you, if I may be making a rough assumption, that all of you have been to a home expo or a home exhibition. And for those who have not gone there, I must tell you that it's quite daunting, especially if you're shopping for stuff. There's so many vendors, so many products to look into. You want to talk to everybody at the same time, but to even get to half of what it is you want might take you a couple of days. So M Gen Z is where I'm a founder and CEO, and M Gen Z is basically an online home expo. Now by that, what I mean is, what you're going to find at the traditional home expo at a physical location is exactly what you're going to find online on our platform. Now, we all know what's happening in Africa. There's been a lot of commercialization of construction that's going on, about more than 44% that's been going on. And we're looking at by 2050, this is the same trend that's going to be happening. So the space that we're in, what you're trying to do is to ensure that construction and home improvement products and services are seen and visible to each and every single person. Whether you're in the know or not in the know, whether you're a vendor, you need visibility to be seen by everybody. Whether you have web presence or not, you'll be able to be seen through M Gen Z. The pain points that we're looking at, we have the professionals who are the architects and so on. They also need to be seen. There's a lot of fear of going to see a contractor because you're fearing the fees that come with contractors. We have the homeowners who are also looking to partner and to hear people's stories in a community. How did you get your roof? Where did you get your timber from? Did you get a good contractor? We also have the merchants. Do you have people who are duplicating your story, your shop? Do you have people who are selling things akin to yours? How valuable are your products in the same market? And then we also have the diaspora community, which is, many of them have very many sad stories. They send a lot of money back home for their construction projects and such like, but none of these projects get to see the light of day because either they've used a broker or an unscrupulous contractor, and the project just fizzles out after a lot of money has been put in. So those are the pain points, most of the key pain points that we're looking into. So we de-risk the customers because we are using an escrow feature, which means the vendor or supplier only gets his money after the job is done or the product has safely been received by the buyer. So it behooves the supplier to make sure that his product is up to scratch and that he has delivered the goods properly. Otherwise, he gets no money. So we don't get any duplication of vendors or suppliers, and the customer doesn't face the risk of not getting his product or his money back. Correct. Now, M Gen Z, what we have is we have verified vendors, and because of the same escrow, it covers the vetting area because no one wants to come on board to sell something that he doesn't because he's not going to get money for it. We have a 24/7 marketplace, which means if there's somebody in New Zealand and wants to buy something for his parent back home, he doesn't have to wait for Kenya to come to daylight to procure what he needs. He can do that, and the next question will be, do you deliver or shall we collect it? We have a community which encompasses quite a number of people. We have the vendors themselves, we have the customers themselves, we have people in national environmental management, we have people in the water field, we have people in the power field who will come together and tell you what it is that you require when you're building or if you want to do something to do with your home. The escrow fact is one of our strong points. As I said, it also de-risks a lot of people. It helps the whole payment system, the whole payment flow. and it gives a lot of people the courage and the confidence to go on. Moving swiftly, we have the unique selling points, which basically what it is. We are promoting the subscription model of payment, which means we do not allow, or rather we do not facilitate for the bottom line price to be increased because of taking commissions. We just charge a subscription. So the vendors who are coming on board, we charge them $1 per day. So per month, that's $30 for every vendor. You have, for $30, you're able to put about 250 products on the platform with a price and your contact details. So we don't even get in between the vendor and the buyer. Now, for those who will pay for maybe an annual subscription, you have an unlimited space to put your entire shop, your entire inventory, catalog after catalog of products online. So that's the unique. We have competition, yes, but most of them, they charge commission, and we are the ones who just do subscription.
Okay, judges, please ask him the questions. Just go to whatever slide you want us to stay on, but yes, it's for the judges.
So I'll start with the first question. Considering your approach, what's your marketing strategy? Considering there's people already doing what you're doing, Jumia, Gigi, what will make people more convinced to approach your online market?
Good question. Okay, Gen Z, as I said, we only specialize in construction and home improvement products and services. When you go into Jumia or Gigi, if I may point those out of the competition, you'll find that they have everything from clothing to food. Now, this is specifically for those who are interested in doing things to do with their home. You don't want to go around looking through and searching and all that. You go straight to the people who do those things. So we have the contractors, we have experts. So Jumia doesn't have those. You'd rather go somewhere where you have those things and people who can engage you in the actual items and tell you, no, don't take this, take this, it is better, it's stronger, more durable, and better quality, better price. Plus, we also have something to do with comparison. So you'll see this product from this vendor and another product from another vendor, same items, but maybe different quality or maybe different sources.
You also mentioned that the subscription will be based on $1 a day, right?
Right.
So how will you guys make business in the long term? And in 5 years, what's your financial arrangement like?
Financial arrangement, we're looking to do 1,000 vendors per county in Kenya. We have 47 counties, so we're looking at 47,000 vendors across Kenya. And that is to make sure that the people in Lamu, their products can be seen by the people in Kisumu or Nakuru or Eldoret, and vice versa. So the kind of trade that's going to be there should be seamless. And because visibility is king right now with the online marketing and all, everybody gets a taste of business.
So I have a question is about the escrow model. And basically, like if one of the supplier needs to purchase some material before delivering the work, how they will manage that? Because if you speak about people who are more in the informal sector, they might not have the cash flow to do so.
Good question. I didn't finish, but we have strategic partnerships with financial credit suppliers. This particular partners, what they do is they will be approached by customers who do not have the financial capability to buy a product online, and they'll request that that product is bought for them. So they'll be given the credit facility. Plus, the same partner is able to give vendors finance to beef up their stocks and inventory.
Okay, I have one question on your go-to-market strategy. I've come across most models, or rather most entrepreneurs who talk about the fact that subscription is not the best way for an African market. So how is this sustainable for you as the only model that you're using at the moment?
Surprisingly, this has been quite good for me because we look at instances where there's an item worth maybe, let's say, 300,000 shillings, but you only pay me 3,000 shillings. If I was to take 10% of that, basically I'm your partner in business. So they're finding it much better to even pay this because even the way our shilling has been, this is much more sustainable for them.
I have conversations with them. I like the model, but they're good questions. Eh? This is very good questions to discuss. Asante sana, let's give him a hand. Gen Z. Ah, yes, don't take my things. And he's a good man. He's giving me back my things. All right, next is Con Digital. Bro, here's your microphone. Button, you press down here. This is the down. Yeah, let's go.
Hello, my name is Abel. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Condigital from Ethiopia. Infrastructure is the heartbeat of economies. No industry, whether it is healthcare, education, energy, can exist without infrastructure. And Africa is investing a lot in it. Billions of dollars every year are budgeted into infrastructure projects. But here is the problem. More than 70% of these projects experience delays and cost overruns. And the reason is the pen and paper-based mechanism used to manage these projects. Me and my two friends, after observing this problem, we have found that the solution for this is digital integration across the project cycle to create an efficient and effective project management. And that's what we are building, what we have built with Condigital, a cloud-based infrastructure project management for construction companies. Condigital offers tools for project stakeholders to plan, report, communicate, efficiently manage their resources, effectively allocate their finances with analytical data to enhance their performance. Our team, which is a composition of technology and construction experts with more than 10 years experience, have taken our time to understand the complexities of the industry and crafted the solution to launch it in 2022. The business model we have structured for Condigital is a combination of customization and onboarding fee ranging from $1,000 to $5,000 depending on the size of the company, and a subscription ranging from $100 to $500 after the onboarding. After we launched it in 2022, we were able to onboard 25 construction projects in Ethiopia while securing 15,000 in customization contracts. But compared to our plan, this is just the beginning, as we plan to address more than 3,000 construction companies in Ethiopia with over $1.4 billion in project value. And the construction industry in Ethiopia is the fastest growing industry, with growing with 8% annually. So we expect our addressable market to grow exponentially in the coming years. So who are we competing with? Construction is a tough industry. So it's not surprising that we don't see many startups in this field. However, there are multi-billion-dollar companies based in US and Europe trying to penetrate the market. However, we believe that Condigital offering a customizable platform with African context at an affordable price distinguishes us to capture the market. The next step is we plan, in addition to growing our customer base, we plan to add a construction material marketplace and handling financial transactions under this project in our platform. To achieve this, we are trying to raise $200,000 to expand our product development, marketing, and sales team. So, my brothers and sisters, let's modernize the construction industry, deliver infrastructure projects on time, and build Africa's economy. Thank you.
With a minute to spare, let's go to questions.
Yes, I have a first question. You said initially to set it up, you need at least $1,000 to $5,000. Yeah. So now, with companies like Seamless HR doing what you are trying to explain on a broader scale as well, with other options apart from construction, what's going to make me come to you guys and not consider Seamless HR?
Yeah. So there are companies that tried like Procore, even Oracle, Aconics. They try to, especially in Ethiopia, they try to implement it. The main problem that happens is the way they structure the software. The developers in the US and Europe, they developed it using their marketplace context, whether it is the US or Europe. So even though they had the money to afford the platform, they couldn't get it to the ground because it differs in a lot of stuff. In construction, even from company to company, the way they plan, the way they report differs, even though they keep the fundamentals. So what we offer with Condigital is not only understanding the context, but also offering highly customizable platform for each company, so that our goal is not to change how they do, but to make it more efficient. If you go to them and say, change everything and use the software, they will be more hesitant to use it. But if you say, the way you're doing it, it can be more efficient, you can achieve your profit margins, you just have to use this platform, they will be very happy. And that's how we are approaching it.
You've still not answered how you'll convince somebody to consider you rather than the competition. And right now, have you done a market survey in Nairobi and maybe see some of the competition?
Our marketplace is in Ethiopia, and the companies in Ethiopia have tried to get the softwares from Microsoft and Procore. And the main problem they encounter is those softwares cannot be implemented to the Ethiopian construction context. They have tried it. It's not something that is imaginable. We're not saying that don't try it. They have tried it, but they cannot implement it because the context is far different.
Wow. Well, all right. Somebody else on the question?
Yeah. How big is the market in Ethiopia, and how much of that market do you think you can penetrate? Maybe you can start with the numbers that you have to date. And walk us through that.
So in Ethiopia, the construction industry is the fastest growing industry in the country. So there are over 5,000 construction companies just in Ethiopia. So if we plan to address like 60%, we can say 60, 70%, we plan to address like 3,000, which is a lot. And this numbers is like a bit outdated. It's like 2020. So the number of companies is much higher than this. And the way it's growing, the industry is growing. We expect the target market to grow exponentially.
All right, your time is up. How much money are you raising?
$200,000.
$200,000. Let's give him a hand. That was actually very good. Thank you. Thank you. Let me just check if this thing works. I tell them, press down. Yeah, it's down. Everybody presses down. You understand? Ecomac, you've been on the stage a couple of times. Here you go. The bricks with plastic in them. Take the table.
No.
Hi everyone. My name is Ronald Mugiga. So while growing up in a refugee community in Uganda, I witnessed the consequences of poor waste disposal, with plastics littering all over roads, clogging sewers, and even encroaching onto our homes. The worst days and nights were when it would rain and we spent all nights draining water out of our houses. The worst case scenario is at my age 10 when I contracted cholera and was left with only 10% chances to survive. Disappointed by my own story and the story of other refugees in my community, I launched Ecomac Recyclers, a social enterprise that transforms the plastic waste in communities into eco-friendly construction bricks, solving the challenges of plastic waste pollution, creating jobs for the community members, as well as mitigating climate change. So every year, over 11 million tons of plastic waste end up in oceans across the globe. And in my own country, Uganda, over 600 tons of plastic waste are generated every day, and only 6% of this is recycled. On the other hand, over 2.5 million people lack decent housing. This is due to the high rising costs of construction materials, taking in point that many Ugandans currently survive on less than $1 per day. So at Ecomac, we establish collection centers in different communities. We allow community members to dispose their plastic waste, and we pay them. We then transform this plastic waste into eco-friendly construction bricks. And for each brick that we make, we remove 1 kilogram of plastic waste from the environment. Our bricks have a number of advantages. They are 2 times stronger than the conventional bricks. Our bricks have 0 breakages. You buy 1,000 bricks, you use 1,000 bricks. Our bricks offer a 30% cheaper compared to the conventional bricks on the market. We also sell our bricks to our customers who are construction companies at an affordable cost of $0.1 per brick sold. This gives us a net profit margin of over 50%. Currently, we have certified paying customers and with multiple letters of intent from our customers who want to use our product. We have also established showrooms where we are going to be selling our bricks in different cities across Uganda. The serviceable market across Uganda for the construction bricks is valued at $700 million. Our own goal is to acquire 1% of this market in the next coming years. We also have planned scale, but our main focus now is in Uganda. We need to scale to other countries like Kenya, Senegal, Rwanda, Ghana, and Zambia in the next coming years. So recently, we partnered with Plastic Recycling Industries. It's an entity of Coca-Cola. This helped us in piloting our brick project in 2 cities across Uganda. We have as well partnered with 12 hardware stores who are willing to sell our bricks on our behalf. We have a strong team of engineers, environmentalists, finance, and business development. All these are focused helping us in scaling to new markets. We have an advisory board who is also passionate about ending plastic waste pollution as well as creating social impact across the African communities. We are now raising $200,000. This is going to help us set up a mega factory because we realize the market is very large, and as well as use the other money to expand our new markets. Please join me to have a plastic-free world. Thank you.
Such a superhero story right there. Okay, 3 minutes, I think, for questions, and then we go. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I have a question about the sourcing of the plastic. So I see that at the moment you have a margin of 50%. I don't know if you have to pay to acquire this plastic, and what do you think about the price, if it will increase with time? And also, what is the competition? Like, who are the other people who are actually collecting those plastic, and do you face as well some problem with the mafia?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. So what we do is we move out to communities, set up our centers, and then we sensitize women. At Ikumak, we work with marginalized communities. Those are people who live in either refugee settlements or slum areas in cities. So we organize them in groups, and they are the people who collect for us the plastic waste. So what we do is we pay them per kilo they bring, as well as give them insurance to get health or education. So the sourcing of plastic is really very easy, and that's why our cost is really not so much expensive, because we get it at a really cheap price, and plastic waste is everywhere, so we really have so much. The other question is about the competitors. Currently, we compete with people who do conventional bricks in Uganda, and because our bricks has so many advantages, the market is really picking up to use our bricks now.
My question is in regards to your current factory. So you said you need 200K for a mega factory. So what currently are you using? Is it in conjunction with Coca-Cola? Is that the reason why they're there, or how do you work about where you build the bricks?
Yeah, so with Coca-Cola, they helped us in piloting. Currently, we have a machine line. We produce 15,000 bricks per week. We collect 20 tons per week. We only use 15 tons, and we leave out the other 5 tons to other recycling companies as a source of revenue as well. So our goal is, as the market increases, our goal is to increase from 20 tons to 50 tons. This means we shall be collecting 200 tons per month and recycling it all, because for each brick takes 1 kilogram.
Question was the quality of the bricks. Can it withstand harsh weather conditions, maybe extremes?
Yeah, thank you so much. We did all tests from density, water absorption, airflow resistance, the strengths. Our bricks are really very strong compared to the conventional bricks they use, and they can be used in any conditions. Let it be in the northern part of Uganda that is very hot, or in Florida where it's very cold.
There you go. Voila, let's give him a hand. Well done. That was very, very good. I appreciate it very much. All right. Ecomac is there. He's around. If you need a conversation with him, let's make it happen. And now I'm going to ask my good folk who have the muscles to put the seats in the solution that the seats are put in, to come and do that so that I can invite a couple of people in a discussion on what is the path to ecosystem maturity in East Africa. That word, when I saw this, I was like, this word ecosystem maturity, is that how much money you make? Do you want more LinkedIn posts about how much money we're making as a business or as an industry, how much we're raising? We're already at 4 billion right now. And I think it's towards the end of the year. Comparative to last year, where I think it was 5, if I'm not mistaken. I was talking to Jason earlier about that. And I think for me, that's a sign that we're doing better than our South Asian brothers and sisters, and we're doing better than definitely the US, and better than, I believe, the other part of the world that is raising capital, Europe. So it's trying to figure out what this word ecosystem maturity looks like. So we have a couple of people who are going to be coming through. We have our 5 tables and our microphone. I'm going to put one down here. Take this one. Take this, put it over there and then put this chair outside. I'm going to do a quick call-in so that we have everyone come through. Ngetha is going to be the first person I'm going to talk to come on stage. Ngetha, tafadhali come and get a seat. Jason, I saw you earlier. Come as well. Christina is around here somewhere. Where is she? There she is. I'm looking for, Ngetha's there, Jason, Christina's there, and Anthony. Anthony, yes? Yes, Anthony is somewhere around here as well. Come take a seat. Your microphones should be on your tables, and Jason is your host. Asante.
So we just start. No. I mean, I think you've already done pretty much of the introductions, but welcome once again. Happy to be here. Looking forward to the discussion, but it's good to be here with this marvelous panel that has been prepared for us. So without further ado, we're just going to go to a round of introductions first. I don't want to speak for anyone, so that I think I won't do much justice. So we're going to go into a round of introduction, and I would like to start with, before I start with Adelaide, maybe I can just tell you a bit about myself. So my name is Jason. I work with Victoria Business Angel Network. We are an early stage angel network in Kenya, focusing early stage, but pretty much looking at the African context. So, karibuni sana, and my brothers and sisters. Let me let the panel introduce themselves. So Adelaide.
Cool, thanks, Jason. So, hi guys, I'm Adelaide. I'm Joaquin Watangi. I'm from Founders Factory Africa, and basically what we do, we are a corporate-backed venture capital VC, and how we operate is that we are backed by Standard Bank, who's our fintech partner. We have Netcare, who's our health tech partner, and we also have Small Foundation, who's our agri-tech partner. And I'm in the market for ag-tech businesses, so if you are an ag-tech startup, please reach out.
Hey guys, can you hear me? There we go. My name is Gatha Waithaka, and I'm with Norscan 22. We are a new growth stage fund. We've been in the market probably about a year now, raising a $200 million fund. We're about to hit our second close at $160 million. Growth stage, Series A plus. Investors in our fund are mostly unicorn founders. So think Spotify, think Delivery Hero, think Klarna, Skype. Those are the guys who are backing our fund because this is the future. The African, the African continent is the future, and all these founders see that. They think that, the next, tech enablement, and you think about, the leapfrogging that will happen in industry is going to happen on our continent, and that's why there's a lot of people who are backing our fund. Background: I am actually a crossover investor. I used to be a buyout and growth investor with Actis. Some of my investments in Kenya, are Auto Express, a tire fitment center, and Java, which is where you should all be getting your coffee. So that's me, and really looking forward to the conversation. Thank you very much, Jesse.
Good. Hi, everyone. I'm Anthony Kimani from Enza Capital, an early stage fund based in Nairobi. And we back founders and teams using technology to solve large and meaningful problems. I mentioned early stage, so we play between pre-seed all the way to Series B. Some of the companies we've backed, you may know, AutoCheck happens to be one of them, Sandy as well. And keen to have this discussion And thanks to the AfricArena team for setting this up.
Excellent. My name is Christine Namara, not Christina. I'll take it though. I work for the Baobab Network. We're an accelerator for early stage tech startups. We started doing backing startups 4 years ago. So far, backed 30 startups in 13 African markets, both sector and country agnostic. And when I say early stage, I mean early stage. So we put in a bit of capital, we take them through a 12 to 16 week accelerator program, and then we give them access to their next round of funding. So that is what we do. Excited to have this chat with you guys.
Fantastic. I think we cut across the ecosystem from all the way from growth to early stage, a really early stage, and we have two venture kind of setups as well. So, but to begin us off, I think, like Tony was asking, what is this ecosystem maturity? And maybe I can ask Anthony just to give us what he thinks about what is ecosystem maturity. When you're talking about this ecosystem is a bit mature, what do you refer to?
Sure, happy to take a stab at it. Well, how I look at it is a mature ecosystem is a self-sustaining ecosystem. And there are two elements to this. So I look at it from the perspective of one, sources of capital, and then two, sources of talent. And the sources of capital, the truth is most of the capital in the venture capital ecosystem in East Africa comes from Europe and the US. You have, I'm not sure you have any institutional funds that have raised funds from Kenya and East Africa generally. So having local funds play in, specifically as LPs, we have quite a bit of money tied up in pensions, about 1.5 trillion shillings as of the end of last year, and legally up to 10% of that can be allocated to private equity, and venture capital is a subset of that. Another element of sources of capital is recycling of capital. So one way to gauge maturity would be us as investors are actually able to exit, and some of those returns are reinvested back into the ecosystem. Now, regarding sources of talent, I look at it from two perspectives. One is startup talent, specifically for the companies we invest in, and also investor talent as well. Based on some of the decks I see as an investor, although this is changing, you tend to see most, let me say, hotshot founders having worked for the fund companies or in the US or Europe, and they sort of have that credibility. I think if we get to a point where we can back people who've actually worked in local startups and in their own right can actually sort of be worthy of that capital on their own, I think is one sign of maturity. And on the investor end, also you have that challenge of you don't have many people who are of East African nationality who actually either have started the fund or run the fund, although that is changing as well. But increasingly, that we're sort of heading there, let me say. And well, in some ways we are. I'm part of one of those funds, but one dream I have is to have like a fully local fund backed by local LPs. Our whole team is local as well. I think that's a sign of maturity in itself. Not to say that what we have currently in the ecosystem isn't helpful. It very much is. Yeah.
I thank you for that. I think Gather's looking at you.
It's important that we have local LPs and also people who run funds locally, because that's where you get depth. Yeah? You get people making decisions on a daily basis, not sending the message to Paris and saying, should I invest in this company? No, people will never, I think, advance on that basis. Yeah. But just to add to what you said, just remember that, you see, ecosystem maturity, I think, is just take all the players in the ecosystem. It's funders, entrepreneurs, legislation and policy, talent, and then service providers. You see, if everyone relies on each other to be there when they show up, that's what you call ecosystem maturity. That when I'm an entrepreneur and I have a huge problem to solve, I know that there's enough capital to show up at that moment. There'll be engineers who can solve this problem for me and take the tech to the next level. I think that's when we start making strides. And my encouragement to everybody here, who I see a lot of entrepreneurs, I think when you take each other to the next level, the other pieces of the ecosystem follow. Yeah, so that's interesting.
Absolutely agree. I think it's multifaceted, like you put it, but I think we're heading in the right direction also, as Antonio was mentioning, and it will take a bit of time before we get there. But to touch on the capital side, because I don't think we can really exhaust on the talent side, just to touch on the capital side, I mean, we have seen a lot of money coming into the Eastern African region, VC money, or we have a bit of PE as well, but then there's all this idea that the ecosystem is not getting where you want it to get to. Still, that access to finance is still lacking for very many local founders. And I think Adelaide, I'm going to put you on the spot because you're the one who wrote the article anyway. So why don't you just address that for us as well?
What I said. And so for me, so just quick recap of the article in case you've not gone through it. So I think like a while back we did like an actual data deep dive on where the money is coming from and also now where the money is going to, right? So more recently we just did a follow-up, trying to see has it changed over the past three years, and things have not really changed. Like we still have the same capital being allocated to expert founders. That's what we call them. And so normally what I am a strong believer of, the closer the tech builders are to the solution that they're actually trying to solve for, then maybe more efficient the solution might be. And they are outliers, right? Some people actually do come and have these great solutions and they've not been here for a while. But so the trend has been, sometimes we have great entrepreneurs, great experience, great education, but they tend to be overlooked, right? And so for that, for that piece that I did, that Jason is referencing, the call to action was, how do we as local entrepreneurs just make more noise about what you're actually building? Sometimes you get founders and they're too humble, they're trying to be rational. Sometimes just be rational and speak about your business. If you actually have a challenge, just also speak about the challenge, right? Because I could be knowing someone who actually went through the same thing. I could have some, I could have some advice for you as well. So just make some noise about what you're doing, where you are. And I know I'm saying that I'm also a founder. It's not on my profile, so I need to ask to take my own advice. But then, so beyond the, that call for action of communication and making noise, some of the things that also we as investors need to also really address is, we all have, like most of the capital that's coming in is from global investors, which is a great thing, right? So it means Africa is the place to be. They are betting on Africa, and it's really exciting. It's super exciting. But then, in most cases, when you're making your investment, it's normally based on your previous experience. It's based on other people that who are doing the same thing. So we have this preset biases, right, of what can work and what cannot work. I mean, if I went to California and I met a Kenyan, I'd be drawn to a Kenyan more than to anyone else. So also we as investors just being aware about our biases, and either immersing ourselves in the market and understanding if we were to implement something similar, what we need to change. So it's not a blind bet, because I feel like sometimes, especially in this ecosystem where we operate, we don't have a lot of information about the startup. We don't have 3 years of revenue. We don't have EBITDA. We don't have proper valuations. We use market caps, right? So it's normally a gut feeling. So we need to just be aware as well of those biases, and just to also add on to what I forgot your name. I'm sorry, Anthony. So like what he said, we also need to see more local capital coming in. So how do pension funds participate? I think, Jason, you guys are doing a great job with the angel network. How do we train more angels? How do we, you can become an angel, right? So you don't have to have $10,000 to participate in a round. So these days you can participate in around $2,000, $1,000. So depending on which network you guys are actually in. So we connect to the founders that we actually can see, and we can invest in them as well. So having that local capital. And I think the other exciting thing is, having entrepreneurs who've grown, coming back and saying, hey, how do we now support the upcoming entrepreneurs? So either in their personal capacity, some of them actually going ahead to raise funds. So I think that's also some of the things that can be done beyond what I previously said. But yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for that elaborate response, which I think is true. And of course, it will take more than this panel just to address the whole idea of why is capital just limited to certain type of founders or to certain type of entrepreneurs. But I think we don't have time for to explore to that to do justice to that kind of topic. But just to touch on something else also Antonia talked about with regards to maturity of the ecosystem is also because there's a capital side, but also we tend to see that even that capital that you're talking about is very concentrated in certain cities. I think most of it, if not all of it, comes to, let's say 90% of it comes to Nairobi or Kenya, for that matter. But we also have innovations happening elsewhere. You have innovation in Uganda, you have innovation in Rwanda, Ethiopia. So how do we also bring them up to speed? And to be safe, I'm going to say Namara.
Yes, Namara is ideal. Thank you. Just to quickly add to what she said, I think representation is kind of just critical. We just need more people in the room that can understand what you're doing. This is the only way. I mean, this is going to be the truth about how we invest more in female founders. It's going to be the truth about how we get more money in Kenya or in East Africa. There just has to be more representation. And then I think the other way to remove biases, not to dwell on it, is just data, which we do a lot at the Baobab Network. If you're very set on exactly what you're looking for and it's data driven, a lot of your biases fall away because you're looking for actual things. But to answer your question, I think one thing we're overlooking from a maturity standpoint of the ecosystem is kind of just age. So if you think about Nairobi, a lot of pioneering things happened in Nairobi for the continent. iHub, CC Hub, I think even the first angel network kind of came out of here. And so when investors are looking for startups and looking for somewhere to put their money, they're obviously drawn to where there's more activity. And so that's the first thing I would say. The second thing I think is market size. So if you ask anybody that's sitting here and they're thinking about who to invest in, you're kind of asking the founder, what's the size of your market? Who is going to buy this? Who is going to, who are you selling this thing to? And if it's the 100 people in your village, they will not give you money. So you have to build products that address wide markets or very niche markets. And then the third thing I will say is you have to go where the money is. So while you're building in Kisumu or Nyeri, as a founder, you need to be fairly cognizant that a lot of the money sits in certain places. And so you need to find a way to meet those people. But on the other side of the table, us who work at funds or at accelerators can be more deliberate about spreading that out. And if you look at our portfolio at the Baobab Network, ConDigital is on there. We have 3 startups in Ethiopia. I think we're just about to back a startup out of Kisumu. And so it's very much about being deliberate and understanding that you have that bias. So we could very well invest just in Nairobi and all the major cities, but being deliberate about saying we want to put money in Tanzania, we want to put money in Uganda, we want to put money in Kisumu. And my last point, without sounding like a broken record here, I would say is we have a real opportunity as East Africans to leverage the economic bloc to widen our market size. And I think if we start to think of ourselves as a bloc, we will create a place or a space where investors consume us as just one really large group of people that they can sort of build markets around. Yes, I hope this answers your question.
Absolutely. And thank you for that. But you have touched on something quite interesting, I think, from a maturity point of view. Yes, but it's in the name itself. I mean, the more you have been there in the ecosystem, the more mature this ecosystem is as well. But also want to just touch a bit on the market thing to see how, and this I want to send it together because I think it's very interesting. How do companies, especially VCs, when they're looking at markets and saying how do we extract value from a market, the size of the market, etc., etc. And on that, maybe you can touch, because Antonia said something very interesting. We need to see that circular movement of money coming in and money coming out. So is that idea of looking at exits from a market sizing point of view, does it matter? Because you have worked at very different spectrums of the funding space.
Yeah.
Look, investors are very impatient, yeah, and it is very important to make sure that an investor understands that this isn't a gamble, yeah. You're not just going to make money because on paper it says my investment is worth 3x. At some point, there has to be money that comes off of the table, not a roulette table, an investment that gets matured, and they take money out for the ecosystem to start spinning itself again. Just remember, when there is an exit, there is a founder who has made some money and puts it into the next thing. I mean, great examples are, GB at Flattery. I mean, he spawned almost, I think, 30, 40 startups in Nigeria because there has been a moment of exit. And that starts the cycle again, where guys can see there is success here, and I can go ask the silly questions and I can get funding out of that ecosystem, and you don't have to go to London and Silicon Valley for it. There's a founder right there who's actually made success. So, look, my encouragement to everyone is always have the tough conversation about exit on day number one. Start talking about how do we make money out of this thing. Because, some founders will be like, I never want to let go of this shiny thing I'm creating. I will never want to pass it on to the next person and us realize value. I'm saying that's myopic thinking because that way you stifle an ecosystem, yeah? So I'll give you another example, yeah? So in our fund, we've got the investor of Skype and the investor of Klarna, yeah? Skype was probably the first successful business in Sweden. And everyone else who came after that looked at that and said, if that guy can do it, oh hell yeah, I can, yeah? Because Jason, you look at me and say, that Geffer guy with his very, not very sophisticated viewpoints, you can also do it, yeah? So, I'd say that just have a moment of thinking about how do you, show success, monetize it, and then get the flywheel going, yeah? And talk about it early. I always say, anybody who's founding a business, even today, the businesses that came up here today, my first question for them is, okay, if this thing is successful in 12, 13 years, are we going to make money? Are you going to sell it? Or are you going to sell it to? How much do you think you'll sell it for? And if you fail, what are you going to do next? Yeah? Have a very honest conversation with Ice about it. Yeah?
Absolutely, and I think actually that was going to be my second part of it because we have seen some startups here pitch. So how do they align themselves? Because I think it's all about creating alignment and making sure that you have the same vision as an investor because it's not there for a very long time. So how do you structure or how do you have that exit conversation? How would you recommend to startups to have that exit conversation with an investor like you?
Well, let's always have the right investor on your cap table, yeah? There are some funds who are long-term, evergreen. So if you really believe that this thing's going to take you 30 years to monetize, do not pick me. Because in 8 years' time, I'll be like, I need to see a return. Yeah? So alignment on the exit horizon and expectation is very important. And being able to have that conversation early. The other thing I always say is, the only way to prevent a fight in an exit horizon is start the conversation now. I will ask the very, very tough questions. I will ask, who are we going to sell it to? Why would they buy it? And sometimes they don't exist today, and I love that co-creation of a vision of who could be a buyer of this type of business. And so in my experience, more often than not, you kind of know the profile of the exit partner, and if you don't address it in an early enough juncture, I think you'll end up having an investment forever, not an investment where you monetize over time.
What do you think of us turning it into the crowd and having some questions as we start winding down?
Absolutely. But before we go to the crowd, I just want to ask one final question. I think Ngeda is one who mentioned on that legislation. In this, I'm going to take it to Namara and Adelaide, what they think about, from a maturity point of view, what do you think can be put in place so that at least we can really accelerate and catch up with places like South Africa, Egypt, etc., etc.
Yeah. Thank you. So I'm not a regulation expert yet, but from how I think about it, sorry?
Work in progress.
Yeah, it's a work in progress. 3 months from now, you can talk to me. But from how I see it, or from the solution that I get to review and see, is I get really pressed, if I may say, when I get this. You see these great businesses, but then scaling to different markets is a bit hard because we always think in silos. We always our policies are in silos, so interoperability becomes a real challenge. So for me, I think when you get to the point where our policies are interconnected or our legislations cater for that like cross-border operations, I think that's where we can say, now this is it. Because sometimes we are excited about a business, and then you're like, hey, so so like when you go to Nigeria, you think it's going to be smooth sailing, but then you go there and you're battling 16 regulators, and it's just crazy and it's impossible. So I think once we get to that point where we have this interconnectedness, is that we can say we have gotten there.
Namara, do you have something to chime into that?
I think I'm going to look at it from like an investment standpoint. And I think one thing that would be helpful for us as an ecosystem is to create an ecosystem that is safe for people to invest in. And this kind of maybe goes back to like our politics and things like that. It's kind of scary to try invest in Uganda when we've kind of had the same president for like 35 years. And there's not any real way to transition out of that without things getting weird. And I'm Ugandan, I'm allowed to say this, don't judge me. So I think that we need to kind of create an environment where we're not then ending up taking money that will just end up going back into a different ecosystem once it exits. Because the companies are Delaware, C Corps, they're in Mauritius or whatever. I think one of the things we can do for ourselves is create ecosystems where we can trust the systems and the policies and the regulations, that if something happens when I invest my money, there's real ways that I can get it back, I think would be my only input.
Thank you so much for that.
Yes, allow me to quickly chime in. I look at it from the perspective of capital. I think regulation can be used to encourage angels to them. If you look at the UK and the EIS program and what it has done in the UK, I think something similar in Kenya and other East African countries would be quite useful in encouraging people to come and invest in this particular space. You have quite a bit of money tied up in real estate, government securities, because, well, that's what most people know. But I think promoting venture as potentially a way to make money and making it easier for angels to come in and giving them benefits to do it, I think would go a long way.
I believe so. It's just that I don't think Gary is ready for that conversation or parliament. But maybe I can ask the audience if they have any questions for the panel.
Yes. Does anybody have questions? I'm at the back over here holding a microphone. If somebody does, I have one. Myself. Yeah. You see a hand? Someone? Where's the hand? The microphone at the front.
Hi, my name is Bernard. I run an accelerator called Innovate Now. We focus on assistive tech. So my question is to you guys as investors in the ecosystem. I don't know how mature you think the ecosystem is now, but I would say we're still growing. We can't say we are mature yet, but what are you doing? What's your contribution to that maturity? As I think beyond being investors, the role you also have to play in a young ecosystem is to contribute to its growth. And it's specifically around the problem that she raised around how safe is it to invest in Africa. So we know that there's policy gaps, the regulatory gaps, and until those are unlocked, we'll never have funds domiciled here. They will always be done outside. So is there an initiative or a collaboration around unlocking this? Because it's going to be, I feel like it's one of those things that could unlock a lot of wealth creation at the end of the day, where the capital remains in the country. But I haven't heard, we tried it. We tried to, I used to be the chairman of ASEC, which is an association of enablers. And we tried to propose, we should have a startup bill that starts looking at some of these things. Long story short, that's still in the process, still somewhere between the two houses of Senate and Parliament. But what are you guys doing, and how can we make this happen faster?
Okay. Thank you so much for that. I'll pass it on to the panel. I don't want to be caught in that crossfire.
You can start it, Jason. Just as is there anyone else with a question as you close out this? No. Okay.
So, look, this space of alternatives is well understood in other parts of the world and not yet here. Yeah. So what we've seen is getting especially our pension funds to start investing in alternatives is a journey that has started. So if you look at, because alternatives are by their very nature risky and they are illiquid. So when you go to pension fund X, so go to NSSF today and tell them, I want you to invest your money for retirees. I'm only going to give it back to you in 10 to 13 years. They're like, okay, I better get a proper return because Kenya government bond is returning 14, 15%. Euro bond yield is actually quite decent as well. Yeah. So in the alternative space, still there haven't been enough success or proof points where they are willing to dip their toes in. Now, East Africa Venture Capital Association has started that discussion and they started funding the private equity firms. So you look at Ascent Capital, David Owino's firm, he's actually getting money from local pension funds. We went to them on a venture capital basis and they were like, get in line, yeah? So private equity has shown some returns. Venture is still not proven yet. And this is one for an ecosystem maturity. There has to be someone who shows success for them to believe that in 13 years they'll make 3-4 times their money, yeah?
What about the numbers? It's a numbers game. Nigeria comes first. I think Nigeria is first, Egypt is second, South Africa is third, Kenya is fourth. It's a numbers game. We have a 90s, we talked about it yesterday actually, I think Enza was making the presentation. We have a $96 billion disposable income versus Nigeria's $56 billion. I may be wrong in that way, which shows we've got more money, we've got more capital than they do, yet they are spending out unicorns in a rather ridiculous way, and us guys are not. So is it a numbers game as well? Egypt is over there up with its 90 million people, I think it is, right? The only reason Ethiopia is not on that list with its 110 million people is because government issues. Is it a numbers game? Can we just be clear and say it's a numbers game? Or is there something else that's kind of underlying that you can point out in like 3 bullet points? Because I'm already pushing time.
Yeah, to some extent, I think it is a numbers game, of course. Yes, I mean, we can't really compare our numbers to theirs, but I think also just to speak to Bernard's point, we also need to do a bit internally as well to see how people, especially in the VCP sector, can also become contributors to local economy. They start doing a bit of angel investing, like what Adelaide was talking about, educating themselves, and more importantly, educating their network on this alternative space. Because then if we do that, they're going to be like a ripple effect, which at some point will get the critical mass that now actually we can start tapping into from a local capital point of view. And then you can start seeing people who are contributing to that local space also helping businesses mature them in themselves. Because I think early stage space, if whether we like it or not, your business is going to grow as fast as your capital and also your network as well. And having people who have contributed to those businesses from a local perspective, and it also boosts that kind of idea that they also contribute to their growth as well by opening up their networks as well. I think that is going to help a lot in terms of pushing the numbers, making sure that the businesses grow and scale to a point where by now we can start competing with the Nigerians and the South Africans and the Egyptians, and at some point even Africa as a whole. And the more we have those people there, then also they can start impacting on regulation as well. So,
well, yeah, I can chime in quickly. Yes, it is a numbers game, but I think that that's using heuristics in a way. And I always use the example of, if you look at Safaricom and M-Pesa, we built a $10 billion business in Kenya alone. We didn't need the kind of population you see in Nigeria or Egypt. So I don't think it's so much about the size of the population. It's, as you said, disposable income and the kind of products you're selling, because ideally there are 2 plays to this. It's either you go for high volume, low margin, or high margin, low volume. So I do believe you can still achieve that in Kenya and East Africa as well.
Thank you all for that. Asanteni sana. We're going to have your seats in the room as we figure out our tech. The light has gone off at the back. Thank you. Just put your microphones on the seat as we do the switches. So we have pitch tech for good. That's going to be happening now. We've got French Tech Nairobi here. I believe it is. Yes, there. Voila, there you go. So you're going to be, somebody went with my clicker. Oh, no, that's me. I'm the one who went with the clicker. All right. So it's a 5-minute pitch and 3 minutes Q&A. Sorry. Microphone? No. Huh? No.
So our next track is an exciting one. It's sponsored by La French Tech and particularly from French Tech Nairobi. What is La French Tech? So French Tech is a network of French and Francophone entrepreneurs across the world. The objective of the network is basically to help each other develop and scale businesses across the continent. So, French Tech was created about 10 years ago as a way to easily identify French entrepreneurs when they were going to CES Las Vegas, and it was so popular that the brand was used everywhere else. So we actually have over 60 communities around the world and in France of entrepreneurs, and we have 9 on the continent in Africa. So I am involved with French Tech Cape Town, Johannesburg, and also I help coordinate the efforts at a continent level. So we have French Tech Nairobi, French Tech Cape Town, Johannesburg, French Tech Antananarivo, French Tech Tunisia, French Tech Morocco, and a few others I'm forgetting. And we're very excited today because for the second year in a row, we have in French Tech Nairobi this exciting Tech for Good challenge to single out very up-and-coming, promising entrepreneurs doing also good for the planet and for our world. So I introduce Johan, who is the president of French Tech Nairobi.
Thanks, Christophe. Look, just a couple of words on my side. So I think a very good description of the French Tech globally. I think two programs that can be very relevant also for Kenya. It's a government-backed initiative, French Tech. So you have French Tech visas that are helping non-EU citizens relocate to France, whether they're employees, startup founders, investors. That's one. The second one is also like a financially supported directly by the French government for typically events like the one today. The French Tech Nairobi is nothing else than the local iteration of that global movement. We're trying to gather entrepreneurs, investors, the ecosystem in general. Now, the key thing is it's called French Tech. It doesn't mean you need to be French. And actually, it doesn't mean you need to even speak French, right? In most of the globe, you're going to have, okay, being French is useful. Here, we need to be a bit realistic. And so speaking French is nice, but it's not a requirement, as you'll see actually for most of the startups we're going to have today. For the French Tech for Good today, the Tech for Good challenge for today, so it's our second iteration. Really is just highlighting innovative entrepreneurs who have like really cool ideas and are trying to do good. That's the key message. That's a pretty broad spectrum. Obviously, last year our winner, Zuri Health, had the opportunity to fly to France and participate in Viva Tech, which is like the biggest European tech conference. And so so we are excited about the startups for today. And I think I'll be part of the jury. So I'll be able to ask questions on top.
Nice. Thank you so much. That's fantastic. I was in Viva Tech 2018. It's an amazing conference. You definitely want to go for that. And I happen to be a speaker at that. Okay. Here's the thing. This is what you need to note. It's more visible to you than it is to me because I'm just seeing pixelated text. But you can read stuff. You read. Is there a website? Is there? You've missed the application process. I just wanted to point that out. 23rd September it was this. But now we're going to get into presentations now. I think we have Melanin Capital next, right? We finance greener and more inclusive Africa. Melanie, welcome. This is your microphone. Use this one. And the clicker is down. Give her a hand as she begins.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melanie. I'm the CEO of Melanin Capital, which is a fintech on a mission to make finance greener and more inclusive in Africa, starting with banks. Why banks? Well, because those institutions cannot do business as usual anymore. both the regulators and the investors are now on the case to integrate environmental and social metrics in their lending activities. And when we were working with them, we realized that to implement those ESG strategies, they actually focus on something that is very important to our heart, our African SMEs. Why? Because those SMEs are the drivers of social and environmental impact and critically need astronomical funding to be able to grow. But the problem for those banks is always the same when it comes to SMEs. Whether it's ESG or non-ESG, the problem is eligibility. We found out that actually they refuse more than half of the SME loan applications of their own clients just because of eligibility reasons. We know that firsthand as co-founders, either through the entrepreneurial perspective from Ian, who got denied all his loans from his 4 Kenyan SMEs without understanding why, or through my experience as an impact investor, where I was providing tens of millions of dollars of ESG financing facilities to banks who couldn't then unlend it to SMEs. Actually, most of the banks would refuse my money just because they were telling me they couldn't find SMEs eligible for that kind of funding. And because we know that there is so much opportunities in the ESG space, we decided to do something about it. And we created this sustainable financial platform that helps banks integrate ESG metrics into the SME lending portfolio. We're providing a completely new algorithm in the market by helping banks collect the right data from SMEs, assess and score the ESG performance of the SME lending portfolio. Then we provide them with a digital platform where they can first make the SMEs eligible for those loans, help their loan officers monitor and report on this ESG performance, and all of this is customizable through our API. We already have products that we launched with APSA Kenya, who onboarded 400 SMEs into our process to ensure that they could be eligible for the ESG funding. They then selected the top ones to be able to provide them with more affordable lending without asking them for any collateral, because they could get access to all the data and the documentation to make a credit decision. Through the subscription model that we charge those banks for their SMEs and through the pilots that you've already started, we already generated more than $250,000 of annual revenue since the beginning of the year. And we plan to expand first leveraging on our main clients, APSA, but also on the government partners that we already have and that are lending or providing guarantees to those banks. We are currently raising 500,000 euros for our team that is convinced that if we can drive even 1% of that funding, we can create sustainable wealth for the generation to come in Africa.
That was quick, fast. Let's give her a hand. Very impressive. No, you hold that, so you have questions that are going to be 2 minutes long starting now. Oh, judges, you can ask a question, just so you know.
Sure. Well, for me, it wasn't clear the how. There's a slide where you show the different products, and then there are like bullet points. That one I haven't gotten clearly. At a high level I have, but specifically how you're going to offer those services.
Sure, I can just re-explain. So basically for the different products that we have, it's just a digital platform, like a core banking system for banks. And then the whole land application is actually digitized. So instead of just having a credit scoring system, which the banks necessarily have to do anyway for compliance purposes, we offer them an additional value, which is the ESG scoring system. And from that, we capture actually the data from the mobile money of the SMEs. And we have built an algorithm that really maps out what every transaction translates into environmental and social impact. And from there, it gives a score to the SMEs. And we explain to them if the score is acceptable or not for the specific bank they are applying for. And that helps the SMEs understand what they have to do, what kind of cash flow they have to achieve, what kind of certification they need to show, what kind of documentation they are missing to get the loans. So that's the first product.
40 seconds to go.
Just a quick one. Are you measuring how many non-performing loans you have when you use this algorithm? Yeah, what's the rate of that?
Yes, absolutely. So then that's in the second product for managing of the loans. The goal is to reduce as much as possible the NPLs. So we have a target with APSA of 10%. So far we don't have, because we've handpicked those SMEs at the beginning for the pilot. But if we manage to reach up to 10%, which is lower than the main markets, that would be the goal. But we have a partnership with the African Guarantee Fund that provides 70% of the collateral, so that then we don't ask the collateral for the SMEs, so it's easier for them to get access to finance.
Well done. Let's give her a hand again. That was very good. My clicker's over there. Melanin Capital. I was just on the website. Pretty sweet. It's like a joke about to happen. You saw it? Did you see it? Did you? I knock, knock. All right then. Seriously, where's knock, knock? Or is there like I'm supposed to knock somewhere? Stuck in traffic. Okay, so give me a second. I just jump onto the next one, which is Jobsy. Voila, voila. I saw the t-shirt. When you walk in with a green t-shirt, everybody sees you, bro. Well done. Okay, this is the clicker. Everybody seems to not click the down one. Go nice.
Hi. My name is Matt Magea, founder of Jobsy. So, what's Jobsy? Jobsy is a service marketplace. What we do, we're linking the guys working informally in Africa directly with demand for their services. So, we give them security through insurance and also give them a platform to go and build their businesses through access to capital. So, what's the problem we're solving? In Africa's informal sector, work is very hard to find. For most of these guys, their days look like this. They go sit somewhere, wait for someone to call them for a job. There are also very limited opportunities for them to grow and for career progression, and they have no access to capital. By working as a plumber, you go to a bank, ask for a loan. It's very difficult. But we solve this now for them. Through the data of the work they are doing on the platform, we give them access to finance. We insure them. In case somebody is hurt, they're able to get insurance coverage through the platform. Jobsy also enables them to build their business profiles. As they progressively offer more services on the platform, they get a better rating. Yes. So the gig economy contributes to 55% of Africa's GDP, this 1 trillion annually. We are looking forward to at least tapping 1% of this market. Yes. How do we make money? So Jobsy charges a 10% commission on every service. From the services we've done, it's an average of about $1 for every service. We also run promotions for the service providers. Then they're able to advertise themselves through the platform and also through financial services. This is the insurance. They're able to save their money and access loans. Yes. Thank you.
Nice. Okay, there you go. How much money are you asking for? I can come and volunteer if it's volunteering that you need.
Use the platform.
Okay, use the platform. All right, then let's go. Judges, please ask him the question. Does it work? Let me take that.
Like the first question I think is quite natural is how is that different from Link, who's not anymore, except that there's probably no Muzungu in the team?
How's it different from Link? I'd say the financial aspect to the platform. We're insuring the service providers. We also give them an opportunity to access capital, grow themselves, build their profiles. I'd say that's the key difference.
If I remember correctly, Link, one of the main issues that once there was a relationship between those service providers and the end consumers, then you're bypassed as a platform. So do you, maybe the answer is, the financial part is an incentive enough to come back? Maybe, I don't know, not sure. But yeah, what do you think about that?
What I'd argue, if you came and found a mechanic, you liked him, you'd come back to find your cleaner. You like him, you'll come back to find your photographer. So we try to keep the experience high. You'd always come back. It's a marketplace. You'd find anything you'd want. I don't think you'd exhaust everyone. There's also the aspect that Jobsy enables you to get someone anywhere you are. So today you can be in Kenya. Tomorrow maybe you move to Kisumu. You wouldn't get the same cleaner. So it's not as frequent. And also there's a financial aspect which incentivizes them to use the platform continuously.
So, two questions related to this, but before that, we actually invested in Link as Enza. So it is.
How did that go?
It is.
Excellent.
It's a story, but happy to share insights on that, of course, off the stage. But one question I have is, well, Kenyans will be Kenyans. I will come to the platform and I will get a fundi, and the fundi will come fix whatever he needs to fix. I will have his number, and I can just go to him the next time I need him. And I can still pay him the same or slightly below than the 10% you're taking. So how are you curbing this intermediation on the platform?
I believe it's the same. Okay, the way you'd pay through the platform. So the payment system is integrated. So yeah, you pay directly.
Yeah, that's for the one job. How do you ensure that clients, on the fundi side, I get you can finance, and that's an incentive for them to stay on the platform. Yeah. But for the consumer, how do you encourage them to not circumvent the platform to go to the fundi directly?
Okay, so one thing is we try to give the customers a good experience. You'd always come back. Just as I told him, if you get your fundi, you love him, you'll come back for a cleaner, come back for a photographer. We're currently piloting a loyalty token for continuous usage of the platform. Yes, this is a crypto-based token.
I think you are the most promising startup here in the last 2 days for two reasons. First one, and I know this is off the cuff, I'm not even supposed to do this stuff, I'm sorry. But first one, because I think unlike Link, you have a local connect. So I don't think Link had that. And what you're being asked is a very powerful question, but that's the same reason people go back to Uber drivers. Why don't we put the Uber drivers on our phone and keep it? Trust. Well done. Let's give him a hand. This young man has done. It's for these guys that we do these things, right? It's for these guys we do these things. Where did you take my clicker, bro? Did you run away with my clicker thing? You see, it's not for this reason we do these things, bro. Yeah. Well done. Very nice. I think that's pretty cool. I'll come looking for you after. Disability Innovation Suit, DIS. Are they here? Yes, there you go, sir. Let's give him a hand as he comes on stage. Yeah. Come on this side. I honestly think, honestly speaking, even if you're not an investor, come. Even if you're not an investor, there's some things you don't have to necessarily give money to. Mentorship, time, focus, value is always a plus. Let me give you a seat. Yes. All right, let's go. 5 minutes to pitch and 2 minutes, 3 minutes to pitch and 2 minutes for questions.
Think about the shoe that you are wearing. And the moment you bought it, you had to fit it, right? You didn't just go to some shop, grab the next shoe, sew on the racks, and, wore that. And that analogy is, I think, a perfect case which we can use for wheelchair users. My name is Mbogu Amungai. I'm a co-founder of Disability Innovation Suite. There's a good reason why most wheelchair users in Kenya would not recommend the wheelchair they have at present to any other user. And the reason is those wheelchairs are just given out or bought without being fitted. The analogy of the shoe. And you can imagine, therefore, for a person living their lives permanently on a wheelchair, how impossible and how painful life becomes simply because this gadget is painful. Disability Innovation Suite has a solution for this. And our solution is, for the Pepesi wheelchair which we have there, our solution is a web-based platform for fitting wheelchairs. Think about Amazon. You don't need to go to America to be able to buy anything on Amazon. We want to make wheelchair users able to purchase their wheelchairs customized through the use of the digital platform called Kochi, which we have already patented. So what you do is, the occupational therapist or the clinician takes your measurements, puts that on our app. It's already online. The data is sent to us, and our engineers look at it. They fit your needs to whatever you want. They send it back to you. You confirm, and then you pay for the order. And then finally, we ship it to you. So you don't have to come to us. And in this way, we think our platform is going to be very useful in the way wheelchairs get to the actual users. Safe, no risk of causing injury, and reliably, because we will ship them to you. You don't need to come to us. We have already cut out a huge expense that you would have incurred coming to Nairobi to have these wheelchairs fitted. So that's the benefit of using Kochi, our digital platform. We have looked at the market segment in Kenya, and we find that there is a huge market opportunity from government, NGOs, and private individuals. But most importantly, the figure of 100,000 is very important. That is the total number of wheelchairs required annually in Kenya. Out of these, only 10,000 can be availed. So there is a missing 90,000 wheelchairs every year. You are not even thinking about the injuries that are caused by road traffic accidents, lifestyle diseases. So this number keeps growing. And we are not targeting every wheelchair user in Kenya. We are only looking for 10% of the 100,000.
Your 3 minutes out. But that was very compelling. I liked it. Questions?
The numbers are incredible. I didn't realize it was that big. The question I have is how much, and maybe it was in the rest of the presentation, but like, how much is it a Kenyan thing? How much do you think of it about Africa in general? And do people in like Western markets have that kind of problem where they just go to a shop and they get fitted properly?
The problem of fitting is actually well documented as a worldwide problem. In America alone, that is cited by wheelchair users as the biggest problem. So it's a worldwide problem. So we fit this, we sort out the East African market, Uganda, Tanzania, and so on. The nearest wheelchair manufacturer from here is in South Africa. The next one is in Senegal. What we have done locally by local fabricators does not use any form of digital fitting technology. We would be the first.
Wow.
Could you share with us more about your business model? I think you didn't get to this.
Yes.
If you have a slide for that, you can also quickly run to that one.
It's actually right there. So we have direct sales to wheelchair users. And our wheelchair is going to retail at $210. Those of you who think in shillings, that's about 35,000 shillings. That is comparable to any wheelchair of the same category, daily use in the market. But if we go to scale, we have looked at our mathematics and determined that we can actually produce this wheelchair at a unit cost of 12,500 shillings, half that price. So that we would actually have the advantage of getting this to the market cheaper than anyone else, properly fitted better than anyone else can do.
What's your time to market? So I put in we put in the fittings on the website. How long does it take you to actually get the...
Permit me to tell you one of our pain points. Locally, we have tried manufacturing this with local producers. The biggest frustration is they'll say they can deliver, but they won't. Which is why we are looking, the guy who did for us the MVP we took to another pitch competition a few months ago, he promised us 2 days. He took 8 days of supervision, like a schoolboy. 8 to 5. It shouldn't be like that. Which is why in my ask my ask for our company, 450,000 USD, that means we are going to sort out everything about the production line, so we can have control of our safety and particularly standards, because none of the guys who are doing this for us can keep to the standards we want. This being an assistive device, it needs to be of very, very high safety specification to WHO and the international ISO standards, which we are working with.
Any more questions?
Well, mine is one comment. Great pitch. Within the first few minutes, I understood what you're trying to solve for, which is good. The second one is in the case of returns Do you offer warranties?
Good question. We are going to put into this wheelchair, and we have already begun doing that, as a part number and a serial number and a QR code. So that if you needed a wheelchair part replaced, you just scan the QR code, send that to us, and we get it back to you. So that then, that is the component we are going to use to talk with insurance underwriters. Because we need to get this thing for people who cannot immediately afford to pay for it up front. And those are some of the things that the insurers have asked us to consider doing.
Actually, just a follow-up on that. Who's paying for the wheelchair usually?
It works in different ways, particularly in the local market.
Yeah.
Some people will pay directly from their own resources. Like in our user testing stage, all the people who came told us we can afford to pay for our wheelchair at $210. In fact, they said, if we needed electric wheelchairs, we can purchase them. We have the money, but we don't think the electric wheelchair is what we need. Other people pool resources. Locally, we know that we have chamas, collective units that people get into. And I have also found communities, especially in informal settlements, where people pool together resources, get something that someone desperately needs. And if you think about it, if you divide 210 over 24, and we are willing to do a plan for 3 years, it's very little money. And people have actually said, get us a proper way of costing this thing, and then we see how we can pool or even support through loans, people to pay upfront, and then we recover over 3 months. But the secret for us would be to scale. That's the way we are going to get this thing to the lowest cost and to the greatest number of people with disabilities to empower them get along with their lives.
Easily the best speech we've seen the last 2 days. Easily the best speech we've seen the last 2 days. Thank you so much. That was amazing. Thank you for my clicker. He's around, so if you want to give him a conversation, have a chat with him, that would really be a win. I really like the informal settlements thing. I know for my grandmother, my mom's mom, she's got 8 siblings. All of them came together to get a wheelchair. It was a very affordable thing. I think all of us paid $250, and she got an electric wheelchair. So it really makes sense. The Ubuntu Water Hub of Africa. So Diesel T-shirt. I thought you were coming a brand. You go do Diesel. Here you are. This is your microphone, and you click, you press down for the next one. You've got 3 minutes pitch, 2 minutes Q&A.
Hello everyone. Or as they say in Shembeteng, Niaja Wanzibiting. Safi. So my name is Kimali. I'm from Ubuntu Water Hub Africa. I'm the founder. I'm actually a co-founder with my partner Judy. So Ubuntu Water Hub Africa is a company that focuses on solving the problem of distribution of water, especially in rural areas. And one of the things that we faced, one of the major problems is that most NGOs or most organizations, when they set up boreholes in these places, you find that there's no sustainability model. And one of our partners, who is Water for the World, they've set up around 300 boreholes, but right now it's only 70 boreholes which are working because they don't have a sustainability model. So that's why we came with our ATM. So some of these problems that I have highlighted: no reliability, poor accessibility of water, there's inefficiency and wastage, there's also poor accountability. Those are some of the problems that we are trying to solve. So we came up with this Water Hub ATM that is very smart, IoT enabled, and is integrated to all mobile money platforms. We collect the funds, and we have also an NFC tag scanner. And we also have a dashboard that shows everything linked to the bank, and we can also remit money to our partners as well. Our target market is community and municipal water. So we've spoken to several water service providers in Kenya, Kisumu Water, Marsabit Water, and currently, as we are speaking, we are setting up two of these water hubs, one in Marsabit, northern part of Kenya, and one in Nakuru. We also have utility vendors, and So our revenue streams include the sales of the water ATM, APIs, and data. And then our timeline is as is there. So currently we are looking at that prototype, which we have already. So we have 4 units currently that we are going to install. And I'll just skip. So our competitive advantage, we have IoT technology, including satellite technologies. So our main competitor is Sustec, and actually we have several advantages over them. I'll skip this because of time. And this is our able team. So Judy and I, we are the co-founders, and we have our engineers who are Mutemi, James, and Gerard. And we also have another engineer that we added recently, and her name is Rose. So basically, what we are looking for currently is funds to do some more R&D, and also for marketing, because we are looking at selling about 100 units within the next 1 year. Thank you.
Yeah, happy to go first. What's the cost of producing one of those units? And you know, when you're working with your customer, do they pay upfront? Do they pay in, like, what does the payment look like? But mostly the cost.
So so currently the cost for building one of these units is $800. So our goal is to bring the cost down to $400. And the payment model is that we have 2 payment models where the customers will pay upfront. And currently a unit with the dashboard and everything, we sell it at $3,000. So the thing is, we have customers who can afford $3,000 upfront, but we have other customers where we do pay-as-you-go model, because our system is IoT enabled. You know, they just pay, and then we collect the funds for them. We take our share, and it's a revenue sharing model, and we have implemented that already. Yes.
What's the size of the unit? Because water is the kind of thing that you can take a lot quite fast. So is it something that you need to refill every single unit? And then how big is the unit, and how often do you need to refill it if that's the case?
Sorry, come again.
So you have your machine, right?
Yes.
Is your machine plugged into something else, or do you need to refill it?
No, it's plugged into something else. So like borehole, we need a water source for it to be plugged into, because ours is to make sure that we have a sustainable model. So basically we have put it in community water areas, and currently we have other partners like some that need reverse osmosis systems that we are also installing with the water hub. And currently, actually, we got a very funny request. One of the companies that is doing electric car charging, they want to use our system, not for water, but for electric car charging. Because of the revenue collection aspect, it's very good, cashless. You know, you just go there, input your number, phone pin, and then you pay, and that's it. So basically, we are customizing for that as well.
Can I just ask one last question? Yes. What's the cost per unit for me who's buying water from the thing itself, compared to, you know, my 20-liter Tungi or that pump thing that we see in Shell?
Yeah, so the cost per unit, we actually allow the customer, or rather our customer, who is the owner of the water hub, to set that. So on the dashboard, they actually set the cost per unit. So they have that, and it's very dynamic. So for example, in Nakuru, they will sell maybe at, you know, 1 shilling per 20 liters. Someone who is doing purified water with RO systems, they want to sell at 200 shillings for 20 liters. You know, it's very customizable, and we leave that to the customer as long as they pay us. That's it.
Awesome. Thank you very much. That's good. Eh? You should apply to the Catalyst Fund. Do the climate tech. It's actually quite nice. Asante. So I'm going to do a thing. And I hope you've noted my presentation. These are the best pitch decks when you're just going through it like that, because it's so clear. We are Jobsy, yes. And then Remember them? No one was opening the lifts for them. They're over there. Knock, knock. No, they are here. So, knock, knock, folk, where are you? Please come on stage. Let's give her a hand as she comes on. Okay. So, 3-minute pitch, 2 minutes Q&A.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Esther, and I want you to imagine for a moment what is sound environment like for the deaf. It's a silent world, right? Because they cannot be able to perceive most of the important sounds that appear in the environment. A sound like maybe a baby crying is nothing more than a sign to them. A sound like a door knock is nothing more than a sound to them. A sign to them, you knocking on their door, maybe you calling their name, all that is nothing more than a sign to them. And this can be dangerous, and this can be dangerous to them because if you think about something like a door knock, it's something that can mean something important. Maybe someone is coming to alert you of maybe a fire, or just someone needs your attention, or if it's your baby crying. Maybe your baby needs attention, maybe your baby needs something, and because you are deaf, you can't hear that. And as Knock Knock, we thought of how can we use technology to be able to help the deaf and hard of hearing persons perceive these important sounds in the environment. And we used AI and IoT technology to be able to build a solution that is able to convey important sounds to deaf and hard of hearing solutions. And when you see we are talking about deaf people, we are looking at over 900,000 Kenyans and about 136 million people in Africa who are deaf and hard of hearing. And in addition to this, there is also 1 in 4 people who are over 60 who are always, or rather in every day, who might develop hearing loss. So the main problem that we are trying to look into is how can we convey sounds to these deaf persons that they are missing each and every single day. And this is what we started with. We started by looking at how can we convey the sound of a knock. How can you make a deaf person know that there's someone knocking on their door in such a way that they are able to tell maybe there's an emergency, maybe someone is coming to visit them, or just it's just a social call. And this is what Knock Knock is. So we started developing Knock Knock December last year, and we have built around 20 devices, which we have deployed to various of our friends for testing purposes. And so far, we have reached our MVP, which we are partnering with an institution to sell. And our selling model is B2C and B2B. B2C through directly reaching to our consumers through social media and through the aspect of referrals. And B2B2C is by partnering with institutions, basically those dealing with the deaf or institutions that, schools for the deaf, for example. And our financial model currently is selling the device itself, the one that we have made on alerting an individual when a door knock is occurring. So our major competition, we have Sensor that is in South Africa and Ring Alarm which is in USA. And our main competitive advantage is the use of AI to not just convey the sound of a knock, but to look at different sounds in the environment that are important, that this deaf person could be in danger for missing them. This is the team. We have Mwaniki, who has been a sign language interpreter for 7 years and is also a co-founder of another startup called Neverest. Myself, who I am a program manager. We have an IoT engineer and we have an AI and software engineer for the team. So our plan to grow, first of all, is to deliver the product and the services, grow our team, and reach across borders.
Yeah, okay. But that's good. Stop there. That was an important slide. All right. Questions from the judges?
I mean, how? So just like the very basic question for me is, I put the device on the door, someone's knocking, and then what happens? How, like, assuming I'm deaf or hearing impaired, what happens?
The device is able to pick up this knock and convey it to your phone, which will either vibrate or maybe show an alert. And in addition to that, the device will be connected to lights, which will start flickering on a knock.
Right.
Is the intention to build this device for in-home use, or how would you apply it to, say, someone hooting as I'm on the road?
Like I mentioned, we started with a door knock to prove the concept of conveying different sounds to the individuals. And we are looking into a situation where we can even use this to your phone to pick up these car hooting sounds and be able to convey them in terms that are understandable to the deaf when they're on the road. Yeah.
What do the unit economics look like in terms of how much is the device to make, and then how much are you selling it at?
Currently, making the device costs about $45, but this is based on one unit model, that is, making one device is $35. But by taking advantage of units of scale, that is, being able to produce its doing mass production, we can reduce this cost to even $15 per each production.
And by device, you mean like that blue thing and the watch as well?
No, the watch is not part of the device. The device is just the blue one. Yeah.
And it works with any smartwatch or like a specific one?
No, it works with any smartwatch and any smart phone.
Okay, understood.
Sounds good. All right, thank you so much. Let's give a hand. Asante sana, knock knock. It's really just clear on the name. Knock knock. It's just quite straightforward. Let's give everyone a hand. I think they did a really good job with their presentation. I'm going. Do you know how long this entire slide deck is? It started yesterday morning. So I think we're on page 7,424. And, there's more. Okay, let's go. And voila. No. Aha. Yes, there it is. All right. Because you have been so patient, you didn't see it. Okay, so I'm going to ask my, again, very bicep-friendly folk to come and put the seats on, because we're going to have a panel right now. It's going to be talking about emerging investment opportunities in East Africa that are rising. I'm going to ask Hanwi and I think we had CV on the table before, to come through. Laurie, please come through. Aparupa, come through. And Tesh, who's at the back over there, come through. Let's have a conversation about emerging opportunities in East Africa. Let's give them a hand as they come. Very nice. I'll put the microphones on this as well. Pick a chair and you should be good to start. Karibu kiti. Oh, yeah, just drop it. Just put it on top there. Thank you. Yeah. Tesh, have a seat. We have one more person coming. Is Aparupa here? I would believe I saw her, no? Aparupa is going to be hosting this conversation. All right, we can start. There you go. Aparupa, this is you. You're hosting.
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's wonderful to be here with all of you today. Before I introduce myself, I would like for our wonderful panelists to say a quick introduction about themselves and then I will take over. Is that okay? Maybe Lori, starting with you?
Sure. Can everyone hear me okay? So it's nice to be here. Thank you so much. My name is Lori Fuller, and I'm an LP and portfolio advisor with Launch Africa.
Hi everyone, my name is Hangui. I am an investor with Luft Ventures. We are a fintech specialist fund.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Tesh Mbabu, co-founder and CEO at MarketForce. We are supporting neighborhood merchants with access to inventory and financing in Africa.
Thanks so much, guys. And my name is Aparupa Chakravarti. I work for a company called Bolto Emerging Markets Group. We are a strategy consulting and investment advisory firm, and I will be facilitating today's conversation. Today, we're going to be talking about a very important topic. Well, at least in our opinion, maybe we're biased. But the premise of this conversation is that money does not always flow in the ways that it should be within the startup ecosystem of the region. And from that point of departure, we're going to have a conversation at two levels. At the micro level, we're going to touch on the realities of the day-to-day challenges of fundraising and also deploying funds towards startups in the region. And afterwards, we're going to broaden the scope a little bit to look at the ecosystem as a whole and what are some of the levers that are being pulled and maybe need to be pulled in order to get capital to flow in new, different, and worthwhile directions within the broader ecosystem. So to begin at the micro level, I'd like to open up with a story. And the protagonist of the story is a young woman called Wambui, for argument's sake. This is a fictitious character, so it's not based on true events. But the story I'm about to say is probably going to be relatable to a lot of people who are in similar circumstances within Kenya, within the broader region. Wambui runs a company. She's a founder of a startup, and it's doing quite well. It's revenue positive, modestly profitable. It has all its fundamentals in place to be attractive to investors for the $1 million that she's looking to raise. Very quickly, Wambui is able to generate genuine interest from a small pool of investors, LPs and VCs. Among the small pool, there's one LP that is particularly interested in Wambui's business, is very responsive, very engaged, and is giving her some really fantastic terms. The others are great, but not as attractive nor as engaged as this particular LP. Let's call it LPX. So Wambui's talking to LPX, responding to all their questions, they go back and forth, seems to be going well. Fast forward 6 months. 6 months down the line, LPX comes back to Wambui and says, it's a no-go. Within those 6 months, all of the other investors who had shown interest in Wambui have also dropped off. So Wambui is now back to square one. My first question to you guys, and I think I'm going to lob it to you, Tesh, first, is from your perspective, as a founder, as an operator, as someone who has successfully raised money for your business, what do you think Wambui is thinking in terms of what happened? What went wrong?
Yeah. So yeah, it's a great question. I think so. The assumption, talking to you, based on my experience when I was raising my pre-seed round, I thought that all the investors I was talking to had cash in the bank. That's one, and I did not realize how many founders or startups were trying to get their attention or trying to close them. So I think depending on the stage, I would think they lost interest because I'm not good enough as a founder. Maybe one. If I'm later stage, I think maybe they're not seeing the right potential in our business, the potential that our business has. But then today, I think about it differently. I think it could be that I'm actually thinking about my business in a silo. I kind of have tunnel vision. So that means, because most investors don't tell you the real problem, unfortunately. So you end up really second guessing yourself. You don't know what the problem, why you didn't close the funds. So in that case, I think as a later stage founder, I try and really dig and ask for responses to investors like that. Like, what can I fix, for you to come through? So, yeah.
No, thank you. That's fantastic. And I think you draw some very important distinctions between what stage of funding you're at, the maturity of your business, and also being able to put your business in a broader perspective. Hangui, from the perspective of the VC in this scenario, what do you think happened?
So for the purpose of the discussion, I think we're talking about the flow of capital. I will make some assumptions on your scenario, one of which is that the interest from the VC was genuine, and that they did want to go ahead with the investment, but somewhere along the line, they dropped off. Now, I have seen multiple scenarios where investors are well-intentioned, have the intention at least definitely of investing into the investments or the startups that they're coming across. So in Wambui's case, it could have been that the investor didn't actually have the capital. So a lot of the time when we say, oh, we have a $100 million fund, most people don't realize that they're actually still raising that capital, and it's more in the promise of, I will have a $100 million fund, or sometimes in the case of and others, yes, sometimes the case of angel investors. I've seen or heard examples. For instance, on Monday we were having a discussion about an angel investor that was meant to invest into a startup, but they had their capital tied up in something else, and they were trying to release that. But due to circumstances that were genuinely beyond their control, they weren't able to release that capital, but didn't communicate that to the startup or the entrepreneur that they were in discussions with. Now, yes, there is a question of why is there not more transparency from the VC's perspective? Why do startups not ask more questions around, like, well, do you actually have the capital, or is this something that you are hoping to get down the line? What I think maybe we don't pay enough attention to, maybe from a founder's perspective looking at VCs, is that VCs are also often startups themselves. They're also raising funding from external sources. They're building a business, right? They've got a product, and that product is funding. Their customers are the founders and the startups. Now, how many founders and entrepreneurs in the room have had challenges in the back end that they would never directly relay to their customers on the front end, but spend a lot of time trying to solve for those? And yes, at some point, you get to a point where you're like, you have no choice. This is not working. I cannot deliver on X. But until you get to the point where you absolutely have to disclose, you're going to delay, you're going to stall, you're going to do everything in your power to make sure that you're able to deliver what you had promised to. Sometimes investors are going through the exact same thing. They are raising funding on the other side. They've hit some issues, stumbling blocks, and are trying to deliver that capital. But for whatever reason, they're not able to. And then 6 months down the line, it's, I'm sorry, Wambui, I can no longer invest.
And investors hold a lot of power in this way. And like customers who can pull out, like startups normally, like I really, at least at the very early stage, a lot of startups are desperate. So the investors hold a lot of power in that case, which is unfortunate for the case of Wambui.
No, I was also about to pick up on well, first of all, yes, the power dynamic. And also something that you both said, which I think is kind of two sides of the same coin. You talked about how it's very possible that you assume that you're not good enough depending on where your business is, and this kind of like almost a self-critique. And then you talked about a baseline assumption that the intentions were good to begin with. And I think that element of humanization may not always happen in situations where, first of all, there's a power dynamic, and maybe there's also a sense of prioritization and urgency which may not align depending on the startup and the VC in question. Thanks a lot, guys. Lori, from the LP perspective, over to you.
Thank you. Maybe I'll just build on a little bit of what was said here. There's so much of an opportunity for more transparency in this space, right? And when I was listening to the story and I was listening to both of your comments, I thought, this is a great business opportunity, right? How we have so many companies that look at technology to enable transparency and data. And I'm thinking, ultimately, this is kind of what we're talking about, right? Where's the transparency? Where's the information sharing on both sides? And where's the communication, right? And do we really understand the business models of both parties, right? Both the needs of the entrepreneur, but also, as you suggested, how the VC runs, and are we sharing all that information? So clearly, there could be an element here of investors behaving badly, just from a communication perspective. But I do think it's a really good point around it's not personal. So many of the entrepreneurs, because they work so hard in building the business, often their identity is tied to the business, which we understand. But it's not about that particular entrepreneur or that particular company necessarily. But I do think there's an opportunity here for more transparency and just more communication. And the fact that we're still having these kinds of conversations means that there's a real opportunity for improvement.
And I guess in the spirit of transparency, and I suppose this is why such a conversation is interesting and also important, because it's not always that you get to have three people wearing these three hats sharing a stage and having this kind of a conversation, right? Or if you're doing so, it's low stakes because there isn't an actual deal on the table. Having shared these perspectives in terms of what has happened, was there anything that has come up so far that may have surprised you, or maybe you don't necessarily agree with based on the hat you wear and the perspective that you represent? And this is for all three of you.
Personally, I think and I understand why you would say that the power dynamic sits with the VC. I don't necessarily agree. I think that there are times in different stages of deals where there may be a slight imbalance, but I don't think it sits entirely with the investor. I think founders and entrepreneurs underestimate how much power they actually have in a discussion, right? How much they should be. And I always say this, in as much as like if an investor is screening an entrepreneur and doing DD, as a founder, as an entrepreneur, you should be doing the exact same thing with them, asking them questions in terms of if they're thinking, why should this company be in my portfolio? Well, why should this investor be on my cap table? You have those options. You have the options to challenge what the investor is bringing to the table outside of capital. And yes, there are instances where, if you're coming from a point or a perspective where you absolutely need money, and you're in a desperate situation where you would feel that the balance of power is skewed outside of your control. But I just want to remind founders and entrepreneurs to not underestimate just how much power and intention they can have in their own negotiations for deals.
Go ahead, Laurie.
Well, I was just going to build on that. I also think there's a little bit of a coordination challenge or coordination problem. And what I mean by that is there's multiple investors often that need to invest in a certain deal. And so the startup is coordinating several different potential investors to invest at one time. The LP or the venture, they also have a pool of money of which they are talking to several different startups that they also may invest in. And so you start to see the complexity of the coordination and the communication in a very fluid and dynamic environment, because each person in that relationship is coordinating several different individuals or companies at the same time. And of course, there is a time pressure here, or a time element. So it's easy to see how it could get very difficult around the transparency and the timing and the proactiveness that we want. We can easily see how this could get really difficult. No excuses, but we just need to figure out a good, consistent way that we can all move forward so that these types of examples don't continue to happen.
Tesh?
Putting me on the spot.
That's kind of the point.
I think, honestly, very different perspectives, as you can see, from a VC and from a founder. Personally, it was very tough to raise our initial rounds of funding, and for us, it was clear that the power lay on the other side. We didn't have that many options. And unfortunately, in the continent, today, even going into a later stage, there's still a handful of investors who can invest in the business at our stage, because we moved from being too small, too early. The next time we went to raise funds, we're told we're too big, too expensive. So there's clearly a gap in terms of how investors look at startups and the other way around.
Can I ask a question on that, right? So do you feel, as you've progressed and grown the business, that balance has shifted for you from your perspective?
I think we're getting to a balance. It's not tilted yet. We're getting to a balance now. The idea is to make the business really successful, that when we go to the next stage of funding, then at least we're able to have multiple term sheets, for example, to choose from, right? I think that's at the point where the scale tilts. Yeah.
And I suspect, like all things, this is not binary, right? I suspect there's a combination of elements about the individual and elements that are also structural, and it's always going to be a push and pull between those two things. I would love to keep going along this track, but unfortunately, in the interest of time, I'm going to pull out and zoom out a little bit and go to some of the ecosystem considerations that we want to talk about today. So, just a quick a bit of context. Africa right now is on the same startup funding trajectory as Southeast Asia and Latin America was 5 years ago. And if anything, it's actually on an even accelerated track, at least compared to Latin America. And this uptick in activity is fantastic. It's super, super promising. But there are some things within the funding landscape that points to a certain level of disjointedness. One is a lack of diversity in terms of funding sources and where and to whom money is going towards. The other is an uneven distribution in terms of where capital is going across different ticket sizes. So for example, in the past year, while there were 600 deals in the ticket range of $0.2 to $5 million, there were only a comparable 150 deals in the $5 to $50 million range. So we're seeing that there's a distribution issue, one way or the other. This question is for both of you, Hangwi and Lori. What would you say are some of the main contributing factors behind this uneven spread of capital, both in terms of across ticket sizes and the value chain itself, as well as in terms of where capital is going to and from where?
I'll start, but I'm then happy for you to join in. The first thing I do want to say, as we were talking about this previous example, that I think is important to say, is that we all in the ecosystem, the startup ecosystem, we do need to be founder first, right? Because we only succeed as investors if the startups and the ecosystem succeeds and grows. So I think that it's fair to say that we always have to step back when there's problems and inefficiencies in the model and just make sure that whatever we're doing is absolutely founder first. I think that, to me, is a very important North Star, if you will. I think the thing around where the money is flowing and the fluidity, I think also there are different capabilities that are required, that value add besides just the money, and those change over the maturation of the startup. And where I think there's an opportunity, and I'm pretty excited, at least from my view, is that the angel scene and the early stage investing scene is really starting to grow and formalize. And so angel networks that might be regionally focused are now developing ties amongst themselves. And what I think is really important and is happening, but can we accelerate that impact? We talked a little bit earlier about the acceleration. Startups that are, and founders that are successful, how quickly can we start giving back, right? And how quickly can we start investing in, more of our peers that are going through this journey? And I think that also for women, right, there aren't enough women investors, women LPs, women venture partners. We know each other. How do we continue to build that community so that we make sure that others that are coming into that community have the visibility and we share the contacts and the resources that we have. So I think what's most important is we build on the momentum, and even though it starts small, it continues to grow with this virtuous cycle that we must continue to sponsor and support. People have to believe that investing in startups is not only good for the continent, but it's also a good investing alternative. And traditionally, a lot of those, there's some education, I think, to do there, because that's not necessarily where investors want to put their money first. It could be land, for example. So how do we educate so that we get more investors coming in and understanding where the opportunities are and what the impact is that they can actually have on the ecosystem?
And to add on something that you mentioned around particularly the different skill set that is required at different stages, right? So I think one of the things you were alluding to was that there are a lot more deals that are happening at the much earlier stage, and where that comes from versus deals that are happening at a much later stage and where that source of capital is coming from. You will likely find, and I haven't looked at this in an exact detail, but you will likely find that a lot of the deals that are taking place at an earlier stage are being funded by what you would term as local capital. A lot of the deals that are taking place at a much later stage is then what you'd probably term as foreign capital. The reasons for this is perhaps tied to what you were saying around the skill set required. The earlier the business, the more sort of localized the context, and therefore a lot more understandable by local investors. The later the business, sort of the more established and mature, it's gone down its growth stage, the more it starts to look like other things that, foreign capital may be able to relate to much better than it would at the very early stages, right? So there is a sense of investing into what is familiar, what you can understand at a localized context, and that also would influence some of where the capital comes in at different stages, right? The other thing around maybe the number of deals that are happening, I think given where our ecosystem is, and where we are in our trajectory, it makes sense that you're seeing a lot more activity much earlier on and a lot less as the deals get bigger, as the startups grow and mature, because a lot of startups are still exactly there. They're still starting, they're still growing. They haven't necessarily reached the Series C, D stage of investments where you see much later stage deals going on. That will change. I think that will, as we grow in our trajectory, that will continue to evolve. But where there is still, from the founders and startups that I've spoken to over time, still quite a bit of a gap is what you alluded to earlier, where there's quite a lot of money in the very early stages and enough in the later stages. But there's this weird missing middle where or you're too far gone or you're too early, right? And it's like, yeah, it's like there's a lot of startups that I've spoken to where, like, yeah, it's a bit too early for us. Have you tried speaking to, a Launch Africa, etc.? Like, yeah, we did, and we're too late for them. So where do we go? Find us, right? So that's.
There's a name for that. The valley of death.
Where startups go to die.
Not ominous at all.
Right, so I think we have about 5 minutes to wind up. You want to finish up with final?
Sure. I'd actually like to toss one last question to Tesh. And then maybe, Tesh, you can keep it to under a minute. So if there's any audience questions, at least we'll have one or two from the audience, if that's okay. Yeah. So putting theory back into practice, you raised $40 million in your Series A for your company. And I just wanted to ask you very quickly, what are some of the contributing factors that led to that successful raise that are maybe one or two that are particular to you and your company, and maybe one or two that could be generalizable as lessons for other startups who are going through their own fundraising journeys?
Yeah, I think two things come to mind. One is getting a tribe of investors early on who really believe in you, because they other guys who we talked about launch, Future Africa. There's a couple I can talk about. V-Burn in the room. There are a couple of investors early on who really support you as you get on to the next stage of the raise, and that means making the right introductions to later stage VCs, etc. So that's one thing that worked well for us. I think one that was particularly unique is the fact that we had a lot of strong support. So when we went out to foreign investors, like investors outside the continent, for example, a lot of them didn't have context of the continent or what we're building. And in that case, it felt like there wasn't enough. They have enough capital, but they don't have enough conviction to invest in Africa. But again, the same set of African investors who really believed in us, the guys I call our tribe, then said, we need to get this company to where it's going. And that's because there was significant traction. They could see the potential. So that was unique. They rallied up and helped us with the Series A.
That's fantastic. Thank you. Are there any one or two very quick burning questions of the audience? Oh, I guess we have one there and another one there.
Hi, thank you. My name is Frank Dea. I run fintech and blockchain incubator. And my quick question, actually, I'm also in the process of raising at the moment. My quick question would be, what are like the major, what we describe as a red flag from an investor, which founders and startups need to look into?
A quick red flag is the fact that you're holding a minion bunny. I don't know if I'm the only one who saw that. I was like, what is that you have? Like, what is going? I'm sorry. Yes, please do answer his question.
That's a story for another day. Whichever one of you would like to take that.
Is a question like from a founder perspective or from an investor perspective?
I think both of them make sense because you're probably looking at the same thing.
Okay, does anything come to mind? I think investors who give you criticism that is not constructive. So it's great to get feedback where the investor is telling you how you can improve, rather than hearing something like this will never work, which is something an investor told us. I was like, whoa.
Sorry.
Name names, bro. Just say it.
Yeah, that's terrible because you can't introduce that investor to any other founder. But if they give you constructive criticism, you know where you can improve, then, there's this progression.
And as investors, what do you look at and you're like, definitely not?
I think it's more of just the approach. So, it's the well-worn adage, ask for money, you'll get advice. Ask for advice, you'll get money. Now, we have to have advice that's actually practical, but we also, we approach it as a partnership because if we do engage, it's longer term. So I think it's the willingness to have a conversation, right, and spend some time getting to know each other. It's a means to the end. The end is hopefully, we fund you and we are partners because, as you said, it never ends, right? The first investment, you've got to support that portfolio company, it's founder first. So I think it's just the willingness to have the conversation initially, understanding that we're both putting time into that, and it may or may not at that time end up in a way that you think is successful, but maybe later on it was time well spent.
Hungry, would you like to add anything to that?
Yeah, maybe one of the key red flags for me is it's very easy to spot someone who is more in love with their solution than they are with the problem that they are solving for. So,
Okay, just read. Say it slowly, because that one is really good. Just say it very slow. Like nursery school energy. Just repeat. Right.
Repeat after me. Yes, I think it is immensely important that you are more rooted in the problem that you're solving for. It gives you the flexibility to be able to be dynamic, right? You are operating in a world where things change all the time. But if you're stuck on your solution because you think that is the answer, and the problem, if you haven't understood it properly, you'll never be able to adapt to a changing environment, to a changing problem, in essence. So that's a quick red flag for me.
Mr. Minion, I hope you have been served. Power to you and banana. Okay, there was a gentleman in red. There you go.
Yes, my name is Kimali, and I'll just give my experience shortly and then the question. So there was this time I went for a pitch, and I was pitching Speed Governor. I'm an engineer. So I make IoT systems. And, one of the questions that I was being asked, what's the market size and all that? I'm an engineer. I don't know those things. So I failed. But then during that pitch, there was, this businessman, and he liked what I was doing. And he later approached me, and finally, we got to do a Speed Governor with him. So he invested in me, knowing that it may fail. But later, I developed the Speed Governor, and we took it to the market, and it became one of the best Speed Governor in Kenya then. It was called Omata Speed Governors. So my question to you investors, because I'm just thinking, for us engineers, it's very hard for us to convince you about the things that we are thinking and we believe that will work. Because sometimes when we come to pitch to you, you ask about the market size. We are more focused on, if I make a TV and it works, that is I'll feel like I have achieved something. But then when it comes to marketing, it is not our forte. So what are you doing? Are you really investing in R&D, especially in Africa? Because I have seen this in, first world countries. They invest in R&D. If something that doesn't work, it's okay. But in Africa, it doesn't work like that. Why?
Do you see why I told you to say it slowly? You see now? Yeah.
Laurie and Hagui, would you like to address that?
Well, I think it's a congratulations, actually, because your story is a success story, if I understood correctly. So everything ended in a good way for you. So I'm glad to hear that. We love engineers, of course. We love technical talent. That's one of the first things we look for is, so the red flag would be if you are bringing a technical solution, you don't have a solid tech team, right? Or a solid engineering, team, one or two key people. So we know that those are absolutely critical to the success of a company, a startup. At the end of the day, I'll speak for the venture funds, right? They have an obligation to LPs like myself around returns. And returns come with the market size and scale. So we're trying to balance everything, right? We're trying to balance and respect what you bring as the engineering talent to enable the problem that you're trying to solve, a solution to that problem. And then at the same time, we're trying to understand the real opportunity so that we can see if it can achieve scale in a way that can meet the commitments that the fund has back to its LPs. So, there's art and science to that, but congratulations on what happened to you and the product.
I guess if you came to me and said that you built a TV and that it works, then yes, congratulations. But then my question to you is, why did you build a TV? Who is using it? What for? Where does it benefit anyone in that ecosystem? So if you're not able to answer those questions, then all you've done is build a TV for yourself.
I think I'd like to say something very important.
I know your time is finished, bro.
Please let me just say something important for entrepreneurs, because I had,
Did you have a similar experience?
No. I understand his point of view, but I learned quickly that I thought entrepreneurship was like a single variable problem. I have this cool product, and the world will love me for that, will love the product and use it. And then I quickly realized entrepreneurship is a set of hard variable problems. In this case, you need to build a product, you need to know your market size, you need to find investors, you need to build a team. And that made me just appreciate that you just need to upskill yourself, learn all these different things, especially if you're going to be a founder.
Yeah. It's not enough. You'll always learn that it's not enough. If you say, I'm an engineer, give me money, it's not enough. Yeah. And all of us, I've been doing this 17 years now. And I can guarantee you, I know how to code, I know how to build, I know how to design, I know how to build a team. It's still never enough, right? So it's always about building a team. Bro, no, you can't ask the question. Time is up. Okay, be quick though, be quick. Okay.
Thank you. Hi guys, how are you doing? My name is Abdullahi Mahmoud. I'm from Microsoft for Startups.
Okay,
So
slow down. That was too quick. Just start again. I was
Okay,
like,
okay, yeah.
Be quick, not too quick.
did you hear anything he said? Man, I said, I had my... Slow. Okay, let's do it again. Slowly.
Okay, hi guys. My name is Abdullah Mahmoud. I'm from Microsoft for Startups, whereby we build tech ecosystem for founders, and we also help them connect with venture capitalists. So my question to you guys is: there's a system of fundraising that we've started this year. It's called tokenizations of assets, whereby we help startups raise funding through tokens. So I'm asking you guys: do you guys think this is a good way, like for African startups, to raise funding?
The Web3 question. It's about time. I mean, it's been 2 days. Nobody has talked about it. Web3 tokenization, and we found is actually a really good solution. Kickstarter kind of started it a long time ago. If we can't raise money from people like you, can we raise money from people like them in crowds? Is that a journey you see happening? I know it's competition for y'all, but then thoughts?
I think it's a great strategy for B2C companies, especially. I think that's all I can say.
Okay.
I do see it happening.
All right. Oh, I've been told it's time out. Thank you so much, all of you. Let's give them a hand. That was really cool. We really appreciate the 4 of you for coming through. I don't have the clicker, so it had gone crazy. But there it is. Found it. All right. Asanteni sana. You're welcome to have your seats. We're going to run on to... Yeah. The investor pitches. We're going to do investor pitches. There's one of you who's going to come back shortly. Okay, so I'm going to be very quick at calling 3 people on stage. Commerce Ventures is going to be here. Please come through. Harambeans as well, which you may know of. Harambeans. Louis is here, kind of. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Harambeans, if you don't know who they are, just Google. Tesh is part of them. Peshanguni is part of them. Quite a number of people are applying to be part of them. They're finishing their applications at the end of this month. You want to be a Harambean. E is one of them as well. And then Hangwi, who was here just a few minutes ago, is going to be coming back again. Hey, there you go. Hangwi was here shortly. Maina Morage from Norsken. I don't get that way. That was here. Maina said, there you go, Maina. Okay. So come, let's take seats. I believe we need 3 chairs. Or do you want to do a standing or do you want to do a sitting? No, 3 seats. Let's do 3 seats. Let's throw one over there. No, actually, it's nice to have 3 seats. Put one over there in the middle. So sit. No, you sit. Yeah, come down. Please, Luz. Sit. Hangwi was here just a moment ago. Have a seat right there, good sir. You know what I mean? So the entire time we've had startups come on stage and be like, oh, please give me money, help us. Now we're changing it a bit and we're having investors on stage pitching what they offer, right? So some people have been told before, others have just been roped in. But we wanted folk to be like, as a startup, how do I make this work? So we have Norsken, we have CV over here, and we have Harambeans over there. Please step in. Step right there. All right, kill the music for me. Let's do it. So it's very straightforward. They're going to pitch 5 minutes like you guys did, then 3 minutes of questions. Be rough, man. 3 minutes. No, Nathaniel. 3 minute pitch, 2 minute question, 5 minutes pitch, 3 minutes questions, right? And the jury is over here, yeah? 5 minute pitch. You see, they put the rules, then they don't even follow them. 5 minute pitch, 3 minutes questions, all right? We've got it's so funny. The judges are here in front, yeah? This is the judge crew. And we're gonna start. Do you have microphones for everybody? Yes? All right, so why don't you introduce yourselves just quickly about, who who you are, who you represent. Don't pitch, just 1 minute.
Got it.
Throw it down. Okay, so who you are, and then let's go this way. All right, let's go.
Hi, I'm Melanie. I'm the CEO of Melanin Capital.
Jason, CEO of Stimaboda, electrification of motor taxis.
All right.
Hello, my name is Peng, CEO of Hassel Sasa.
Simple. All right. When are you ready? You go first. 5-minute pitch, 3 minutes Q&A. You stand over here on the red place. Perfect. Yes, you stand. Right. All right, let's go. Norsken 22.
Yes, can you tell I'm never on this side of the table? Anyway, so my name is Maina Murage. I'm an investment manager at Norsken 22. So maybe just before I go into what we do, I should give a bit of background on the scene that came before Norsken. And if you think about things that have been alluded to throughout all the panels today, is if when it comes to venture capital and how it's developed over the years, in the beginning there was no one really giving money to startups in Kenya or in East Africa or Africa in general. If you wanted to raise some money, you're gonna go to Silicon Valley. And trust me, pitching to a Silicon Valley fund is super difficult because you're not just pitching your business, you're pitching Kenya, you're pitching Africa. So you'll be pitching and you say you accept payments in M-Pesa, and like, what's M-Pesa? Then after that, it's just generally not their main focus. Beyond that, the people you're pitching to are just not like you, so they don't understand the circumstances that you've been through, and basically they don't understand how your world works. So luckily, venture capital here ended up getting a few seed funds that are managed by locals, and a lot of money has gone into early stage funds now. But when it comes to late stage, what Tash was talking about, when it comes to Series A, B, and C, there's a bit of there's lack of capital there. So that's where we're playing. So Norsken 22 is a Pan-African growth stage VC investor. We invest in tech businesses from Series A and beyond. What Series A means to us is people who found product market fit and are looking to expand across the different regions that we are present in. We're present in East, West, and South of Africa. And one of our value propositions to startups is that we've raised capital from startup founders as well, unicorn founders who built billion-dollar businesses, the likes of Skype, Spotify, Delivery Hero, among others. And they are willing to provide basically the access and tips on how to build businesses, even though they don't have the context of here. So basically the role we are playing is helping you build your business from East Africa, take it to West, take it to South, build governance for the next stage of investors who now come in at the Series C and pre-IPO for the true success stories of this continent. Yeah, so ticket sizes, we do between 4 to 6 million as a first check, mostly looking to lead deals and can follow on across Series B and C rounds. Yeah, well, beyond that, I think, so first of all, it's a 200 million fund and we're also fundraising, but we're not the ones who say we're fundraising and we don't have money. So we've already started deploying capital. First investment was in Sabi, a Nigerian business, a B2B e-commerce marketplace, similar to MarketForce. And secondly, AutoCheck, which is an automotive marketplace that's pretty Pan-African right now. So yeah, that's us.
All right. You don't have to finish the whole 5 minutes, so you're cool. You're good? You're feeling, is your mouth dry? Would you like a glass of water? You're right? Good. Let's clap for him. He did well. He did well. This is the kind of guy you see when he's on a phone call. He's always like this. You can just tell he's a walker.
I'm one of those guys.
Well done, well done. All right. So questions from the crowd, but starting with you here.
Thanks, Chan.
Go ahead. Oh, hi. I think that was a great pitch. What are your competitors like?
Yeah, so as I said, there's not much capital. But actually, we do have competitors. So as I said, there's not much capital in the Series A and beyond space. It's probably us, Partech, AfricInvest, who it's also a new fund, and TLCom just a bit. But to be honest, I usually think of it as just us and AfricInvest. So AfricInvest is coming from the PE world, which is a bit slow. So we are much faster. We have boots on the ground, people who've lived in these different geographies and understand these ecosystems. I would say we're likely to be the much better partner on that end. Yeah.
That's tearing your competition, isn't it? Another question?
Yes. So Norsken is from Sweden.
Yes.
What does it mean in terms of exit? Do you favor your Swedish investors or LPs? And what kind of exits could you maybe share with us to understand better what is your strategy?
Yeah, to be clear, yes, we do have Swedish origins, and you've probably had the name Norsken multiple times across the African ecosystem. So we're doing the hub in Kigali. Sister organization also invests in VC, in seed to seed Series A businesses across the world. But we're a commercial fund, so exit is not preferential to anyone. Our LPs don't care who we exit to, as long as they make their money back. So our exit thesis, I do believe that IPOs are just going to be a lot rarer in Africa as compared to the West. The main thing is where, especially when it comes to two of our partners are ex-private equity guys, so they understand looking for strategic investors who are looking to buy businesses here in Africa. I think the majority of exits that happen here will be strategics buying in and looking for a footprint in Africa. Let's say in the fintech side, there's no point for Square trying to come build out their own technology here, while there's the likes of Team Apps in Nigeria. There's no reason for who else can I choose? Kavak to come to Africa and start building out an automotive marketplace while AutoCheck exists and they could just buy them. So that's how we view a lot of exits here.
Right, okay. 36 seconds. Anyone else with a question? At the back there? How do you make money with a multiplier figure? Can you summarize in 20 seconds?
So how we make money is we try buy a business today at, let's say, $10 million. And the goal is to sell it in 7 to 10 years at 100 times that price. So the goal is to buy businesses that are growing quickly, that not only in revenue, but also in valuation. So, yeah.
Your time is up. Well done. Let's give him a hand. The blood clots are all over the body, right? Oh, well done. That was actually pretty good. Are you ready? You see, you had some experience. Now you see somebody else sweat first. But I'm looking forward to your pitch.
Yeah, first of all, I can actually recommend Norsken. We are a co-investor in a company.
Oh, there you go.
I'm not sure whether you know, but I know.
5 minutes to pitch. So 3 minutes for questions. Please go ahead.
If you are a fintech company, an entrepreneur founding a fintech company with global ambitions, and you're looking for an investor who's helping you in your Series A, B, or C round, who has deep pockets, who's bringing deep expertise in the financial services industry to you guys, and giving you scale in an international scale, talk to us. Yeah. So we are Commerz Ventures. We are European-based fintech venture capitalists. We are currently deploying out of our third fund, which is a 300 million euro vehicle. We started 8 years ago, focusing purely on financial services companies, technology companies in Europe, US, Israel. And since a couple of years, we started to expand our focus. We started to invest into climate fintech companies, in insurtech companies. And since about a year, we are actively looking onto the African continent for fintech investment opportunities. A couple of years.
That's a live feed. It was reverberating. Don't worry about it. Okay. Well done. Well done.
And so very important for you guys is to have and look for investors who are doubling down on active and successful companies. So you want to have an investor who's not investing in the round you're looking for right now. So for your Series A, you want to have an investor who's signaled to the outside for the next funding round, hey, this is a great company. We double down. We invest again, and we can invest again, and we support you until you go IPO or exit at some certain point. Yeah, that's very important to us to be a long-term and sustainable partner. We are not here for the short money. Of course, we have the ambition as an investor to make $10 out of $1 investment. Of course, we do have that, but we are fully aware that it's taking time, and it's not done in 2 years. Yeah? So we. We are new to the African continent, so the investment sphere here. So we are not necessarily the big corporate governance junkies who are telling you how you have to do your board work. We prefer to stick to our strength, which is really giving you guidance on financial services, what would be the right product roadmap, how to internationalize, how to find the right talent, how to structure your team, and how to get prepared for the next, and ideally for the exit round later. Yeah. So, 2.5 minutes. I don't know what I need to talk about it.
No, you don't have to finish it.
But to be honest, I rather leave some more time for questions.
Oh, nice. Well done. Let's give him a hand. Wow, there you go. Okay.
By the way, who is a fintech? Who is an entrepreneur for a fintech company here? I know you.
Yeah, like we're many.
But I thought there are so more because we have spoken to so many companies here already, and I have the impression at least half of them have a strong financial services
service provider. Yeah. There's quite
so,
a few. Embedded fintech as well also matters. Yeah.
Okay.
It's quite a few. Okay. Questions.
Yeah, since you said you're new to the market, how are you building out your deal flow and pipeline, and how do you establish trust in the market?
Yeah, so we've been very lucky that we stumbled upon an opportunity to invest last year summer into MFS Africa, which has had a lot of, let's say, gave us a lot of visibility here. But I have to admit, it was a little bit more opportunistic. We invested together with AfricInvest, and as a follower investor, so well, you're always building teams, it's not like you're all by yourself. And actually, there was one question about competition. In VC, you don't have competition. These are all co-investors. These are partners with with the same ambition. So we did this investment, and then we said, "Oh, there's much more in Africa. We're sticking to Europe, and valuations are crazy. Too many VCs." And then we started recognizing, well, actually in Africa, we don't see any dedicated fintech VC. So, well, we thought this is interesting. Let's dig into it. So we did a lot of meetings. We spoke to many other venture capitalists. We spoke to many companies, not knowing that we are not ready for invest at scale. But we've been transparent to the founders. So we did that, trying to get to know a little bit more about the ecosystem. And then early this year, we placed an LP investment in Launch Africa. So we are an LP investor, just to strengthen the network and getting access to these great people and this partnership. And last but not least, 1st of April, we had Hangvi joining us. So very happy to convince her to become partner in our team.
Yay!
and that was a game changer for us. So you need to have people on the ground. If you don't have that, you're just too far away from that. And with Hangvi, actually, we have started looking more and more into opportunities. And actually, last week we signed our second direct investment in Africa. Unfortunately, it's not public yet, but you will reread it in the newspapers, and we are eager to do more. So it was not the last one.
Right. So stage size, ticket size.
We start at €3 million, typically for a Series A. As I said, we prefer to be co-investor, or rather maximum co-lead investor. So the Series A has to be a little bit larger than, let's say, 5, 6, 7 million. Because otherwise the partner won't fit anymore. And we are willing to invest up to €15 million in the first investment round. So that's typically a B or early Series C round. And we can invest up to 25 million per company. We have a €300 million fund. You can do the math. In average, you have about 15 to 18 companies in the portfolio. You know how much we can deploy per company.
Any other questions? Do you have a preference for climate? Or just, I'm going to get that. Do you have a preference for climate change inclined fintechs or none? And then Melanie.
I don't have a preference for climate change, but I have a preference for companies fighting climate change. No, we want to invest into companies fighting climate change, but it has to have a clear financial services angle.
Just asking about your process and due diligence. There is a bit of a reputation of German investors being very thorough. Just asking in terms of reporting requirements and the due diligence process in general. Can you walk us through
Yeah. So our nickname is PwC. We are auditors. No. No, we are like every other VC. Well, we do a thorough due diligence. To be honest, the last 2 years haven't been fun because they were the Tiger Globals of this world, placing term sheets in 3 days. That's not our style. That was never our style. We want to get to know the companies and we want to give room for the founders to get to know us. Yeah, because I always say it's like dating before you get married. Yeah, it's a marriage for time, at least 6, 7, 8 years. Yeah, so you want to know who is the opposite party. And so the due diligence, of course, is intensive. We want to talk to everybody. Last 2 years on Zoom, now hopefully more physically. Yeah, so get to know everybody. And then once we have done the investment, we are totally hands off. So we want to engage. We want to have at least a board observer seat. We want to sparring with you as a founder. We want to bring in our expertise. But we're not telling you whether you steer to the left or to the right. And, you know, for startups, controlling and financial reporting, a couple of KPIs you have to gather for your other investors anyway, so no big difference.
Let's give him a hand. There you go. That was actually really good. And I like that you gave yourself some time for the questions because you've actually taken it all the way to the wire with the questions. That's amazing. Last but not least, Harambeans.
All right. All right, beautiful people. Aloha.
Now, wrong continent.
Now, I'm at a slight disadvantage here for 2 reasons. One, which I shared with them, which is I only got told 60 minutes ago that I should pitch to you. But the second reason is that unlike my esteemed colleagues there, we're not a fund. So we can't give you money. We can't even promise to give you money, which means that I will probably need a miracle to win this one, but we're going to try. Now, so as I was trying to think, why should I pitch? How could I pitch to you of becoming a Harambean? There are 3 reasons came to mind. And so the first reason is because if you've ever Googled my name, you'll know that President Obama tried to upstage me at my own graduation a few years ago. The poor man found out the hard way it couldn't be done. But what he said at my graduation in 2007 is something that I think is very relevant to this audience today, because Obama then said, if you really want to fulfill your true potential, if you really want to be all that you can be, you have to hitch your wagon to something larger than yourself. And, there we go. And I think that's important because by joining Harambe, I think it's an acknowledgement that as great as you might be, the challenge before us is so great that no single individual can do this alone. What we know, my dear friends, is that if you join the Harambe wagon, you are joining the simple proposition that the richest continent on earth should no longer be home to some of the poorest people on the planet. And in Harambe, we're bold and crazy enough to believe, yes, we can do that too. Now, the second reason I think you ought to join the Alliance is because while we can't give you money, we have about 300 Harambeans who raise over $2 billion, which means that everybody you want to raise money from has already invested in a Harambean, which means that the Harambean could probably introduce you to someone that you're raising capital with. And then if that's not enough, well, don't worry, because we now have Harambeans with funds investing in Harambeans. So if these people will talk to you, you can talk to another fellow Harambean and we'll fix this. And the good thing is, yes, we also have Harambeans who let unicorns across this continent, so, you know, we could do the money business. But the third and final reason is because the time is right. Some of you might have read this story on the Economist magazine a few weeks ago. It reminds us that last year, Africans raised more capital than the 7 preceding years combined. Which means, my dear friends, we have reached that Kairos moment in the ecosystem. And if you haven't read this book written by a Harambean, I highly encourage you. The only reason why you should run out of this place right now is to go buy this book. This is the prosperity paradox, and what this book reminds us is across Africa, you have a series of innovators who are building products and services not just for the 80 million Africans in the middle class, but the 800 million who are not currently participating in the global economy. What the book reminds us is that if you can deliver healthcare and education to people who can't afford it, that's of value not just to people in Nairobi and Lagos, but people around the world. What the book reminds us is that there are global implications to African innovation. Before China had Alipay, and America had Apple Pay, Kenya had M-Pesa. And we are bold enough to believe that next time China will not need Alipay because we will simply scale the M-Pesas of Africa. Yes, we can. Now, if you allow me, the fourth reason why you really should become Haramians is because we have you surrounded. If you look at the back of your badge, you'll see that out of the 6 sponsors, the 7, 3 of them are Haramians, 4 of them are Haramians. Ms. Colasso, who started the co-founder iHub, Mr. Monty, who was co-founder of Enza Capital, and of course Mr. George, who started Boot Camp and Launch Africa, with some of the folks in here. And then we have Mr. Where is he? Mr. Guyu, who is somewhere there. And then we have the star of the show, Mr. Babu. Here. And Mr. Babu can actually tell you that one of the magic of being a Haramian is you raise capital from other Haramians. Mr. Babu, how many Haramians are in your cap table? 6 of them. Some of people, we could do the money even though I can't give you any money. And some of people, I please encourage you to become Haramians. The application's now open. And while I cannot give you money, I promise you, we will have a whole lot of fun making Africa a better place. Here. That's it. That's right.
That, I mean, seriously speaking, I don't even understand.
I think I would give you money. I think the pitch was the other way around.
Let's give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen. The 3 gentlemen on stage who did a very good job. Thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate it. What happened? What did I do? You're trying to run away from the Q&A? Gentlemen, please, the 2 of you may have your seats or may go down on stage. You have not finished your Q&A, so here you go.
Be kind now.
Do you have a question? Yeah, you could. No?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
You talked a lot about what the Harambeans could do for you, but what is a Harambean?
Oh gosh, well, a Harami, Mr. Zimbabwe is a Harami. So basically it's all right, can you hear me now? So I think a Haramian is anyone who gets through our simple application, and it is quite simple. And then you get inducted as a Haramian in an annual symposium at Harvard and Brentwood that happens every April. And so every year we get about 5,000 people apply, and the 30 get invited to join us at Harvard and Brentwood, where entrepreneurs become Haramians. And at the core of it is people who understand, again, as you know, on your own you can go fast, but together we can go far. And so there's a certain humility in people who choose to join the alliance because the challenges around us are so complex that they're simply beyond the reach of any single individual. Not everybody understands that. You know, there's some people out here who think they alone can fix it. The President of the United States is it. But for those of us who don't, we join the alliance. Yes, we can. We got to take a selfie. That is the way we got to take a selfie. We have this beautiful gathering that happens at the Vatican every 2 years. The Pope puts up with us. And so we would take a selfie at the end of it. Sorry, I forgot about this one. Thank you.
It's the Pope. Okay. Does anyone have a question?
That's another reason why you should become a Harami, because the Pope blesses us all, so it will work out.
If you have a selfie with the Pope, there's a level of life you have gotten to unlock. Not many people.
Go ahead.
And Obama, that's a 2-level game. Anyone else with a question? Yes, go ahead.
Yes. So what's your revenue model? You're saying that you are connecting us to money. We know a lot of advisors that are telling us, yeah, we'll connect you to money and it's just 20% or like 5,000 euros up front. What's your revenue model?
We mostly work like the World Economic Forum of sorts, which means that you have venture capital firms who see value in connecting with Harambeans, high net worth families. You saw that we have these billionaire families across Africa who create fellowships. I think, are you an Oppenheimer fellow? Yes, so Oppenheimer is the family out of South Africa who gave us the beers and American, and they support Harambeans. And so increasingly there's a growing number of people who see value in identifying people like you. And so they come and partners will be on the alliance. We can have a good time in friendship. All right?
Anyone else? I think your 2 minutes up. That's 30 seconds. Is there anyone else? No? Let's give him a hand.
Yeah!
That was for a person who had a 60-minute heads up. I mean, you should have just left that. You didn't need anything else. Thank you all so much.
Can we take the selfie?
We take. Hell yes. Can you come, bro? What are you talking about? Get over. Selfie, everyone.
People in the back, you got to raise your hand.
All right.
Raise your hand high. Wave. There you go. Let's give him a hand. That is charisma, ladies and gentlemen.
Well done. I think I have my clicker down here. And now we're It's time for these things. And they're heavy. I carried them. They're quite heavy. They look really nice. Are we ready for some awards now? Are we ready for some awards? We are ready for some awards? Nathaniel, you're going to tell me how we're going to do this. Then my TV is twisted. There you go. Good stuff. I would like to invite the person behind the whole AfricArena event, the whole concept, the vision, the mission, the team. He's the head honcho of this whole mix. Christophe, come out here and let's do this, sir.
Hello. Well, it's hard to follow on this investor pitch, I must say. And it's quite inspiring to finish like this with a pitch about not just this firm or that startup or whatever, but what we all stand for here, which is the ecosystem. As it was told now in this last pitch, alone you go fast, together you go far, so we're stronger together. And I think these 2 days that we've just spent at the summit and the 2 days before at the boot camp, between all the founders and Safari X with the investors, there's just a very special moments, I think, in terms of the work we all do on a day-to-day basis to grind and build our business, but also together building and developing this great ecosystem. And I really hope that 2023 is going to see some incredible success, and I'm very, very optimistic when I see the quality of the entrepreneurs we had, the amazing and very numerous investors that attend this event, and the energy in the room. And I think the party last night was testament to that at Nairobi Street Kitchen. So, we're really, really happy with the last two days. And this is not possible without a very strong team. So I'd like you to give a round of applause to the team. So we have, obviously, Ropa, who's handling our investor relations. Give her a round of applause. I don't know how many jobs you got now, but content management, speaker engagement, sourcing of startups. What else you do? Nathaniel Whitboy. And then the guy in the back that makes it all works, that handles the logistics, the suppliers, and a lot of things that happen behind the back is Dan Mabialas. So the nice story here is we have 3 people from 3 different African countries working to deliver this, and that's it, that's the team. Then, of course, we have the team in Cape Town, so I'd like to thank Crosby and the team in Cape Town working to support that. The partners that work with us on this event, first of which is iHub, which was gracefully hosting us for the last 2 days, so I think it was a great venue, and we're very, very happy to have worked with them on that. We're back next month for another event at iHub, so this is going to be great. The AV team, which managed the mics and the streaming, and thank you guys. We had a great online audience, so you'll be able to rewatch this event, all the pitches, the panels, the keynotes. Just go on YouTube channel, AfricArena YouTube channel, on our mobile application, Android, iOS, or simply on our website to find all of that. So, did you enjoy that? Yeah. Shall we be back? Yeah. Okay, we're thinking about, shall we go back to Nairobi next year? I think we will. Huh? So, now is the time for the awards. So we have a bunch of awards and a bunch of announcements linked to some of our programs. So I'll let Ropa announce the winners. But before that, just a few information for the winners. So the winners are getting a number of benefits, besides the fact that they've been able to showcase and shine, and hopefully the best benefit they get is they raise some money through investors meeting them, or investors seeing them online. That has happening a lot over the last 6 years. And just generally the connection they've made throughout this event. So besides that, we obviously, the winners of the awards in terms of best seed, Series A, growth, startup stage, best innovator, and most promising entrepreneur are going to go to Cape Town at our expense in 1 month, right? Just 4 weeks from now. And we also have $10,000 for all the startups that participated to the program in terms of AWS credits, and $5,000 of AWS service credits. So for your hosting and whatever you do, if you build a product or manage AWS, you're going to be able to use that. And I know that's going to be either a cost saving for you, an opportunity, anyway, a great support for you to build your business. And then, you know, we have lots of things happening in Cape Town for the program. There'll be a boot camp for the participants, startups, so about 60, 70 of them. Great way to meet entrepreneurs from all over the continent, because we'll have over 60 startups from 20 countries participating. So that's it. Did I forget anything? No. For the startups, no. Of course, last but not least, our sponsors and partners. You know, this is the smallest of our regional summits for now, but this was enabled thanks to the participation of Enza Capital, which, I don't know if the Enza is in the room. And thanks Mike and the team for the support. We also had the Eastern Africa Venture Capital Association supporting us, Launch Africa, which is a global partner of the AfricArena program, French Tech Nairobi was supporting this Tech for Good challenges, and of course our global partners, AWS in particular, which is supporting the entire program. So, and now, the awards. So we start with Bopa.
Drum roll. Alrighty, are we ready for the winners? I know this is the part where your hearts are beating because I was a startup before, so I know this is like the most anxious part. So should I drag this or should I go straight to it? Alrighty. So we're going to start off with the best seed startup. So this is across all the seed startups that pitched. And this startup is coming all the way from Ethiopia. I'm assuming he might have gone to catch his flight already, but in his absentia, ConDigital. Alrighty, and then we're going to move, yeah? Is somebody collecting on his behalf? Oh, fantastic. 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 Alrighty, moving right along, we're going to the best Series A startup. Best Series A startup is coming from Tanzania, Line of Finance. Congratulations, Tony. Tony, please tell us a few words. How do you feel?
Wow. First of all, thank you. Thank you for this. I think I said quite a lot last night when I met Nathaniel and you. I didn't even know this would happen. I said that I'm here and I was in Paris because of what you guys are doing. And this, the ecosystem, I don't know how hard it is for you to get to find funding or sponsorship to get all of our startups who are trying to chase our dreams. And you creating this opportunity, it means quite a lot. And I'm extremely proud and grateful for this. Thank you.
Nice. Come, stand over here.
Fantastic.
Come, Anthony. Come stand here so we can take a photograph of you, Christophe, and the screen. So we can see AfricArena. So this area over here. There you go.
Alrighty, I must be in this picture.
There you go. Nice.
Cape Town, here you come. Alrighty, moving right along. So yesterday we had an interesting session with a couple of growth stage startups who are sharing their journey, which is really important, right? Because I think when you're still at the early stage, it looks impossible. But as the Harambians have said, the Harambians are winners. And so the best growth stage story that we heard yesterday was from Market Force.
I told you, this Beyonce company is really insane. Tesh, just bring yourself here.
Tesh, we had a fantastic story about how running a startup is like having an airplane with an engine and also having to run and be the air hostess and be the pilot, and it was fantastic. So, congratulations. Thank you. Picture, please.
Well done. Let's do a photograph on the left side of the right side of the screen. Right there. There you go.
It's such a surprise. So Benny, who's our COO, gave the story of Market Force, and he gave an amazing story. As I mentioned on the panel, it's been a crazy growth journey, and I'm sure why the story was exciting. So I hope one day we live to write a book and inspire more other young founders who are looking to make change on the continent. I think there's massive opportunity for all of us. So guys, keep grinding. Day one is hard, as Jack Ma says. Day one is hard, day two is harder, but day three, there will be sunshine. So keep hustling.
Well done.
Well done.
All right.
Okay, so as mentioned, we have a couple of sponsors who are working with us. One of them is FMO, the French Development Bank. And from there, we have 3 startups who have qualified to join us in Cape Town. They'll be joining the Africa Rise program as well. And so for the FMO startups, we have Rumo Energy. Let's give it up for Rumo Energy.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations. Please come forward.
Well done.
Fantastic. I'm just going to call all 3, and then you can just give us 2 quick words about how you guys are feeling. All right. All right. We've got AgriPoa as well. AgriPoa, are you in the room?
AgriPoa is there. Yeah.
And finally, we have DMA. Is DMA in the room?
Yes, DMA. Where's DMA?
Okay, DMA, no, yes, no. All righty, please, few words.
Of course, we appreciate your support. You always stay with us, and you inspire us to be more and to do more. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Yes, we thank you all for attending. We thank you all startups for networking with us. We are proud of the sponsors for this support. It is really incredible for us. We really appreciate.
Nice.
Thank you so much. Can we have a quick picture? Thank you, guys.
Nice. There you go.
All right.
Congratulations. A hand for them as well as they walk down. Very proud of the work they've done. Those were good pitches.
So part of the work we do with AfricArena is to work with a couple of corporates. And so the next one is the Saint Gobain Corporate Innovation Challenge. And so the winner for that one is MGenzi. Is MGenzi in the room? Give him a round of applause.
Done.
Wow, Michael, you sound surprised. Tell us, how do you feel?
Very elated. I don't know. It's surreal. Thank you very much. Thank you for the networking experience. Thank you to the sponsors. Thank you for the boot camp. Taught us a lot. Yeah, I messed up with the timing here, but yeah, it's all a learning lesson. Thank you very much. It's
nice.
Really grateful. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Michael. Come for a quick picture. Thank you. Alrighty. Then the next one is the French Tech Challenge, which was the Tech for Good Challenge. And we had really fantastic entrepreneurs coming forward. So for this one, the winner is the Disability Innovation Suit. Are they still in the room?
Are they still here? Yes. I don't see. There you go. Yes, he is in the room. He's in the room indeed.
So for this one, I'm going to call Johan, who is from the French Tech community, and he is going to present this award. Johan, do you want to say something?
Just a quick note as our winner is coming. Really impressed by the pitches. We had a very good chat with the jury, and it was actually tough. All of you guys are actually addressing really difficult and important problems. And if you crack them, and I'm pretty sure you will all crack them, it's going to have a pretty meaningful impact on our society. So thanks to all the pitchers, and obviously, congratulations to our winner.
That's fantastic. Let's give him a hand.
All righty, and
Very
the winner
well done.
is on stage. The winner, would you like to give us a few words?
Well, it's quite a surprise because I'm actually a lecturer at the university.
Yeah.
Bernard, who is here and who are asked to come up here, he pulled me out of class and said, "You must come." I haven't even had lunch. But more importantly, I am encouraged that there are people who see value in doing the sorts of things people do under extremely difficult circumstances. Everyone here who has invested their own money, because that's the way it begins, to innovate something, they deserve, some commendation. All of the innovations, I listened to quite a few, they're very important. The fact that we got this award is important, but you should also encourage others to not give up, because whatever you innovate is geared for the good of humanity. But thank you for the judges and for everyone who thought we are worth investing in. Thank you.
Fantastic.
So good. That's amazing. Let's take a photograph over there. Excellent. Let's give him a hand as he gets off stage. Big win.
Alrighty. I think in an entrepreneur's journey, there's a lot of components that actually make a successful entrepreneur. One of them is having an innovative business model, and that's why we're here, right, for innovation. So for the most innovative business model, we have Steamer Boda.
Steamer! Oh man, there you go. Yeah, get on stage, ladies. Get on stage, man.
Congratulations. Hi, tell us how you feel.
Thanks a lot, guys. Thank you for the award. Thanks for AfricArena for organizing all these events that give a bit of light on whatever we are doing. So this prize is definitely for our team. It's a lot of hard work for the last 2 years, but at the end of the day, the end of these 2 years, but still the first step in the journey. It's a long journey of electric mobility. So this is also an award to somehow I would say a step forward in the electric mobility industry. And we hope to push it even more in the coming years. So thanks a lot for everything. Yeah.
Nice. Let's give him a hand. There he goes. Well done, man. Photograph. Yeah, stand in the right spot. There you are.
Well done.
Sweet.
Alrighty, so for our last award, I think this is a really important award, and it's for the person who is the most promising entrepreneur. I think entrepreneurship is such a long journey, and I think this recognition is quite important because I think we see that this would be a rising star. So for this one, the winner is Melanin Capital. Let's give her a round of applause.
There you go.
She looks so stunned. It's beautiful. Please tell us.
Thank you so much. I usually repeat a lot my speech, so right now I'm completely off guard. Thank you so much for organizing this event where I got to see amazing people and amazing business model where I got inspired the whole day. I think as my colleague said just before, this is really an award that is coming right to our hearts, but we know that a lot of other startups also deserves a lot. And I'm very grateful for my team who really got us up there. It's been a long journey, very challenging. So yeah, I guess it's the whole stress that comes out now. So thank you so much.
Fantastic. Let's give her a hand. So good. Melanie, just not yet. Let's do that photograph one more time.
Alrighty, getting the final tallies for the final award. I think definitely the most interesting award of the day. And this award is for the best investor.
Oh, okay. This is good. Okay.
The best investor. Who do you think won, guys? Who do you think won? Wow, you guys are so stunned you don't even know.
Was there a pope involved in that situation?
Maybe it could have been a pope.
Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe it could have been financial capital. You know, we've got a lot of fintechs in the room, you know. It could also be the Series A and B and C investor.
There you go.
So who do you think it is? Votes for the Series A and B at Norscan. Oh, wow. This is a tough crowd, eh?
You see what I've had to deal with the whole time?
Well, I have serious respect for you.
It's tough out
some
here.
serious respect
It's
for
tough
you.
out here.
Oh, wow. Alrighty then. So I have the results, and it happens to be none other than the Harambeans.
See, I'll tell you. For sure. It had to be.
Listen, you must take a selfie with the Pope, it seems. How many of you are going to apply for Harambeans?
How many of you are not? Like, everyone should. Can you just go and do it?
I've applied 3 times. One day it's going to be my day.
Let's go do it.
So you must join us.
Louis, get on
Please,
stage.
join us. Come and get your award.
There's no doubt about it. Of course you had to get it. Like, it was just so bizarre if you didn't. Nice. Congratulations. That was such a good way to close it. Speech.
Well, I guess miracles do happen, and we've just witnessed one. Thank you all.
Nice. Oh, let's give him a hand for that.
Yes, we can.
So good. Such a good way to close it. Everyone, go and apply to be Harambean. It's just necessary. It's an opportunity in front of you, so go and apply. Just try.
Alrighty, can we have
what
all
did I
the
do?
winners coming up on stage for a nice group
I
photo?
might apply. Maybe.
All the winners, please join us on stage for a nice group photo.
Yes. Come,
Please join us.
come with your shiny award trophies. And then go and apply to be Harambeans.
And then we're all going to apply to the Harambeans.
Yeah. I've already applied, to be fair. I was quick on the money, man. I applied like last week. There you go. Where's the screen? You going for the screen? Where's the camera? That's such a miss, though. Because you wanted to be in the background.
One photo, just one fun photo. Thank you, everyone.
Well done. Let's give him a hand. Applause for the people on stage. So well done. It's been so nice to have all of you come for the 2 days that you've been coming. We appreciate all of you for making the time. We know as entrepreneurs, as VCs, LPs, you're all super busy people, and we've loved having you guys in here, so that's amazing.
Sorry, let's give a round of applause for our wonderful MC. He has kept us entertained for 2 days, informed for 2 days. Thank you so much,
time.
Tony.
It's a long time, man.
It's a long time, Tony. Thank you. We appreciate
now to go
you.
eat lunch. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And AfricArena is over, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time, for everything you've done. And we happily close this conference, this event, this networking thing. Have a nice afternoon. Bye.
So even if I haven't had lunch now.